endurance racing with Michelin.
Share all the excitement of the Le Mans series with the lubricants Total Quartz.
Very fast. It chose last race.
Well, a very warm welcome to Spa, deep in the Belgian Ardennes, where round 3 of the Le Mans series is about to get underway. You might be hearing some interviews going on behind us, so apologies for that. Searing temperatures are abound with 30 Celsius mark past midway through the morning, and the action bound to be hot to match, Mark Cole.
Yes, good morning, race fans. Thank you, Carlton. Yeah, fabulous entry. 44 cars. They reduced from the 47 originally came here. We had some red flags in qualifying, which have decimated the entry a little bit. Most notably, one of the Lolas going back, wasn't it? The Kiefel car absolutely rooted in a crash at Malmedy yesterday, and that rather disrupted qualifying. Audi did their bankers early, but then got pit by Peugeot with 2 laps remaining. Unbelievable. 2 red flags, and Peugeot came out, snatched pole. Stefan Sarrazin had already gone sub the 2-minute mark very early on. He pushed Alan McNish into second place. It's the usual mix of Peugeots and Audis on the top 4. As usual, the Lola Aston Martin, it seems, of Charouz Racing, leading the petrol challenge there on row 3. And great work once again from Jos Verstappen once more, leading the LMP2 class. Jos really in a class of his own at the moment, it seems, and if he gets a decent run, then surely something special yet again from him. Yeah, but having said that, he was struggling a bit in qualifying. He was slower in qualifying than he had been in the morning. He just couldn't get the balance right, and his big problem then was the Team Seba Speedy Lola Coupe was right on his tail, and they actually qualified just 100th of a second apart. So I think you'll find today you also get the race pace back. This car, the number 6 car, big problems for that in qualifying.
Jos Verstappen again in pole position in the category, and with a lot of supporters here as well in Spa. It must be very inspiring for you.
It's always good to see a lot of support from your home country. So I'm very glad of that, and hopefully we can give them a good show. And but the important thing is to stay out of trouble in the first corner, and then we will see how it goes for the race.
We've seen a little bit of a mix-up in between the Porsches and other cars now, not doing quite so well here on this track. It's going to be even more interesting here in Spa.
Yeah, maybe. I think for us, yesterday it didn't go that well in qualifying, and this morning we changed the setup of the car quite a lot, and I'm very happy with the balance now. So I think we will see a good Porsche again.
Yes, thanks very much.
Well, interesting that the Porsche RS Spider not having things all their own way, and despite the best efforts of Jos Verstappen to get the mark up there, it's the Lola B0880 Coupe Judd, the Speedy Racing Team Saba machine that will lead off row 5. Andrea Bellici doing great work for them, and the Pescarolo Judd of the Roll Centre Racing outfit as well. Vanina X, Yao Barbosa and Michael Forston will be in that machine. It's a great mix, Mark, and it's the same story when you look back down at GT1 as well. The Lamborghini Murcielago suddenly found its pace here. This track certainly seems to suit them. They're third quickest in the GT1 class. Antonio Garcia and the Aston Martin DBR9 of Team Modena quickest, with Luke Alfond Adventures Corvette C6R in second quickest. But great to see that Lamborghini back on the pace. Yeah, Peter Cox got it really hooked up. He was the fastest GT1 on Friday, but let's see if they can maintain that throughout the race. We've seen it in the Japanese Super GT. They can take wins. They have got the reliability, but this is a long race, Carlton. 1,000 kilometres. Last year went to 143 laps, 5 hours and 47 minutes. If the weather stays like this, 30 degrees at the moment, and we don't have the red flags we had in qualifying, hopefully we'll have a fast, clean run through to the checkered. Yes, a few absentees as well. If you're a Mazda fan, bad news is the Cruz Schiller Motorsport machine, the 44 LMP2 car, won't be taking part, Mark. They've had their difficulties. Yeah, big crash there in qualifying, and that car was put heavily into the wall at Malmedy by Jean de Portales. He's okay, but apparently had a 4G impact, despite the fact when he hit the wall he was only doing 73 miles an hour. But head on, that's heavy, and that car's gone back to Lola, in fact, in Huntingdon, cracked tub. The other car that was crashed in qualifying, I just mentioned it earlier, the Kiefel car, wasn't withdrawn, as I erroneously said. That's the Lola AER, which Miguel Amaral and Olivier Pla are driving. Alan Muggleston looks after that, and they've managed to do repairs overnight to that car. It's on the grid, but there we are. There's the only Oreca car here. Of course, the other car withdrawn, still being rebuilt after Ortelli's horror crash at Monza, and this car's starting from the pit lane. We don't know what the problems they've had in the warm-up were, but what we do know is there have been quite a few
problems for creation. They had fuel system problems in the warm-up. There was a problem for the number 2 Audi. Mike Rockenfeller actually collided with Gianni Lavaggi out in the country, punctured a tyre on the 02 Audi. And the other people who've had problems this morning, Roll Centre, Martin Short's team, Juan Barbosa, had starter motor and clutch problems in the warm-up. There is Rocky now.
Yeah, good lad as well. Yeah, lots of difficulties. Audi perhaps just licking a few wounds so far this season. It seems that Peugeot, well, they've had the rub of the tarmac and even the rub of the rubbing as well between the two cars last time out, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, what you're seeing here as well is at Spa, the coupe, like at Monza, you know, that is such an advantage. You haven't got the airflow problems you have with an open car. But as you said, the rub at Monza came down that battle to the last 50 kilometres, banging wheels. Fortunately, all forgiven and forgotten. All the drivers were together last night. Audi threw a party for everyone. Peugeot was there. Alan McNish, Dindo Capello were cooking the spaghetti and serving it up to the Peugeot drivers. Lovely to see that. It's been such a good atmosphere this year.
Well, good atmosphere. It all comes with good weather as well. There is a light breeze, thankfully, cooling things down. It was very still post-storm, really. It's all sort of washed clean here. Very, very verdant, the Ardennes. You never know whether you're going to get absolutely bucketfuls of rain or bright sunshine. And today we have been blessed.
I think this is the big surprise for everybody arriving here Thursday and Friday, that it wasn't raining. I mean, it's what you normally get. We've had a fabulous weekend. Remember, it's Whitsun. It's Whitsunday here today, and it's a bank holiday in Belgium tomorrow. So that is why we're going to get a big crowd here on this Belgian Grand Prix track. Set here deep in the Ardennes, and you know the history of the Ardennes, of course, 1922, the first motorcycle races here on the triangle between Francorchamps, Stavelot and Malmedy, and then the first 1,000 kilometres, 1966. Then, of course, war came along, Battle of the Bulge. This is where this is all fought. So it's going to be the Battle of the Bulge today, isn't it? Germany versus France. It's going to be something to watch.
I hadn't really thought of it that way, but that's the way it's going to pan out. You can be sure of that. Let's take a look a little bit further down as well. GT2, we haven't mentioned them yet. Virgo Motorsports and Gimme Bruni. Great effort sticking the Virgo Motorsports Ferrari 430 on the class pole. He's on row 15. On 16 is Mark Lieb and the Felbermeyer Proton Porsche as well. Ferrari, Porsche, the battle goes on. If it's not Germany against France, it's Germany against Italy, it seems.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Now, Audi have been here before. They were here in 2003. That's when Seiji Ara and Tom Christensen won in the Audi Sport Japan car. That was the last race of the FI Sports Car Championship. And the following year, 2004, first year of the LMS, and that's when Audi were racing as Audi UK. And it was Jamie Davis and Johnny Herbert who gave the Audi R8 its 50th victory here. Haven't been back since, so it's a long gap. They've never, of course, been here with the diesel cars. Peugeot did last year. They came here, and last year's winners, in fact, are the men on pole position, Lamy and Sarrazin.
Just looking, we just had a brief look at the Pescarolo Judd, the Pescarolo Sport French outfit. Jean-Christophe Bouillon qualifying 6th, and Harold Premat sticking their car, their other vehicle, the 17 car 7th. They're kind of locked together, which says a lot, to be honest. The car's very well matched and clearly being pushed to their maximum around about the 2 minutes and 4 at full racing chat. It's amazing, actually, Mark, that the lead 3 cars not only broke the 2-minute barrier, but did it by a clear second, and Sarrazin managed almost to get 2 seconds off that pace.
Yeah, that was the magic barrier, as you say, and then probably more tellingly, 0.7 of a second covering those 3 cars, and there's an Audi in the middle. That's their best performance this year up against the Peugeots. There's the Lola Aston Martin, the car that's impressed us and everybody the most this year. Stefan Mucker, Jean Charouz in that beautiful coupe,
gorgeous,
which Julian Soul of Lola produced for them. Also, of course, producing the slightly smaller LMP2 coupe for Hugh Hayden's Team Saba. But both those cars, watch them today and watch that Team Saba coupe, because that car, I think, could be challenging Verstappen in the early part of the race.
Well, let's hope so. Stefan Mucker qualifying the Charouz rating system, Lola Aston Martin in 5th place, the top petrol car. They got a podium, of course, on their debut out of the box in Barcelona, and well, we were expecting stunning things from them. They were very good early on in Monza, but things just slipped away from them, unfortunately. Ignition trouble really stymied them, but let's hope they've got it rewired and ready to roll.
So Rocky's starting starting the number 2 Audi from the second row. Our starting drivers up front, Pedro Lamy for Peugeot on pole, Alan McNish alongside him for Audi, and then on the next row, Nick Manassian and Mike Rockenfeller, Peugeot and Audi. So that's the first time this year we've had this, Peugeot Audi on the front 2 rows. Then Stefan Mucker starting for Charouz, and behind them Jean-Christophe Bouillon, he's starting here for Pescarolo Sport, and of course he won here for Pescarolo when they had their Peugeot engine Courage in 2002. That was FIA Sports Car Championship as well, but only Emmanuel Collard will take that over later. He's still pretty sore from that crash at Monza. Remember, he also had a huge one. Didn't take off, fortunately, like some of the others, but had a brake failure, and he walloped the wall at the chicane very hard.
Yeah, exactly. Got destabilised at the chicane. He really did clatter about, almost flipped it, but managed to hold on. But when you get that kind of jarring, and they're not exactly soft suspensions, they're hardly Lexuses. Lexi, although I have seen the new Lexi as well on dailysportscar.com, and it looks gorgeous. Anyway, back to this.
Alan McNish then, what a season he's having. I mean, he's been struggling. A 3rd in Sebring, a 5th in Barcelona, and a 6th in Monza. This is the man who came here this year to win this championship. You remember 2004, he was winning the title with Pierre Caffer when Pierre managed to crash the car here at Spa in the final round, and I think most people remember the image of that Audi coming down the hill from La Source on fire into the pits, and
everyone running,
bits falling off it. There were people running out of the way, and that cost Alan the championship this year, handed it to Herbert and Davis, so he has got a lot of history to make up for here this weekend.
It's interesting as well, you see the vents on the top of the wheel housings here with the Peugeot. Audi kind of stripped them away for Monza in an attempt to make themselves a bit more slippery. They did have the mileage, Mark. They were very good on the fuel economy, and that is what almost did it for them. Yeah,
interestingly though, they as you quite rightly said, they covered them over, stripped them away at Monza, but that was only in the first 2 practice days. The ACO then said,
forget it.
You must have a louvers showing, and they must still be there at the end of the race. So they had to change that. It was a brave experiment, and it seemed to work. Audi tried the same thing as well, but both of them got told quite heavily by the ACO's Daniel Poissonneau. No.
Absolutement. It's all about keeping it cool, and today keeping cool is a difficult thing indeed. It's all right if you've got an open cockpit, you just need a brolly. You've seen the heat shields going on the Peugeots, ambient temperatures inside any cockpit an issue as well. Plenty more issues to discuss after this break. Back in a moment. Welcome back to Spa, the Ardennes. Just got a track temperature reading for you. It's just nudged past 32. It's now 33 Celsius track temperature. It's a warm one, and we're ready to go racing. The 3rd round of the Le Mans Series. Searing temperatures, it's difficult to say the least when you're inside one of the cowled cockpits. And, well, if you are, it's going to be warm. So is the racing here. Red hot indeed. It's a mix of Audi and Peugeot 1, 2, 3 and 4 with Stefan Sarrazin, the Peugeot number 8 car leading off row 1. Leading off row 2 is the other Peugeot, the early pace setter, the kind of bogey car, if you like, the one that had drive shaft problems, you may remember, in Monza. Let's hope they fixed that. Alan McNish will be hoping for a great start for Audi Team Yost. He shares that front row with Stefan Sarrazin's machine, and well, I can't wait for this one, Mark.
No, first time this year Audi's managed to split the Peugeots, and McNish is the man who did the job yesterday in qualifying. You just mentioned about the heat here, Carlton. Remember, all the closed cars have to have air conditioning. It mustn't be more than 10 degrees above the outside temperature inside the cockpit. And at Monza, we saw a couple of cars put to the back of the grid because they failed those tests. Now, the ACO apparently going to be checking that even during the race. They have all the telemetry. They can tell.
So too.
And you could even haul a car in if it's too hot inside.
I think one of the Luke Alfond Adventures cars was penalised, and so indeed, Mark, was one of the Spikers. And the Spiker interior temperature was 36 Celsius above ambient. That's above ambient. I think the ambient was 12, so you do the maths. That is enormous.
There is the grid then. Peugeot Audi on the front 2 rows. That's what everyone's come here to see. Then Lola Aston Martin, once again, best of the rest. Petrol cars from Pescarolo, and Jos Verstappen's Porsche. What a great performance by an LMP2 car.
Tremendous. Jos Verstappen leads the class. Speedy Racing Team Sabra and Andrea Bellici will be on row 5 ahead of the LMPs of Roll Centre Racing and the Creation AIM 15 car. That's Stuart Hall and Philippe Ortiz piloting that one.
Yeah, all the Zytecs stacked up there. Then the best of the GT1s. There's the Aston Martin, Antonio Garcia, showing of Thomas Enger. Then the Corvette of Guillaume Moreau. Good performance by them. And that Aston Martin,
Yes, and let's not forget the Lamborghini Murcielago as well, the number 55 car, looking a lot quicker on this course. And when you get to the GT2s, Virgo Motorsport, Gimme Bruni doing the business for Ferrari, just edging out Mark Lieb's Porsche for that class lead. They're on 15 and 16. Yeah, that was just 1/1000th of a second, the difference between Lieb and Bruni. That's terrific. And of course, Rob Bell will be taking over from Jimmy Bruni later on, and Alex Davidson will be taking over from Mark Lieb. So it's going to look really good. 44 cars on the grid. We've lost 43 now because we've lost the Cruise Schiller Motorsport car. As we hear from Marc Genet.
For the first time this season, there is one Audi on first row, and your car is to start the race from row 2. How do you see the situation?
Yeah, it's tighter than normal. It's going to be very difficult for sure, especially the first corner, the first laps probably. But it's a long race. We have to make sure we don't think the race is going to be finished after 10 laps, you know. But for sure, Audi have made a step forward, and it's making life difficult for us.
Mark, thank you very much.
Audi have made a step forward. They've got the mileage, we know that. As far as economy is concerned, they've got the edge over the Peugeots. Peugeots, though, have sorted out any kind of reliability problems, it seems, or at least on one of the cars. Big questions on the 7 after Monza. That drive shaft, we mentioned it earlier, Mark, they've had their difficulties, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. But those scenes we just look at the moment, that rundown from Rivage down to the double left Pouhon, then down to Fagnes, which they're going through now. That means the Fen in French, or in Flemish, as you wish, and then down to Stavelot corner. This is where they rejoin the public roads, the Stavelot Francorchamps road, just in a moment as they come down the hill here. What a fabulous circuit. This is everybody's favourite circuit. This is Blanchimont, which, along with La Source, one of the hardest corners in the world. No. Who is this pulled off? That's the...
Well, just trying to get a handle on it. Yeah. It looks like one of the embassy cars. It's the number 6 machine. Sorry, the Orica Matmut, I beg your pardon, the Courage Orica.
It's the car we saw leaving the...
5th in the warm-up. We thought they'd sorted out their problems.
It's the Zytek. No, it is Embassy. We're right the first time. Tom Kimber-Smith, who's making his return to sports car racing, first time since he took pole at Silverstone last year for Zytek. That is a great shame. We don't know what the problem is yet, but Jerry Foster was on board that car, and this is Tom Kimber-Smith's big moment. Looks like it's gone.
Well, poor old Jonathan France and the crew, they're having a real run of ill fortune. Well, the car rolled out in March, and they're finally back, and we're back racing here, Mark, finally underway at long last. Well, there is the light board. We thought we'd actually called it.
No, because that I guess because the Zytek stopped on the circuit.
Exactly. They've held it up.
They're going to hold the start, aren't they? So that's this is where the start's going to be. By the way, the Formula 1 start. This is where they come running down, piling into La Source. We didn't really see La Source first time around. The cameras were off at the time, but this is the tightest corner on the track. Formula 1 cars go through here at about 60 miles an hour. These cars with massive ground effects, probably about the same.
When they come into La Source, Mark, particularly early on, it's a difficult one. They've got a real compression going on there. They have to remember it is an endurance race. We're just taking a look at the Lamborghini there. That's a lovely shot. Just
Ralph,
in reverse there.
Obviously, a very tense moment at the moment with the cars going for a second warm-up lap, and the Audi doing a lot better here compared to the Peugeots as opposed to the past. How does it look for this race?
Oh, it doesn't look very bad. Actually, we are closer than we have been during the last 2 races. If that reason was that strange qualifying yesterday or not, we have to see. But I have the feeling we are closer. We have made a little step, and hope that we can make an interesting race. I'm just hoping that we get our both cars through the race without any problems, and then we will see.
Developing the car in between races, has anything changed? Has anything been done to the car at all?
We have done some smaller changes in preparation to Le Mans, which we try here already. Obviously, it is giving us a little bit of a benefit, and yeah, we take everything we can get in the fight against Peugeot, and yeah, here we are.
Well, thanks very much.
Okay.
So difficult times ahead, certainly for Embassy Racing as well. They've just had an off in the warm-up, Joey Foster, and it looked reasonably heavy as well. It means a second warm-up lap, second formation lap behind the safety car, and it might well be a third, Mark, and this will have strategy implications for the fuel consumption.
Yep, absolutely right, and so there we are, these warm-up laps. I don't think Marc Genet is driving that car somehow. We just talked to him in the pits. I'm going to put my money on Nick Manassian starting this car.
So who's going to suffer most when we're going around slowly here? It's hard to call because you don't know about overheating. You don't know about all of those kind of things. But these cars are not designed to run at this pace for this long. And when it does come to fuel strategy, Mark, it does kind of mess things up just a little bit.
Particularly at Spa. You might think running behind the safety car, they don't use that much fuel. But of course, they've got long hills to climb here, particularly up through Radion and Kemmel, and that that uses a huge amount of fuel. So Ralph Jutner, who we just talked to, and Serge Saunier of Peugeot, they're going to have to be jumping on their computers now, just working out when if they're going to have to bring their first pit stop forward a lap, or have they got enough reserve to do that? We'll see in a moment. But we've got cars in the pit lane waiting to go off. There is still that Oreca car, the one that wasn't crashed at Monza.
Yeah, forgive me earlier.
Behind it, was that the? That's one of the spikers. Well, in fact, we've got 4 cars there. So.
Yeah, we have. Been difficulties early on for a number of them. The Speedy Racing spiker with Benjamin Lauenberger. He is taking the opening round. Andrea Chiesa is also in that car. And difficulties for them as well. I'm actually wondering, just standing still, they may well have turned the engines off and just waited for this to sort itself out. The lights on the safety car are still ablaze. And if you're just joining us, the reason we're not racing just yet is that Embassy Racing, the 46 car, has gone off in the warm-up. Safety car has gone. It's a brief one, almost caught us out, and away we go. And a big handful there for Stefan Sarrazin as he came around the corner. You saw him take that corner in about 3 different bites at it, and suddenly all over the back of him is Alan McNish. He really fancies this one. Stefan Sarrazin getting a lousy start. McNish, can he take advantage early on? He's right up his backside here, and here we go around what would be the static start finish straight, and suddenly he just juices it up, sets the tyres alight, and away he goes. And the first look at this beautiful, beautiful rise. Up and over the top they come, and it's 1, 2, 3 and 4, a mix of Peugeots and Audis, and just dropping back at the moment. One of the Audis is about to be caught. Nish has a look. He wants a piece of this and says no. Sarrazin, he's just going to marshal, hold on to his line. It is a narrow part of the circuit here, not the best place to overtake, Mark, but it is possible. Yeah, Le Mans, it usually is pretty cool up there, but they're down the hill into Malmedy, then they're very tight. Turn 8 round Malmedy into Rivage, and Alan then had his chance then coming up the hill, couldn't take it unfortunately for him, but the other Peugeot with them, but they're dropping Rockenfeller immediately. That's very noticeable, those 3. Yeah, absolutely. Wow, what a terrible start it was by Sarrazin. I think the safety car caught him out as well as an awful lot of us. The safety car lights were still flashing, and then suddenly switched and off he went, expecting another lap full, but it didn't happen. And now settling into just an even race pace, and it's time to start strategizing and stop racing just for the time being here, unless somebody else makes any kind of mistake. Yeah, just to correct that, it's Pedro Lamy, of course, starting, not Sarrazin. Lamy, McNish, Manassi and Rockenfeller, Mucker, Bouillon and Primat, Harold Primat, who's on the podium in Monza. Those 3, those cars there, the top 7. Then Jos Verstappen fighting off Andrea Bellici at the moment for LMP2, and then down in GT1 it is Antonio Garcia with Thomas Enger and the Team Modena Aston, and Rob Bell, who's made the start for Virgo. It's Jimmy Brunny who qualified the car. Rob Bell has made the start, and he's leading GT2. Fabulous on board here with Nick Minassi, and apologies to Stefan Sarrazin, who I know is watching live here on MotorsTV. He's probably throwing cans and all kinds of stuff at the screen as we speak. It's Pedro Lamy, indeed, who is our leader, but on board here and on board and inside the Peugeot, you can see just how restricted the vision is, Mark, here, particularly when you're coming into the corners. If you're coming in late, you have to get a bit technical because of slower traffic. You do have to wrestle, and I have to say that the other Audi is the number 2 car is really struggling. Mike Rockenfeller is being eaten up by the field here. I don't know what issues he's got, but it's a long gap. Look at it. There's the 3rd Peugeot, and where on earth is the it's not even in P3? Only just in sight now. Yeah, as they come up Kemmel, braking heavily for Lecom, and now the 2nd Peugeot having a go at McNish. I don't think McNish is going to hold off. Going to be able to hold Manassi and off for that much longer. Onto the grass goes McNish. Yeah. You can see just how desperate he is to stay ahead. He is. This is desperation stakes here. They may have to play the longer game here, Audi, because clearly on this course, it's the Peugeots that have it, and Manassi wants a bit of it. Look at this. Even he just getting right onto the rumble strips. You see how much effort he was having to put into the steering wheel there just to hold it steady. He was really wrestling with it, and Audis are suffering here, and I'll be bound that we may well see an Aston Martin starting to get into the frame here. This is such a fast corner, Pouhon, the double left, and look at the way the cars are really bottoming out as they down there. And then down the hill, breaking into Fagna, which we said it means the fens. It's all boggy down there. You don't want to go off. And then they drop down further into Stavolo. Stavolo's a double corner, turns 14 and 15. Here we are into the first part, then the second part, past the old customs house on the inside of the circuit, and then they're back on the main road between Stavolo and Francorchamps. Stefan Mucker is really keeping the pressure up here on Mike Rockenfeller, running in 4th place. The Pescarolos, they've just dropped back a bit. It really is between those top 5, but it's fabulous to see the low Aston Martin powered machine, Charouz Racing outfit, just doing the business here, running in 5th place and really taking it to Audi.
Jumping on the brakes for the new bus stop. He tries to go down the inside, but McNish is blocking him and he just can't quite make it. McNish is not going to give him any room at all. Powering out then up towards this past the start line, end of lap 3 and into La Source.
And look at this, just eating up the inches as they come along that beautiful, beautiful straight into this lovely piece of banking. Dip down and then straight up the hill. Here they come into the dip now. What can they carry out of this one? McNish has got his real work cut out here. And look at this. This is fantastic. McNish, don't forget, punching a hole in the air here. They're weaving all over the place and closing the gap down. You can see it. It's before your eyes here. Well, the Peugeots look very, very handy if they can only string together a long run here. And look at this.
He's got him.
Late, and he's going to take him around the outside, is he? Alan just wrestling with it. He's got the inside of the curve and holds him off. Brilliant on-board work here by our camera crew. And he's got him on the inside, has he? No. Oh, dirt all over the track. They're using more than the track here to try and get by. They've clearly got the pace mark, but they haven't got the room.
It's just a question of time. He's going to get him, but he was alongside as they went into Le Con, but it's not the right side to be on the outside because you have to turn right, and Alan wasn't going to give way for anybody. So again, look at the way that Nick Nassin's wrestling with the wheel, but McNish is all over the road again, kicking the curbs up, catching the dust, kicking all puffs of dirt up, and he is having to work this afternoon like he hasn't worked for ages. Pedro Lamy, though, going further and further away all the time. 3.3 seconds now.
Yeah, well, we just started to see a little bit of a gap as well as Mike Rockenfeller pulls away from Stefan Mucker in the Lola Aston Martin. There is a bit of space between them, but absolutely no space involved here. Near contact, just backed out of it. I think he realised that he is going to get him, Mark, and he needn't just damage his own vehicle at this early stage of the race.
Yeah, I think there's a history, of course, between Audi and Peugeot back at Monza a few weeks ago, and they don't want to repeat of that today. So no contact has presumably been the orders from Central Command.
No contact for now, but for how much longer? Wonderful circuit here, fantastic arena, a packed house as well, and nervous moments as well for the good doctor as he watches this. He realises that, oh dearie me, and that was a huge door slam there as Alan went wide and then just cut straight back. I think that was a bit of shenanigans. They're not too impressed at Peugeot, I can tell you that much.
Is that what we call
Let's take a look at this. Alan just goes wide and then snaps back in. Wow, that was naughty boy stuff. That was deliberate. Alan McNish does not do that kind of thing.
I'm not going to take sides with you on that, Carlton. I think Nick Manassin was in the wrong place.
You reckon?
Yeah, he was never going to get round the corner. That's why he locked up. He couldn't have turned in even if Alan hadn't been there. So.
All right, fantastic. Anyway, but lovely piece of action and squeaky bum time as far as Peugeot are concerned.
Great racing, but what we're not looking is at all further down the field where Jos Verstappen is still fighting off Andrea Bellici in this speedy Racing Team Sabah Lola Judd. That's a great battle. There is only 0.6 per second between them, leaving the rest of the LMP2 cars behind. Luc Alphand has taken the lead. No, Guillaume Moreau in the Luc Alphand Corvette has taken the lead in GT2. In GT1 we haven't seen that. But the other one, Rob Bell, is still leading for Virgo Motorsport from Mark Lieb and Richard Westbrook. So Brits first and third in GT2.
Yeah, it's a super battle. Up front, it's going on within the classes as well. It's Corvette leading their class, and they'll be delighted by that because they've suddenly got a challenger up there in GT1. And Team Modena and Thomas Engel running absolutely brilliantly for the Aston Martin, but they have got the better of them just for the time being.
Giving us a lap on board Rocky at the moment. Rocky and his teammate Alex Premat, of course, huge schedule. They've got DTM and LMS. They've had 7 weeks without a break so far, and they've got 2 more to go. Now remember, Carlton, this is the last Le Mans Series race before the 24 hours in the middle of June. So today is the last chance for everybody to sort things out under race conditions.
They've had a tough time, particularly those teams that got cars out of the box at the beginning of the season, Mark. They've had a very, very busy schedule, and particularly as well for some of the lesser funded teams, let's put it that way, not full factory teams. And you've got to take your hat off to Charouz Racing Systems. What a great job they've done. They came at the beginning of the season, shocked everybody. We could not believe the way the car performed right straight away. The debut podium that they managed to pick up in Barcelona, and they're still up there. And look how they're running here, just behind the Audi Team Jost outfit, and one of the Matmut cars just picking its way through here. I think that may be the one that started on the pit road.
From the pit lane, that's right. Yeah, but I mean, Lola have done such a good job this year, and it's a great chance for them. It's their 50th year this year, Lola, and they've got more Lolas at Le Mans than any other manufacturer in June, and more Lolas.
Oh, my life.
79. Yep.
One of the Pescarolos just getting it very, very dirty, straight over the green stuff, got himself onto one of the service roads, thank goodness, and just managed to hold onto it. Not sure which one of the Pescarolos it was. I think it may well have been the Sonia Racing number 4 car.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot more of that at Le Mans this afternoon. It might be one of the overtaking points, but it's also a place where people do tend to get their braking wrong. You've come up that long climb, and you're right on 200 miles an hour as you brake there, and you've only got to go a couple of metres past the brake point, you're on the grass, bang.
Already into traffic. Here comes our leader, the 8 car, just chasing down one of the spikers that started from the service road. New engine, I believe, on board, and Peter Dunbrack will be happy to have a different power source this time around. Talking about source there, around they come and through past one of the Porsches as well. Difficult, but being fished brilliantly here, I have to say. Look at the space that he's managed to open up here.
No, he's just got a clear road, and at Spa, if you've got a clear road, you can choose your line, you can just go absolutely flat out. You'll notice, you've seen it so many times, Nick Manasseh behind McNish, his line's all compromised. He's trying to get by Alan, he can't, he tries left, he tries right, can't do it. But anyway, there is the 8 car. That is Pedro Lamy. He'll be handing over to Stefan Sarazan, and the other driver we haven't mentioned yet today, Alex Wirtz. He is here as a 3rd driver this weekend, getting ready for Le Mans, and similarly, Nick Manasseh will be joined by Marc Genet and then Jacques Villeneuve.
Yeah, Jacques did fabulous work at Le Mans through the night session. Got an awful lot of ticks in various boxes, including the box that says grown up. Yes, he has, it seems. Fantastic. He now is kind of a regular member. He does so much racing over in the States. He had a go at NASCAR, all that kind of stuff. Well, he really is getting sensible as far as endurance racing, and it may well be that the greatest part of his career is within this, Mark.
Yep, absolutely. But we're looking at McNish now catching right up to our leader. Lamy's been held up by traffic. Look at that. As we were just saying, he's got a clear track. He suddenly got caught coming through La Source, and he got caught behind those Porsches. And look where McNish is. He has taken a bundle of time off him, and in turn, McNish has dropped the 2nd Peugeot.
We've seen this before, Mark. Whenever the lead car comes into traffic, it's kind of a surprise to those who are already, if you like, racing their own race. And once the first lead car comes past, the leader, naturally enough, in the mind of those who are racing their own race, they're ready and waiting for another car to come by them, and it can often be easier for the following car. Michel Barge now.
At the time 2nd place in between your 2 cars. How do you see the situation? It seems that the gap is closest than it was before at Barcelona or at Monza.
Yes, it's closer, but you have seen that Pedro has a very good start, and he make a good time in the first laps, and now Nicolas tried to overtake McNish, but it was not possible, so now we will see in a few moments.
Michel Barge, 3 drivers for each car. Will it change something in your strategy?
No, it changed nothing. It's we work for Le Mans, and we try to make a simulation for Le Mans, and it's a work session.
Michel Barge, thank you very much.
So, thinking about Le Mans, just as we were saying, it is about strategizing. 1,000 meters here at Spa-Francorchamps, and well, you have to say it'd be difficult to transfer much from here, apart from the longevity. 1,000 kilometers we've got ahead of us. It's I would have thought, to be honest, Mark, that Monza was a better prep in terms of the lead for Le Mans, but they'll be able to take a lot from this as well.
A lot of similarities between the 2 circuits in terms of high speed. I mean, this replicates to some extent the Mulsanne between the chicanes, even though it's going uphill. But just going back to look at McNish weaving there to get out of the toe of one of the Corvettes, that he was 5.9 seconds behind the lead car, and then dropped to 1.8 until Pedro Lamy got caught up in all that traffic. Now you can see Pedro's clear again. He's putting space again. He's gone away so quickly. Now the other Peugeot, Nick Manasseh, and I guess he's going to have a problem with his tyres anyway. He flat spotted those tyres when he braked into La Source and nearly collected Alan. And remember, they have to start the race on the tyres on which they qualified. Okay, Peugeot only did 2 laps in qualifying. They waited to the end, got caught by red flags, but you don't want to ruin your front tyres this early in the race, and I think Manasseh is now paying the price for that.
Yeah, just going back to that qualification run, it was Sarazan that qualified the car. Pedro Lamy on board it now. It was a difficult moment for them. There was 2 red flags. and they left it late and got caught out. Only had 5 minutes remaining in qualification to actually set a time, and just went out there and totally nailed it. Sarrazin brilliantly so, and any apologies to both you at home and to him himself, who's probably listening on MotorsTV Live, as you are. It is indeed Pedro Lamy that is up there. Just a quick up for Luke Alfon Adventures and the 73 car, I beg your pardon. The 72 car has got Luke himself back and racing this week. He wasn't at Monza, he had duties with Rally Raiding, but he is back, and great to see him as well. Superb supporter of endurance racing, and again, somebody else who's likely to end his career with this as a massive part of his portfolio.
Absolutely right. Luke was in fact supposed to be overseeing the team again, and they did have Olivier Beretta down to drive it, but for some reason Olivier got called back to America. I guess with Utah coming up next weekend in the American Le Mans Series, which again you can see live on MotorsTV next Sunday night. So Luke's jumped back in the car. Doesn't need much encouragement. No, he loves his racing.
He does love his racing, and a superb racer he is as well. Whether he's under power or indeed on a couple of planks. Great skier, of course, former world champion on board the 7 car here. And just looking, Mark, see if there's any kind of tremble coming through the steering wheel here. You're talking about flat spotting. It's Minassian on board. This is the car that nearly so got itself into a bit of bother. Yeah,
I remember these cars have very, very sophisticated power steering nowadays, so you probably don't get quite as much feedback as you do a direct steering. Jacques Villeneuve, who's going to be driving his car, hadn't driven since they did a test at Paul Ricard in March. And when he got into the car this weekend, he said the biggest difference this car is how much more drivable it is, and it's all down to the steering.
Jos Verstappen's machine, the beautiful purple and white machine. Very, very pretty, this Porsche RS Spyder, particularly in this colour scheme. Looks great as a 132 scale model as well, I can tell you that much. Yeah,
this is the closest race, of course, to home for these two guys. The Dutch racing team, Van Merkstein Motorsport. Peter will be taking the car over. We've been impressed by the way he's improved over the years, but look how quickly everyone's catching up now. This is 8th place overall, leading LMP2, and that pretty speedy racing team Sabah run by Hugh Hayden, Andrea Bellici right behind it. There it is, there's the car just in the background. Another of the 2 Lola Coupes running this year.
Well, Porsche, the RS Spyder has had things a lot its own way. They've caused a little bit of worriment as well, particularly in the LMS and the Le Mans Series, that they were just getting so close to, and indeed beating, some of the big prototypes, Mark. It's caused worriment at the Automobile Club de l'Ouest. They want to maintain the cowled, if you like, LMP1 class as being the elite class, and they were just snapping at their heels rather too much, weren't they?
Yeah, this all suddenly come right for this car this weekend. Look how he's closed back on Jos the Boss as soon as they got past traffic. That gap has come down again. Look at it. I wouldn't be surprised to see Andrea put this car into the lead.
Well, neither would I. They finished second. They lost a lap in the safety car, don't forget, in Barcelona early on. That really stymied their challenge. And maybe this time by, it can be their track. They say the course really suits them as well, and he looks to be under pressure here, Verstappen.
Yeah, through Blanchimont, and look at that's the coupe again, the coupe effect, giving you so much more downforce, so much better airflow. And again, Lola just doing such a good job with this car.
It looks beautiful as well. I had my doubts, but the more I see it, the more I like it. I thought it looked a bit short and squat, but it really is starting to appeal to me, almost as much as the number 3 car, the Scuderia Lavaggio. We see one of those, the Monaco, the Lego designed outfit.
Nearly had him there, nearly had him.
Well, when you do get into traffic, Mark, you really can use it as a foil. It may well block you, but you can use it to your advantage as well if they know you're coming. And clearly, Jos did the business there, got through brilliantly, and there was nothing the speedy racing Team Sauber machine could do about it.
Yeah, but look at the way it cuts through there as they come up the hill. He closes up on Jos the Boss again. Both these drivers know the circuit so well. They've both done all their racing here. Bellici particularly in all those 24-hour races. He's been around here so many times. Jos, of course, racing in every type of car that's possible on his nearest home track to that, apart from Zandvoort. There's the 27 car just behind them, Horag Racing. That is third in LMP2, Jan Lammers. Again, another Dutch driver, almost at home.
Yes, Nicolas Lapierre there, and he is trailing the Creation machine in the hands of Stuart Hall. And I think we've got Olivier Panis here.
Knows the reason why after what happened at Monza, but a big surprise on the starting grid. You were absent. You started the race from the pit lane. Why exactly?
Yeah, why?
because we have a problem yesterday in qualifying, and we have a technical problem, and Nico make a span, and we destroyed the 4 tires. It's mean we don't have any choice, is the rule, is why we start on the pit lane to have 4 new tires, and to put the maximum fuel and to try to come back the quicker if possible to the top 10, and he's already 14. I think he did a really good job. Is the reason why a technical problem yesterday in qualifying.
Olivier, how is the team spirit, if I can say, with the motivation for your one car, as I said before?
Well, I mean, the motivation is pretty good. We're pushing really hard. We want to making a step. I'm sure we're making one step up here. We have closed the gap with the Lola Aston Martin. This is what we want, and we try to do our best to do a good race, and just to say hello to Stefan. For sure, he's looking on the TV. To be sure, he come back to the Le Mans.
Olivier Penny, thank you very much.
And thanks to everyone who's been on the forum. We appreciate there may well be some sound problems today. Apologies for that if there are any that you're experiencing. We had a crackle as well last time out. I think it was on the DTM. That seems to have sorted itself out. But anyway, thanks for your postings. Don't forget the forum, www.MotorsTV.com. If you click on the British flag, you'll get it in English. And there you will find the thread under the endurance racing. And thanks to those of you who are already there. When we do take the breaks, we will be mentioning a few.
Well, we can mention Niklas, Airbus A346 and Soxman to start with. Thank you for your post.
Peter van Merkstein, we're seeing a lot of fans coming down from Holland to see the team here, as we were just saying to Jos. The car's going very, very well out there on this track.
I must say the car is doing very well. Yesterday we had a big problem with the car, a lot of oversteer. We changed the car tonight, and it seems it's quite good now. And okay, the fans are here. You see a lot of fans are coming, especially for Jos Verstappen. Jos Verstappen, he lives 60 kilometers from here. That's why I believe a lot of fans come here now. Yeah.
Now, this race is obviously going to be very instrumental in for the season and actually going for the championship.
Yeah, okay. When we can win this race, it will be the first step to the championship, I believe. Yes, and then the other two, okay, we must see. But when we survive this one and we win our second, then we have a good chance to win. Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Van Merkstein, a real brick.
Yeah, brick and tiling king of Holland, amongst other things.
Absolutely.
Can we just go back to Olivier Panis for 1 second? He mentioned about giving wishes to Stefan Ortelli. Stefan is at the moment sitting, as you say, watching. He's in the Institut Monégasque de Médecine et Chirurgie Sportive, which is where they repair any sportsmen in Monaco who get injured. He is quite certain he is going to be racing at Le Mans again. The break of his ankle after that horrific barrel roll is not as bad as first thought. They put a pin in his ankle, and they hope he's going to be walking tomorrow Monday.
When you break an ankle as well, it is a complicated joint because it pivots all over the place. It's almost like a universal joint, of course. It's whether you've got that pivoting action that you need to go racing, and apparently he has it.
Yeah, so that's good news. Unfortunately, Jamie Campbell-Water, who we know is also watching, best wishes to you, Jamie. He's a bit more seriously cropped up. He's got 3 broken vertebrae and 1 cracked one, and he is going to be out of action for 3 months. So he's definitely going to miss Le Mans as a driver, but he is hoping to attend there as a driver trainer.
And Jamie, if you are watching and waving, we're waving back, lad.
Yep. Hootsmon.
Absolutely. Just taking a look further down some of the order, and we'll just check out how the GT1s and the GT2 class are shaping up, because there's a real battle, and Rob Bell and Virgo Motorsports in the Ferrari 430 has got the better of Mark Lieb and is leading that GT2 class at the moment. Nice to see it. Look up on adventures. Guillaume Moreau still has the advantage over Antonio Garcia, but they are tight together, Mark.
Yep, yes, that is very close. I mean, there's just, 2 seconds at the moment, but that's rocking and rolling as they pass traffic. Remember, they're having to pass back markers as well as the Peugeots and Audis. We just saw going past that Lamborghini. That's the IPP Spartak racing car Peter Cox and Russian Roman Rusinov. They're third in GT2 and 26th overall. Rob Bell, we just mentioned, Virgo Motorsport, he's 29th overall. So they're very much keeping in their class positions at the moment, all bunched up except for the number 31 Team Essex Porsche. That's had some problems. It's dropped way down the order. We don't know what the problem is there. Casper Elgaard starting that car. It's in 37th, having started 20th on the grid.
What's interesting, Mark, is that we saw the Audis kind of off the pace, let's put it that way kindly, although they did have the fewer stops due to their longevity and their fuel mileage. But it seemed as well that mid-race, suddenly they found the pace. Peugeots were being wound in. We saw some real battles at Monza last time. And now, all of a sudden, it seems that Alain-Nish is matching the pace out there, and they're almost locked together, albeit at a distance. I wonder why it is that they warm up like this, the
Yeah, it happens quite a lot, doesn't it? They've got the fuel, they've got the experience, of course. They've been doing this for so long now. Very interesting. Some of you are asking about the fuel they use. It's called Shell V-Power Diesel in the Audis. It's Total in the Peugeots, but what they've got in common, it's called GTL fuel, which is gas to liquid, and it comes from natural gas. It's a synthetic diesel fuel which is specifically made to reduce fuel consumption. It's very, very clean. Those catalytic converters and that was very close, isn't it? And the particulate filters in the back of those cars, the engineers will let the water run out the exhaust and then drink it to show everyone how clean it is.
Yeah, they do spit it out there
when we're not looking. So it's Shell GTL diesel fuel in the Audis and Total in the Peugeots. You can't necessarily buy it at the pumps yet. If you could, I think it'd be a lot higher than the £1.30 we're paying in Britain at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just waiting as well for somebody to be sponsored by a large chip shop in Bradford, because some of these cars, of course, with a bit of ethanol, you can run a diesel. I'm not saying that these high-tech engines will do it, but it'd be great to see Harry Ramsden's racing outfit come through, powered by the
Leeds finest. I knew you get Leeds in early in the programme, Carlton. So we are now on lap 14 of what could be, well, it's going to be 143 laps unless we have major problems. It goes to full 6 hours. Hasn't yet.
Well, we're just going to take ourselves a short break. Don't forget the forum, www.motorstv.com. You'll find us on the endurance section.
Further in the back, I think that's the best the car could do, and to be now in 9th position is perfect. Then I'll take the wheel in an hour, and we'll see from there on.
We know, Vanina, that the Belgium, the Spa-Francorchamps circuit is beautiful, and today the weather is also sunny. It's beautiful also.
Yes, that's true. I haven't been racing here for 3 years, and it's great to be back. I forgot a little bit about it. It's such a fast and an impressive track that you need to get used to it again, and that's when you realize that it's one of the most beautiful tracks in the world.
Vanina, thank you very much.
Great to see Vanina back in endurance racing. It really does feel like her home. She had a bit of a rough time when she transferred over to DTM, running at the back. It really wasn't her kind of thing. She bravely battled on, but didn't really have the package, and I think endurance racing is where she belongs, Mark.
Yeah, she loves it, and of course they live locally to the circuit. Her and father Jackie, who is Monsieur Spa, of course, she's fast becoming Madame Spa with the Roll Centre team. And interestingly, I was at the Spa 24 hours 7 or 8 years ago when she was driving for BMW with the all-girl team, Florence Douay and Christina Sura, and they won the ladies category, which wasn't difficult, but they also finished 3rd overall, which was mightily impressive. And,
big wake-up call for a lot of people, that was.
Absolutely. So here we are. Back to the action. We are now 15 laps into the Spa 1,000 kilometres, 3rd round of the Le Mans Series. Peugeot leads Audi, leads Peugeot, as it has been from the start of the race. Mike Rockefeller 4th, Stefan Mucker 5th, best of the petrol.
Yeah, we were just looking at the Roll Centre racing car there. It had starter and clutch problems early on, but Jair Barbosa is plying his trade out there and not doing a bad job at all. Running in 9th place at the moment, and as far as the LMP1s are concerned, there's 2 LMP2 cars ahead of them, but with their difficulties that they've had this morning, fuel pickup problems as well right at the beginning of the year, and we've got an off. It's the 99 car, the JMB Monaco. Ben Ocott on board. That was the car that got on the podium last time out at Monza, and it doesn't look like a podium this time, at least not at this moment.
No, that's a rookie mistake by Britain. Ben. Oh, it wasn't a rookie mistake. I apologise. 20. Wax in one. That's the going back again.
The Epsilon Escudé car, and
Adriel Bergano. I'm sorry. Take it back, Ben. It wasn't a rookie mistake. You were walloped.
Yeah, you were, Ben.
Now, interestingly, we just talked about the podium at Monza. There is still some controversy over that. The car that won the class on the road, which was the IMSA performance car of Raymond Narak, was disqualified after the race. Now, it turns out the reason it was disqualified was
stall test.
They told us originally it's a stall test, but now officially we're told that the data ride-along equipment the organisers installed, a cable came loose on it, which is no fault of the team, so they have quite rightly appealed against that. It cost them €3,000 to appeal, but they have appealed, so the results of Monza at the moment stand in abeyance.
Just take a look at this, Barbosa, and Stuart Hall is on his tail here, and I suspect he might get him any moment now because he's looking very purposeful. He's still following his own racing line absolutely brilliantly. Stuart Hall has been a revelation, only a young man, but dropping into what a lot of people think this is an old man sport. Absolutely not. Stuart Hall's just ripping up and kicking away the walking sticks as he does it.
Yeah, no, I remember that Stuart also is one of the MSA Elite driver squad at the moment. Yeah. Sam Bird is another, the Formula 3 Euro Series runner, and Stuart has been such a star this year. Robbie Kerr's been drafted into the team this weekend, replacing Felipe Ortiz. Remember, Creation only running one of their two cars, the other one, which was badly damaged when JCW had his accident. As you say, fuel system problems for this car in the warm-up this morning. They seem to have got over those because Stuart is making up time hand over fist. Now 10th, right behind that roll centre car.
Yeah, interesting as well. The right-hand drivers, I'm just wondering whether if they did put the seat on the other side, whether it would just have a circuit advantage, because of course there's a lot of right turns going on here.
Yeah, but you need to seat on the right-hand side, so you've got your sword arm free, don't you?
You can choose.
There's a lot of bandits in the Ardennes.
Absolutely. Well, tremendous. So the Spiker being eaten up here. They may well have had an engine change, but it's one of those heartbreaking moments as the Matmut machine goes through. Yeah, we mentioned Stefano Telli, ankle only, and he may well be going in Le Mans. They were 5th in the warm-up in the 6th car, and Nicolas Lapierre had an off in qualifying, but he looks to have settled himself down now. Yeah, the Matmut machine, they insure my flat, by the way.
Oh, Matmut, yes. Yeah. Quite interesting, because...
what, that they insure my flat?
Because... Matmut. Yeah, Matmut is, of course, one of the biggest insurers in France. That's what Carlton's referring to. Not anything more sinister.
No.
But beautiful shot there of the Horag. That's the 27 car. Jan Lammer's on board. So I guess at the moment we are looking back, aren't we, from the Pescarolo Sport of Harold Premat.
Yeah, he had an off at Lesbo.
No,
still finished 3rd, the Horag Racing, in Monza. So they can pick it up, and it's not all over and done with. So Ben Orcott, get yourself back in racing, fella. You can still get yourself a podium. Just have to follow that mantra.
Yeah, so it's Guillaume Moreau we're looking backwards from. Obviously left his reversing camera on, didn't he? And,
talking about mantra or mattress, it was a Matra F1 that Henri Pescarolo set the lap record here before they made a few jinks and changes. Never been beaten.
That's right. Yep. Matra on the Master Straight. On Master Kink. I should never forget that. Right, the number 6 car, which started from the pit lanes, just gone through past Stuart Hall. That's Nick Lapierre on board that. He goes up into 10th place overall. Of course, he's LMP1 against Stuart's LMP2 car. Hardly surprising here at Spa. That's going to be passed, was it? Then the roll centre car with Juan Barbosa on board will be the next to be taken. There it is, just in front of that multicoloured Matmut car.
I remember Stuart Hall's run at Le Mans last year. It was absolutely tremendous. It was great to see that he'd been given the chance, really, to actually come through and enjoy such a massive moment early on in his career. Shorty did the business for him, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Came straight out of Formula 3, and they finished 4th overall. He, Juan Barbosa and Martin at the wheel of their Royal Centre Pescarolo Judd.
Yeah, fabulous, great. Martin Short, just such a great friend of endurance racing. I reckon you'll get a gong one day.
What, Shorty?
Yeah. You know, sounds good, mind your OBE, doesn't it?
Yeah, isn't it enough? He lives in St Ives. That's St Ives in Huntingdon, not in not St Ives in Cornwall, as one of our viewers thought. Anyway, keep your comments, postings coming on the forum. We are going to be on for about another 25 minutes, and then we'll be going, hopefully, to World Motocross in Bulgaria, but we'll keep you posted on that.
Yeah, apologies for if you were tuning in for that and missed the opening race. We will be crossing to Bulgaria. We have managed to put in all the plugs and get it back. Not a fault of MotorsTV, may I add, a post-broadcaster issue. But there you go. We will, I think it's Jack Bernacle will have your company as well. Or is Jack on Superbike duty this weekend? Not sure.
I think it's probably, well, I heard him earlier, but of course not realising it was a replay from last week. So anyway, Pedro Lamy leads for Peugeot. Got another problem here. Someone
bit of a straight on. It's not Jos, is it?
Jos the boss.
My goodness.
He's lost the class lead.
Whoa, fella, what did you do? That was a straight on. I
just saw this on the timing screen flashed up. Bellici was leading. I thought, how did that happen? Well, there we
now we know.
We saw it. Well, Jos under pressure then from Bellici, and he's going to be handing over to Xavier Pompidou, Steve Zakia at some stage in the Hugh Hayden run, Speedy Racing, Lola Jard. They'll be cheering in Huntingdon at the moment. We just mentioned survives. Let's mention Huntingdon itself. We know they're watching in the Lola factory. Well done, lads.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, that was a big bad moment for Jos, but he was under pressure and clearly the slower car, and you see the gap that's been posted now. Just looking at the GT1 classification, and look at that, Aston Martin back in front. Little rip of applause as well from inside the commentary box here.
Oh, it's all happening.
Brilliant
it's all
job.
happening.
And great to see that almost shark-like Aston just rumbling away. Everybody always gets a little bit hairs on the back of the neck when these cars rumble and start finish straight. The sound is fabulous, but the racing equally so right now.
Now, what we haven't seen yet, I'm hoping we're going to see it soon. There is a new car here today. It is an Aston Martin. It's Stracker Racing's entry for Nick Leventis and Peter Hartmann. It's an Aston Martin DBR9, which is normally running in GT1, but they're having a one-off here. They're going to having a good run today. They're lying at the moment 4th in class, so they're ahead of the second of the Lucal fan cars. This is the car which is owned by Harry Leventis. A lot of you will know Harry from the man who lives near Silverstone. He actually owns the 1959 Aston Martin DBR1 that won the Le Mans 24 hours. Sometimes lets Dr. Beck drive it when he's feeling good. Peter Hartmann races that car, and Harry's son Nick is on board with Peter today. And Stracker, in case you're wondering what it is the biggest, finest producer of olive oil in Greek Cyprus.
Are you bidding for a free fry up?
No, just fine. I'd love some virgin olive oil. But no, that's what Stracker means. So it's good to see another team here, and they're feeling very optimistic about their race today. And as I said, they're 4th in class at the moment.
The RML machine really plying its trade. Got a podium, don't forget, right here last year. And, well, I'm not really sure they're going to manage to repeat the feat this time around. We're 4th place with a lack of power and high consumption problems in Barcelona kind of cost them a podium, but they're running well, and Tommy Erdos is on board the 25 car.
Has the Aston got by him again? It has. Antonio Garcia has retaken the lead of the class. I just thought I saw an Aston ahead of him. There it is. So this is changing on every lap in LMP2 and in GT1. Excellent. But Rob Bell continues to lead GT2 for Virgo Motorsport from Mark Lieb in the Felbermeyer Porsche and Richard Leitz in the IMSA Performance Porsche.
What's happened to the Bruichladdich this year? 7th in Barcelona, and Dirk Luders got himself into a spin yesterday. It's Mark Roston who's on board, but just not quite as challenging as we thought.
Yeah, the Radical really hasn't been hooked up this year. Probably lack of driving talent. Jens Peterson, Jan Dirk Luiders and Mark Roston. Mark is a very seasoned campaigner, one-time French GT champion, but they haven't got the level of drivers they had last year in their last 2 years at Le Mans.
Just as we pass him by, it's the Luc Alphonde machine. He may well be jumping in later. Guillaume Moreau on board. Just waiting, Mark, wondering about fuel strategy and when we're going to start getting a few stops coming up.
Yeah, well, we're coming up to what? We're just 44 minutes into the race now. Let's see what's going to happen. Actually, it started bang on 1 o'clock, didn't it? So no, it's not actually quite time for it yet. But coming up soon, and who's gonna be first to blink? That's always the question.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just wondering exactly the same thing. I suspect you might see the Peugeots actually getting away from each other. It may well have been that you start the car on a completely different strategy if you don't think you're going to need them for a wingman, if you like, out there to help you. As one of the Matmut cars just gets knocked by the Peugeot, and lo and behold, Mark.
Even as you said it.
Ah, there we are. So the Lola Jump 33 car, in it comes. No change of driver, I don't think. Andrea Bellici staying inside, just waiting for the fuel man to do his job here. And just
no tyres. They're going to double stint those Michelins. No driver change. just briefly stalled it, not enough to matter a huge bundle, but I wonder if they're running a little bit lighter.
Well, that car finished second in the opening race, lost a lap because it got stuck behind the safety car. It really kind of stymied their plans. I think they want a bit of space out there. It was loose door issue, would you believe, at Monza. Huge time in the pits. Come back, fix the door, and that's what you're going to get if you have a coupe, essentially.
Exactly what happened to Peugeot last year. First two races, they had door issues with both cars at both races. They very quickly fixed that because they weren't going to have it happen at Le Mans.
No. In fact, we were fretting about it, weren't we? I think they had difficulty here as well, Peugeot, right here at Spa. But anyway, there you go. My memory perhaps foxing me. Anyone on the forums? We'll have a brief word with you in just a moment's time. But it's party time out front for Peugeot, and well, Alan McNish is trying his level best in the #1 car. He's certainly got back on the pace here, but it's a question of picking through. And well, we talked about the pits, Mark, and they're all suddenly coming at us. This is the Epsilon XviD 20 car.
One of the other coupes in the race, Angel Bagurno. They are doing tyres, and look at all the build-up they've got coming up through those louvres.
Nobody bothered about it.
No.
Why? Who was the gunk man?
They must have noticed. We're ready for Peugeot then. Which Peugeot they bring in? This is the question.
Is there a gunk?
I think Salida are going to be brought in. Watch for Pedro Lamy to peel off at the end of this lap. Here he comes into the bus stop.
Yeah, I thought so, Mark. Two separate strategies, and he's clearly just thinking about it. In he comes. Yeah, he was just slowing down and gets in and on it.
Pedro's staying on board. They're single stinting their Michelins, unlike the Speedy Lola Coupe.
Well, there we are. It's a big clean-up job as well. Well, there you go. Talk about separate strategies. Not a bit of it.
Bring them both in together.
Yeah, why not?
Why, oh, why? They do this every time. I know they've got separate crews, but why not just give them a gap between, just in case there's a problem? Saves a fire in one of them.
Yeah, well,
compromises both.
Exactly. You know, well, frankly, a little bit stunned. Who are we?
Who are we? Yes,
who are we? Exactly. What do we know?
Both drivers staying on board, Lamy and Manassi, and we're looking forward, of course, to when the French-Canadian Jacques Villeneuve takes over, because that should bring some more excitement to the race.
He is a very, very dynamic and exciting person. Can be infuriating, but he has grown up a bit. We mentioned this earlier on, and it seems as well that he's taking his opportunities now as not being given by right. By right of dint and history, and as a result, he's thinking about life a little bit more, as well as his racing.
Good pit stops for both the Peugeots, but of course, what the people who haven't stopped is Audi. And Carlton, we were talking before we went on air this morning, weren't we, that Audi do seem to be able to eke those extra laps out of their cars.
Yeah, they warm it up, and I can only think, Mark, that both of these cars started off with the same fuel load. We thought we'd see how they go as we look at the Charouz Racing
This was our petrol leader.
Yeah, it was our petrol leader, and they're in the garage, undercover.
Just come out of 5th place. What is their problem? They're getting the back off. Is it going to be an electrical problem? Oh dear, we had this, didn't we, at Monza, after their fabulous 3rd place run at Barcelona.
Well, it was ignition trouble at Monza after running very, very quick early, and we've had quick early again. What's going to go on here? Well, there's a lot of banging going on as the panels try and get sorted, and this is the last thing you need as a driver. You just want to keep your composure and start thinking about the curves out there that you've got to start taking.
Well, hopefully our pit crew will get down there and find out exactly what's going on, but this is not what we wanted to see. Stefan Mucker still sitting on board the car.
So back they come, start-finish straight time here, and we're in the 96 car, and look at that, class leader, 29th overall, and it's Rob Bell.
Yeah, Rob, Britain's finest, course champion last year, winner at Barcelona, and then 3 punches in the Dunlops at Monza.
Who did he punch? Do forgive us. Thanks for your company on the forum. Always a pleasure to have you along and on board. I hope you're enjoying these pictures. Fantastic shots. I remember when they first did onboards. I'm not talking about the historical stuff where they sort of faked the races. I saw that. Just nonsense. But when they did real onboard racing, do you know where it started? With the Australians, would you believe, at the Bathurst? Yeah.
So here's Rob Bell in the Dunlop backed Virgo Ferrari. Remember, in GT2, it's the only company, the only only team that's getting full factory tyre assistance. If you're a Michelin runner, you have to buy your Michelins in GT2. There is no backup, but Dunlop have a full service here, and this, I think, has been the key to their success, certainly at Barcelona. Should have been the key to success at Monza, but they had 3 blowouts. Nothing to do at all with the tyres. The fact that Dunlop, Rob was just unfortunate enough to pick up the debris from those 2 huge crashes, the Ortelli crash and the Collard crash, and that compromised their race there.
Well, the blowouts doesn't sound like much to you and I, but it destroyed the bodywork, and so much so that they got a DNF, unfortunately, after winning when they came out at Barcelona, and they got into contact with a couple of prototypes. Didn't seem to do them any harm.
2 laps after Peugeot, Audi are getting ready for it now. We're on lap 22, which is 23 it'll be at the end of this lap. They can bring McNish in first. That would be the logical move, because he's 45 seconds ahead. It is indeed.
Well, good lad. Now then, when he comes back out, that's going to be fascinating to see where he beds in. They'll be looking for a very, very quick stop. They're used to this under pressure, and it's a long drag down, because they're towards the front of the pit boxes here, and he'll turn in just in a moment's time, and there he is. If you are at the very, very end of the pit lane, which of course the #1 car is, then you've got a straight exit, which always helps.
Changing tyres as Peugeot were, so it looks like this afternoon LMP2 are going to be able to double stint, but not in LMP1.
I was just having a look. Thanks to the cameraman for giving us a sideways view. He has got a jink. They have built a wall there, so it's not quite as straight as we might have thought.
Right, in comes the other Audi. They're bringing them both in together.
Well, you see, our strategising, Mark, you can't teach anybody anything.
So Rocky comes in. It was 45.8 seconds behind McNish. So everything we said's gone out the window. They are all, as you say, they're both team cars in at the same time.
Well, I just wonder, and there is the wall that will force Adam McNish to do a little jink, not quite as bad as if he'd had a car parked directly in front of him, but they are tidily away and just waiting. They cannot touch the vehicle until that fuel hose gets pulled out, and it will do in a moment. It will be a wheel and a tyre change, obviously. No driver change at the moment. They're just holding fire.
So at this very moment, McNish is leading Rockenfeller, but when they get back onto the track, we'll see where their true positions are. There is the Peugeot of Lamy. Yeah, it's the lead car, the blue one, up at the top of the hill.
Round he comes, just plying his trade brilliantly here. Just keeping it nice and neutral through all of the corners, not overdriving the car at all, just bring it down the hill, and this is a big moment, Mark. We will wait and see. McNish.
Well, he's already rejoined
in pace,
and he's behind, of course, as they were earlier. So the order at the moment: Lamy, McNish, Manassian, and Rockenfeller, when he rejoins, will be in 4th. We've lost the 5th place car that we had, which is the Charouz Lola. That's in the garage still, and Pescarola Sport then with Jean-Christophe Bouillon moves into 5th.
Well, I thought we had an interview coming up there, so sorry for shutting up. We just had a brief look at the Felbermayr Proton Porsche, run out of Germany with Mark Lieb on board. Qualified 2nd in class. How's he running, Mark, in the 77?
Yeah, he's still 2nd behind Rob Bell, and he is some, where are we, 0.8 of a second behind, so it's still being close the whole race. Those 2 Porsches have been chasing down the Ferrari the whole time, but the Ferrari is so fast around Spa.
Well, the lights on full beam here just to try and get everyone out of their way, and the 8 car really is cutting its way, scything through traffic here.
With Dr. Ulrich in the Audi garages. Well, Dr. Ulrich, both Peugeot and Audi, you had your first pit stop. Tell us about the situation. What do you think of the beginning of the race? It seemed that the gap is closer than it was before in Barcelona or even at Monza.
I mean, we really have seen a thrilling race. We did in traffic quite a similar pace to Peugeots and our cars. We could run because of having better fuel economy 2 laps longer than the Peugeots. And I think we did again a great pit stop, so we could at least catch up. I think Ellen at present is even in the lead. So we keep on fighting to the end. It will be a thrilling race.
Did you change something on the car from Monza?
Yes, we are running the Le Mans spec that we have done into our endurance run that we did 10 days ago. And since then we have the spec that we are going to use at Le Mans.
Dr. Ulrich, thank you very much.
Well, thanks to Dr. Ulrich. Interesting, Mark, that they are spec'd up and ready to go with the exact settings for Le Mans here, bearing out exactly what you were saying about some of the longer straights here.
Yeah, I mean, it's your last real chance to do a major racing test. What Audi did, of course, they went to Paul Ricard 2 weeks ago and did a 30-hour run there with all their drivers, both the cars, and just get everything absolutely spot on. So I think they're ready for Le Mans. Whether or not they win today won't matter in the great scheme of Audi things, because Le Mans is still the ultimate goal.
Yeah, just there it is, the 72 cars come in. It's the Luc Alphonde machine. No change of driver again. It's Moreau who stays on board, Guillaume Moreau. Luc Alphonde himself said he's looking for the same level that they got in 2007, but there are fewer cars, he says, but the challenges are just the same. And Corvette not having things all their own way, are they?
No. It only needs 2 cars to make a race. It's the old saying, and it hasn't stopped Corvette from racing in the States, even though they've had virtually no opposition. But here you have got some serious opposition. The Aston Martin of Team Modena has been superbly fast and reliable this year, and that Lamborghini is getting stronger by the race. So they go to Le Mans, of course, they're not going to have it their own way at all. It's going to be a much, much heavier game there. Factory Aston Martins as well.
Yeah, Antonio Garcia on board an Aston Martin DBR9. Team Modena are leading the class at the moment. Just have to wait for the pit stops to spin out.
Very well today, I think, up in 6th position at the moment after a terrible accident in the last race.
Yeah, it was a terrible accident, but I think that today or during this weekend at Spa-Francorchamps we showed that how performing is the car. We were very close to the Audi during the test, and I think it's very important to show how is the car. The accident was sure very difficult for all the team, but the main thing which was important is Stéphane Ortelli. Stéphane Ortelli has just an ankle broken, which after this accident is almost nothing, and for us it's most important thing. The reason of this accident is just with a small clash with the GT car 2 laps before, which has damaged our rear wing, and that is the reason of the accident.
Thanks very much, Hugo.
Well, his car's coming in, and he's supposed to be marshalling this, Mark. Do you think he's going to suddenly spot it? Oh, yes, job to do.
Yeah. Dear Hugh, been here so many times before.
I've got about 10 minutes before we cross over to the MX2. We will, of course, be back, Mark, for the resumption of this race. And there's nowhere better to watch coverage of the whole of the Le Mans series than right here, is it?
No, but I mean, while we're off air, for the 1 hour we're off air, do go to radiolemans.com. You can hear the commentary of the race going on. And, of course, as always, dailysportscar.com gives you all the up-to-date information. Graham Goodwin's out at Spa doing a great job, and thank you to everyone involved in Daily Sports Car. They help us so much. Debris in the track there, a bit worrying, Carlton. Looks like
it was
a mesh of some sort.
Yeah, it was a mesh cover from a grill, and you see them on the front splitters just above it. A lot of the intakes just to keep any kind of big debris away, but nasty piece of debris right there on the track. But this isn't NASCAR, so they won't be yellow flagging it.
So that's the JMB Ferrari, very distinctive in its bright blue colours going back out. That's the car that Ben Alcott, is that Ben Alcott? That's the other one. It's the
98.
Stefan Dowdy car, the 98.
Not sure who's on board at the moment, but it's Maurice Basso and Peter Kuterman.
Yeah, Stefan Dowdy started it. I think he stayed on board. So, mind you, with just over just 5 hours race, it's quite possible we're going to see one driver only getting one shift today.
Absolutely. There is that piece of mesh again being kicked up. It's being dragged around the circuit. I reckon it's probably going to do 2 laps by the end of the race. Getting kicked, but as it does get kicked, it's picking up or causing an awful lot of imprinting. There's the Lamborghini, and it's running so well here, Mark, the Lamborghini, running its own race, just bypassing one of the Ferraris. Nice to see it as well. It's the Murcielago 55 car out of Russia, but it's Peter Cox on board, and he's really throttling it out there. 55 machine looking very, very slick round here.
Yeah, it has been good, hasn't it? We said these cars were developed by Reiter Engineering in Germany for the Japanese Super GT series. They took a couple of wins in Japan, but came to Le Mans last year. Remember, there was a horrendous accident which the crash which halted qualifying for a long time. And
I think that was the Japanese Sports Club, wasn't it? The Japanese owners?
JLOC, Japanese Lamborghini Owners Club, that's right.
They'd all put their money together, bought the car and smashed it to bits before the race began.
Yeah, very, very sad, and brought qualifying to a halt. But anyway, here we are. This is a different team, same engineered car though, the Lamborghini, as we go on board Horag Racing. Jan Lammers on board, the Flying Dutchman.
Oh, there it is, the 27 machine, and they had a good run last time out. They finished third at Monza, and but had a bit of an off at Lesmo. We were mentioning that, to finish a lap down, and some said they may well have got the class win had it not been for that. Well, maybe they'll get the run this time by. We will see. They're not bad at all, and it's interesting as well. When you get this open view here, you can see just how flat and airy their cockpit is. Even some of the other open cars look a lot more constrained. Yeah, it's very much flatter front on this car, and very interesting. You just saw the caption then. Lola leading still from the two Porsches. Now this is a very, very important day. This, if Lola could pull off a win over the Porsches, it's only very infrequently happens. The American Le Mans Series. Last time, fun enough, Long Beach just 2 weeks ago. David Brabham took the Highcroft Acura to the LMP2 victory over the Penske Porsches, and that hurt Roger Penske no end. Now, can you imagine today if Lola with their coupe can pull off a win over all these Porsche Spiders? That's really going to set the cat among the pigeons. Well, it is. We were talking earlier on about the fact that there was a little bit of embarrassment about the pace of the RS Spider, and indeed some moves to try and clip its wings. Here's another one of them, the 31 car just coming out of the pits. Casper Ågaard stays on board. I think this is the reason the car's not been that quick. John Nielsen, we know, is blindingly quick in this car, but Casper, he's the gentleman driver and he's not so quick. He has stayed on board as far as I could see just then after that stop. Here then is Bruni taking over from Rob Bell, so the caption tells us. Well, we can see Rob just strapping him in, can't we? Yeah, exactly. Have a belt. Oh, yes. Yeah, Team Essex, Casper Ågaard, who presumably pays part of the bills, running out of Denmark. They've had a good run, though, with that car, the 31 car. And, well, despite a 1 minute penalty, they still came out good at Monza. So it proves that you can overcome adversity in a long endurance race. It's not all over until it's really over. Yeah, but you won't see that car's full potential till John Nielsen gets on board. They're running 21st at the moment, which is not where you should be with a Porsche RS Spider, quite honestly. No, not really. So come on, John. You know, he's got to get in the car first. Probably got to dip his wallet. Right, there's the 33 car. That is the Speedy Racing Team Seba car. Hugh Hayden's racer, and Team Seba, of course, reflecting the time that he spent in Dubai. Seba being the Arabic for 7. Lucky number 7. Yeah, so why are they wearing 33 then? Team Seba. All right. Peugeot stole number 7. Well, running 7th, that's good enough. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. There's the link. Andre Bellici on board then. Good job he's doing, and of course he's handing over to some equally quick driver, Xavier Pompidou. He's been pretty impressive this year. Steve Zakia, he's the sort of the gentleman of the three, but again, very, very useful driver. Yeah, you can get gentleman drivers who turn out to be absolutely fantastic. Jamie Campbell-Walter springs to mind, actually. Paid early on and then suddenly got paid. Yeah, fantastic. I don't think he'd like being called a gentleman driver. Not anymore. He is a professional. Top dog, absolutely. He is a professional. We know. We know. Here we are, Farnbacher Racing. Pierre Arret, Pierre Caffer. Pierre Caffer, a name to conjure with. He's the man who crashed Alan McNish's Audi here in 2004 in flames down the pit lane. And Pierre then hadn't really shone with Audi since, for obvious reasons. He's now racing for Ferrari, as you can see, the Farnbacher car. And there we are, the 90 car just getting refueled. This Farnbacher Racing, they have such a fantastic crew and great resources, and they need it as well, because they split their attention between a Ferrari 430, which is the 90 car, and the 91 car, Farnbacher, is a Porsche 997 GT3 RS. Yeah, how difficult can that be? I mean, unbelievable. Oh, straight. You go straight off. Well, there you go. Clearly, they put the Porsche guys on it by accident. Yeah, that's why they came in, wasn't it? That's obviously a replay of why he came into the pits. So we've got a minute of your time remaining, and time for you to clean up your screen as well for all the things that you've thrown at it while we've been talking. We will take a break. It's going to be the MX2 live from Bulgaria. Still not sure who will be your host. I think it might be Jack Bernicle, but You should know that.
Yeah, and just remember, there were some problems in this morning's first race. We hope they've got the fix for the second race.
Yeah.
Just to let you know, who else has been on? Glenn's been on. We'll mention him. Andy, TDCI, Martin K, Teams Ref. Thank you for all your posts. We will mention more of them this afternoon. We're going to be on the whole afternoon from 2 o'clock onwards, British time.
So look forward to your company for that from myself, Carlton Kirby, and Mark Cole. It's hot here, and the racing is going to get even hotter. See you later. Welcome back to Spa. As you can see, the 7 car has come in, busy taking its pit duties. We understand, or we're hearing, that the number 1 car, Alan McNish, started off on that, is in the garage at the moment. They've had their problems. 2 stops for punctures they've had as well. As you can see, we've also got a car in the tyre wall at the moment.
Yeah, that's Alex Wirtz. First time out, Carlton. This is not good, is it? Alex's first time at the wheel of that car this afternoon. He's put it in the wall. I think we're down probably at Stabilo there.
Well, we've had all kinds of other problems as well. The Embassy Racing number 45 car got itself beached at Le Combe. It was Johnny Kane on board, sad for him. And bad news as well for a number of other difficulties today. The Bruichladdich machine's got a manifold issue going on at the moment. It's starting to take its prisoners here, Mark Cole.
Yeah, it's the 3rd safety car period, of course, this afternoon. The first was before the race even started. We had Joey Foster. He had been rammed up the rear by the Team Essex Porsche, the car of Casper Elgard, which is why that car was late. Let's get down to the pits.
At the moment, what seems to have happened from what you've seen?
I couldn't tell you. I haven't got a clue. I know that Alex is all right, which is the prime things, you know, because he looked like a big crash. And otherwise, I couldn't tell you. I mean, maybe they touched with an Audi, because I know that an Audi is in the pits. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. It's just a shame.
Okay, obviously the rest of the race now up to car number 7.
Yeah, we're just gonna carry on, try to stay on the track. You know, it's those long races, you got to stay on the track. But the incident happened, and you know, at the moment everything is going well with the 7, so okay.
Thanks very much.
So problems with the 8 car. There was contact as well as Alan McNish picked himself up a puncture. I thought he got into the 7 car, Mark, and they'd actually spun themselves off. They are both back in, but clearly the puncture issue is still a big one on the 1 car, and there it is.
Here is Rocky.
About it right now. There's Rocky waiting to talk to us.
Yeah, we'll just wait to hear from him, but that was a big accident for Wirtz. There it is ahead of us.
Mike, this is okay. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Well, still waiting, not quite ready for us, but we will find out more about it. Great view of that accident there, Mark. It was, that was that typical position. It's exactly where you said what caused trouble.
Yeah, that's there's Alex. This is terrible for him. He's just been drafted in to drive from Le Mans, and out of it already.
This is a sister car, but at the time, car number 2 is 2nd position. How is the situation for you?
Well, to be honest, I got out of the car. We were forced. There was a safety car situation, and we just tried to you know, be safe. And I went back to see some GT1 driver, because he gave me a big moment. So now I just came back and I see the number 1 car in the pits, and they have big damage. So I'm really sorry. I don't know what happened. I didn't see anything. I didn't speak to anyone. But it's really frustrating for the guys, for sure.
Mike Rockenfeller, thank you very much.
Mark, Audi's had their issues this year. It seems that they might well be sharing some of their problems with Peugeot at the moment. Everyone getting into everyone else, and top cars involved as well. It's not just about the also-rans or the likely sponsored teams. These are the big boys. They should know better.
We haven't got the full story yet. Did they have contact, these two? That's what's happened. We don't know. But under safety car at the moment, and the situation, Peugeot leading, and it's Jacques Villeneuve who's on board. They've made 3 stops. Jacques now got on board. Alex Premat is 2nd for Audi. That's Mike Rockenfeller we're just talking to, as you know. Then Dindo Capello 3rd, stuck in the garage. Olivier Panis is going to move up into 3rd place overall in the Team Oreca Matmut car.
And 3 stops as well in LMP2. Jos Verstappen has swapped duties. Peter van der Merkstein is on board now. They've had 3 stops themselves, but it's not looking good for Alan McNish. And Dindo Capello is on board the number 1 Audi at the moment. He's on board, but up on the jacks. It's their 4th visit to the pits, and it looks like a long one. Here they are just trying to see what sort of work's going on. It may well be that the punctures have caused some sort of damage towards the rear. Certainly looking towards the suspension links there, Mark. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what's going on.
Yeah, McNish had a puncture, as you know, went off at the top of the hill with Manassian earlier on when they arrived up at Le Combe. So there is the situation at the moment. Good chance, Carlton, while we're looking at that, just to introduce our guest this afternoon, Bill Williams, who's from the Thruxton area. Bill runs Racing for Charity. Bill, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
So you're a racing man. You're a regular at Thruxton, aren't you? And,
absolutely, yes. I work very close to Thruxton and tour around wherever I can. Watching.
You were at Le Mans last year, so you're the ideal man to come and join us for a while this afternoon.
Well, thank you for
Tell us about
inviting
this.
me along.
What are your impressions so far?
Amazing. Amazing. It's great seeing it from a different angle. I've never seen it from this kind of angle before, from a commentator on the television. So it's all new to me.
Yeah, but you work closely with David Brabham, who we work closely with as well. David is as good a commentator as a driver, and fabulous win at Long Beach 2 weeks ago, American Le Mans
Absolutely,
Series.
he's doing very well. I mean, the car is just a picture, it really is. The car that he's out there with, the Honda, is a fantastic car, and here we go, the Audi's coming in.
Yeah, they got it out again, haven't they? It's Dindo Capello on board. I don't think he's actually driven it yet, has he, Carlton?
I don't know. There's an awful lot of screaming going on in German. They are sort of multilingual, all of these guys, it seems, but it's Roush, Roush. We all know what that means, and away they go. And I'm just looking as well at some of the vents. They do have fewer vents there. It's a very, very slippy profile that they've actually got.
Well, that's one wreck Peugeot. Look, it's got a rear corner off. And
very dodgy.
So it's a very sorry-looking car. Very sorry-looking car.
Well, the 8 car has. There's been a number of contact incidents. One was with the 1 car, and we thought it was with the 7 in the hands of Manassian. But it seems that the car that's come out worst of all here, Bill, is that 8 car, the Team Peugeot Total, and it looked a bit expensive, didn't it?
Costly, yes.
Team Peugeot totaled, I think is the word, isn't it?
Yeah,
exactly. So let's just have a look down the order. Freddie Lienhardt's Horag Racing Porsche. Didier Theiss at the moment on board at the moment. He's the man who set the time. He is leading LMP2 as we look at the GT2 second place car. I think they're going out, Carlton.
Yeah, it was GT2. It's the 77, the Alex Davidson on board, the Porsche 97 GT3 RSR. It's part of the Felbermeyer outfit. And both Farnbachers, both the Farnbacher Porsche and the Farnbacher Ferrari are up there as well in positions 3 and 4. And for the time being, it's the Porsche that's getting the better run of things. But the safety car has essentially compressed the field. And what it means is that everybody can actually see the hounds, if you like, have got a sight of their hair. All the leaders from whatever class they are in are now within sight, and it sounds like we may well be coming up to racing speed fairly shortly. Peter Cox and that Lamborghini running very, very well this time, Mark. You were saying this course might suit them, and it seems to be exactly that
they've got their aerodynamics on that car, haven't they? They're second, as it happens. The car we were just riding on a moment ago, the Luke Alphand Corvette, Patrice Gerselaud on board, that is now leading. The reason for that is the Team Modena Aston Martin, that I know many of you in Britain are following, they threw an alternator belt and it's cost them a lap in repairs in the pits.
Well, it goes on, and
that's Reinhold Joest just making contact probably with Ingolstadt, saying we can win this race.
Yeah, well, he's certainly not talking at the moment to Scuderia Lavaggia, although they would probably like a chat, certainly about borrowing some bodywork if there's any going spare. They lost a nose cone. It really does look a bit self-built, that machine, and they're not running terribly well.
Now we can identify exactly where that was. That was Fagnes, turn 12 they've gone off. In fact, it's the corner before Stavelot. You come down the hill from the second of the Pouhon corners, and he's just gone straight on at Fagnes. I'm sure there must have been a collision there. Alex Wurz isn't an idiot. He's not going to put the car off on his first couple of laps.
Yeah, just looking further down, just to let you know that Scuderia Lavaggia is running in 38th place. They've lost the nose section. It's not a terribly well-funded... well, of course, it is well-funded because that's why it's racing here. It's racing in Spa. It's in the Le Mans series. But I'm just wondering whether the nose cone issue is going to cause them a problem. Haven't caught sight of the car just yet. I think it may well still be in and being dealt with. No, it is in fact running. We'll see when it comes by next time by.
Yeah, we just saw the 15 car, the creation of Robbie Carr going out onto the track. Stuart Hall had been on board that, and Stuart, of course, I think we mentioned this morning, part of the MSA. We're just going to an interview. We'll come back to you, Bob.
Who could hit the wall tire, and then a few instants just after, the number 1 Audi was back in the garage. The rear was damaged. Is there a connection in between the two incidents?
Yeah, I don't know exactly, but I got the report from Dindo Campello that when he, with the Peugeot behind him, came to the spiker, he could overtake the spiker, and then suddenly In the next moment, he got a big hit from the rear. And what we have seen then is somehow, I think, the Spiker and the Peugeot touched each other, and maybe they hit him as well. So we haven't seen it in detail, but that's the feeling that he told me. He was just getting a big hit from behind.
So what about the situation now? Car number 2 is second position, just behind the number 7 Peugeot.
Yeah, for sure this, but car number 1, I mean, the pace was so good, and it seems they are always unlucky.
Dr. Ulrich, thank you very much again.
Well, passing on his commiserations, albeit by the side door, to Alan McNish and Dindo Capello. The Spiker involved in the centre of things there, Mark. It's been running a little bit slow. They've tried engine changes, tried just about everything, but you can't blame a lower class vehicle, though, when they're being charged down by two prototypes
except
like
who ran into the back of the Dutch Porsche at Monza, one of the Spikers.
There we have it. It's,
so there we go. So
ready.
We called that right. There was a 3-car collision there. The Peugeot and the Audi both involved in that.
Well, there's a Spiker. It looks reasonably healthy out there. Not too much damage going on, and a new nose cone on the Vaggi as well, which is always nice to see.
But we haven't seen the other Spiker, so
that's true.
So we're just about to talk about Stuart Hall, and of course he's part of the MSA elite driver team now. Bill Williams, you've been heavily involved in charities, working with the MSA, with David Bradham, as we say, bring on young drivers, but your forte really is karting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in all sorts of disciplines, but mainly in karting. We do an awful lot of fundraising with, in fact, we organise the Autosport Celebrity Kart Challenge every year, and Stuart, as you were about to mention, Stuart is one of our regular drivers in that. This year we raised £47,000, and just about all of David's Racing Elite boys are out there with us. So.
Excellent. And obviously the direct result is that we're getting guys like Stuart being propelled, and Duncan Tappy, another one, they're being propelled into this type of racing.
They're all being pushed forward from you know, the idea of the scheme is to get these guys to understand more than just driving, how the car works, why the car works like the way it does. David does a lot of work with the way that people think, the way they use their minds. You know, what is it, something in their brain that's stopping them going around that corner you know, a tenth of a second faster than everybody else?
Well, just taking a look at, just on board here, the safety car lights appear to, oh, they were off, and now they're flashing again. Well, there you go. They can't quite decide just what pulse to put on them there. We have noticed this before as well. You do get the pulses kind of disappear just a little bit, but we are hearing it's sort of hair in the gate stuff with the camera. We just kind of miss on the picture reveal occasionally, so do forgive us for that. Straker Racing and the Aston Martin got into themselves into a bit of a spin under trade damage, we're hearing, but they've clearly got it up on the jacks. It's been up there for a long time, the 61 car, and that's a shame for them, Mark, because they were doing well in GT1.
Yeah, it's the first outing for a car that runs in the FIGT Championship. Nick Leventis and Peter Hardman, and Peter Hardman, of course, known to all of you as one of the Goodwood stars. Let's hear from Alex.
Quite a bad accident. Tell us what happened.
All right, I was catching up after the safety car. I came very fast to Capello. And he was slowed down by a car, so on the straight I was going next to him, and then on the brake turn in for turn 14, a slower car, I don't know which car it was a GT2, touched me on my right rear when I was braking for the corner, and that spun me, that hit me into Capello, so it was not a fight between him and me, because I was already next to him, and it is just one of these misfortunate moments on such a nice day. And again, I'm sorry for my team. I'm sorry also for Audi, because it wasn't that it was just aggression of the fight. It was, I guess, just this problem of space between all of us.
Alex, thanks very much.
Well, there we have it, the definitive answer from the man involved, and I think a bit of mea culpa there as well, clearly just saying it was a question of traffic, which is what you get in endurance racing after all. So, safety car still flashing away. They're just making sure that all the bits and pieces, the debris, and you can see some very straight-on lines going there. Look at those black marks, absolutely Route 1 to the tyres.
Yeah, yeah, just no chance at all. You're a passenger. We saw it at Monza 2 or 3 times. Stefan Ortelli, Jamie Campbell-Walter, and Manu Collard, all of them having big accidents at Monza. Once the car gets light, there's nothing you can do about it. This one didn't fly, luckily, but he had enough damage that he's out of the race. Capello's got back in. These Audis, again, bulletproof. And just to confirm, that was turn 12, not 14, as Alex said. That was the Fagna there, because this is now going into turn 14, Stavelot.
Yep, exactly. Well, There has been damage to the #1 car. It was Dinder Capello on board. Alan McNish had put on a great session early on. He'd been kind of a little bit off the early pace, but as we saw in Monza, suddenly as the race came, it got into any kind of distance, they were really stretching their legs. Got the speed. They have been in the pits 3 times now, 4 indeed.
We're going to get the start now, Carlton. There's no reason to hold them up. The cars are all moved off the track. The lights are off. In he goes, and the Peugeot is going to lead the field again. But look how close the Audi is going to be to him. But what's between them?
Well, what's between them is a spiker, exactly, and will they get spiked? Cutting the corner, just banging the under rib there. The green flag is flying, and we'll see just how much speed he manages to put down. He's got all the choice, don't forget. Around the outside comes the second of the Audi cars here, the #2 car, still in this one, but look at that massive lock-up, almost got into the back of him. Terrible start. The spiker yet again proving the foil that almost foiled Audi's challenge right now.
No, you got that wrong, Carlton.
Come on then.
Alan McNish could not pass that spiker till they got to the start-finish line because they were just coming out of a yellow lap. He was stuffed, and Robbie Kerr almost took him.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he almost took him and almost took himself out as well, which is why I was getting so overexcited. But, well, he saw his opportunity. He wasn't allowed to go by, and look how they're leaving the spiker behind right now. As you say, Mark, once they are off the leash, and he's finally away as they climb, make that long, lazy climb up, waiting for the downhill section, maybe just to calm himself down ever so slightly. Well, the battles between Peugeot and the Audis have raged on all season. It's bound to be carried over to proceedings in Le Mans. Very good-natured for the time being, but I just wonder how gentlemanly this is going to be towards the end of this race. Yeah. Both teams have effectively got 1 car left in it, and there is the spiker responsible.
Well, we don't
one on the track, but
we don't know which.
We think so.
Think so, yeah. But Bill, you probably picked me up. I said Alan McNish, and of course it's not. It's Alex Premat, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought
I was just waiting for you to jump in.
A bit rude of me to say something so early in my career.
You're here to put us right. Come on. So excellent.
So how many laps down is the Audi now then? Let's have a look at that.
Well, they're running together. They're the only 2 cars still on the lead lap, which is now lap 63. They're on 62 completed.
If you're talking about the 1 car,
the 1 car behind the Peugeot now is the #1 car, which is
way down.
He's 3 laps adrift at the moment. It'll be 3 more before you know it.
Yeah, but they're back on track now, so hopefully they'll come out. But this Peugeot is just romping away from Premat. Remember, Premat and Rockenfeller are the less experienced of the Audi squads, and they're still on a learning curve, those two, as they are on the DTM.
Yeah, I was at Le Mans last year when Rockenfeller went out in the rain, and half a lap later didn't come back again.
And Premat never even drove.
That's right.
Well, we're setting ourselves up for another interview. This is your first real look at Full Chat Racing as we restart here. Another safety car, and if you're only just joining us, don't bother looking for the #8 Peugeot. It's looking very, very second-hand. That's gone off. It was contact with the #1 Audi, and the Peugeot at fault, according to Alexander Wirtz, who was in control at the time.
But we're doing a disservice to Premat, I think, because he's starting to claw in Villeneuve. Look at this. It's Jacques Villeneuve out front, Alex Premat second, both French-speaking drivers, and Premat's closing.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. This is going to be exciting racing. Villeneuve is not a young man, is he?
Well, he's not a young man, but he's certainly got all the experience, bags of it. And Alex Premat is, well, he is finding something mid-race. And we saw exactly this happen when we went to Monza. Suddenly the Audis, it's not about fuel load or anything else. And look how much of the space is being used here. It's full push right now, and his Le Mans credentials on display.
You cannot believe how deep those curbs are. You could hear it even from that distance, couldn't you? So Jacques Villeneuve, who we think earned his spurs at Le Mans last year when he drove in the night. I'm sure you agree, Bill.
Absolutely.
It was, in the wet, in the night, in a car he'd never been in before.
In a closed top roof. And, you know, I mean, he's enjoying his racing again, isn't he? Which is good to see.
Yeah, and remember, both these guys are going to Le Mans, trying to help Peugeot, trying to help Audi to win such a battle. So this is really a microcosm of what we're going to be seeing in a month's time at Le Sartre.
And it's good to see that it's a race again. Le Mans has been a little bit boring, I think, with Audis and Audis and Audis winning, and even a Bentley looking Audi winning it. But with this Peugeot now in the mix, I think Le Mans this year is going to be the business. I think it really is.
I think you're absolutely right. And any issues they may have sorted out as far as the reliability of the car seem to have been well and truly buried. It's been driver error that has caused them the difficulties. Yes, all right, they've had a few drive shaft issues, etc. Look at this. Here we go. About plying your trade through the field. Lovely view on board with Premat at the moment in P2, and well, looking like, well, certainly a challenger to say the least. Villeneuve, there's the gap between himself and Premat, and it's a healthy one this early after the restart.
Absolutely.
Well, it wasn't a moment ago, was it? They're running together. So perhaps that's Capello then.
Well,
was
I think that's Capello. I think you were confused with Capello.
We're getting those back. So 12.5 seconds. Interestingly, L'Equipe, which is the French sports newspaper, says that this season is likely to be the last for the R10. They talked to Wolfgang Ulrich of Audi, and he said car's 3 years old now, has reduced progress margin. We can't make any more bigger evolutions. So if we want to be competitive at Le Mans in 2009, we're going to have to think again, particularly with Acura coming on.
Yeah. Well, Acura as well, and well, all the Japanese, to be honest, they love Le Mans. The Japanese owners club, the J-Lock boys, as far as Lamborghini, privately sponsored, of course. Mazda have been there. Nissan, great history. Would be great to see them back and involved, probably with Renault support. I imagine those two companies in cahoots these days. It would be great to see some more manufacturers stepping up to the plate here, particularly as far as the prototypes are concerned. And this design, you wonder how much longer it's got to go, Mark and Bill. It's been a long time, Bill. You were talking about the fact that this car looks very, very familiar. Obviously, it's been developed, but it is starting to look just a little bit not aged. It still looks fabulous, but it's not a closed cockpit, and I expect they may well go there in the future. What do you think? I think you're right. I think they'll have to. The problem, I mean, one of the problems that I'm having sat next to you here is that. To me, they all look the same. If it hasn't got a roof, it looks like an Audi. You know, am I right or am I wrong? Talking from a member of public, you know, watching it from the side, you've got to keep looking at your program to look at the race number to see which car's what, because they all look very much alike. Well, the idea of the ASO, who of course run the Blue Ribbon event and the rest of the Le Mans series, is essentially they're trying to keep the prototypes different from the LMP2s, but you're starting to see coupes involved now in LMP2s. The blend is the difference between the two. It's starting to get a bit blurred, isn't it? It is.
Yeah, and then of course the big move last year, which was announced by the ACO, was that all LMP1 cars would be coupes in 2010. They quietly dropped that. They're going to announce in a month's time that that is no longer going to be the form. Right. You can still run coupes, but they will not insist on it. They'd hope to attract more manufacturers by having cars that look more like their road cars, but as you can see, Peugeot haven't gone down that route, and no one else is planning on it either.
I think there as well, there's always the case of annoying a team and a manufacturer that have supported you so well. And Audi have been involved for so many years, and you have to give them credit. They have enlivened endurance racing with their success, and it's kind of increased the benchmark. Others are trying their level best to get back at them, and others are stepping up to the mark as well. I mean, look at the Matmut here, the Courage machine. They've had their difficulties, went off in qualifying, front end damage here. That's a team as well that may well get absorbed, if you like. What happened to Pescarolo? Taken on as a man just to sort of help out Peugeot, and then all of a sudden they said thank you very much, patted him on the back and flew away out of the nest.
Yeah, wasn't a very happy Henry, was he, for a while? But great mix of cars, then of course still a bit artificially bunched after the safety car period. 283 Ks, that's what Panis is pulling up the top of the hill. That's interesting because the Audis and Peugeots 305 in qualifying yesterday. What a big gap, 22 kilometers an hour difference.
Just taking a look back at Jos Verstappen, he had things all his own way in that car. They're second in class at the moment, and it is the Horag Racing Porsche RS Spider. So duties returned, it seems, and luck as well to the Porsche RS Spider. We're talking about the blurring between LMP1 and LMP2, and the success rate that they've had both in Europe and in the American Le Mans series has been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, they're coming up to their 9th year now, the Audis. So anyway, there we are. There's the number 6 car. That is the best of the petrol runners now today, in 3rd place overall on the podium. They've pulled ahead of Pescarolo. That's the car of Manu Collard at the moment on board. Bouillon started it, and they've been closing down. Remember, this car started from the pit lane.
Well, it started from the pit lane, it did. We're going to take ourselves a brief pit stop ourselves. We'll take that short break. We'll check out the forums as well. See you in a moment. Well, back to Spa, beautiful day, fabulous conditions, but the condition of some of the vehicles, particularly some of the leaders, not looking that good. Team Peugeot Total, the 8 car, got itself totaled in the hands of Alex Wirtz, trying to go past a spiker at Les Combes, I think it was, or turn 12, I beg your pardon. Got into the number 1 Audi, and that also, the number 2, I should say, the number 1, beg your pardon, which had also been in battles with the 8 car. There'd been contact between all 4 4 of those cars, it seems. The cleanest of them all, the number 2 Audi R10. But we're also looking as well at difficulties for the Lola Aston Martin. 3 laps down now for the Chirous Racing car. It had ignition problems, you may remember, back in Monza. We're just wondering whether they've got a return of those difficulties. Can't see any damage at the moment, but running in 35th place, not a happy place to be at all.
Yeah, as you say, we haven't been told what the reason was. They were stuck in the pits for a long time, but there's been nothing forthcoming about that. It's not been a good day for Aston Martin. All three Aston Martin powered cars in the race are having problems.
Yeah, they kind of came out of the box and they were looking nice at the beginning of the season. Got an interview coming up. Here we go.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's halfway through the race, so it's still a long way to go, but we're quite pleased with the position at the moment. Still very competitive. You have to reach the end of the race and do regular laps, catch up with the front guys, and hopefully we can keep it going, yeah.
Okay, Carol, take your helmets and enjoy your stint. Thank you.
Yeah, they're having a decent run. Not having a bad season, Pescarolo. Their 16 car, of course, finished 4th at Barcelona, and the 17 car of Harold Premat making the podium. 3rd place finish at Monza, and well, they made that fantastic final lap pass and broke the heart of Stuart Hall.
Yep, yes, that was a bad moment for Stuart. Were you watching that race, Bill?
No, I wasn't actually. No, I was away. I missed that one, but I did read about it.
Spent too much time at Thruxton.
Yes.
Yeah, Stuart Hall was well and truly, we thought, had nailed the flag of the Creation Boys to the mast. They had their own difficulties, of course, with Jamie Calman-Walter getting it very, very wrong, got himself back problems as a result. He will be missing Le Mans. We wish him a speedy recovery. We know he does watch it on Motors TV live, as we are now at Spa. Jeremy, if you are watching, it would be great to see you back racing again fairly soon.
Yeah, send us a message on the forum. It's up and running. www.motorstv.com. Tell us what you think.
He's got a sore back.
That's right, you can still do that. So, Bill, tell us a bit more about your role at Thruxton. A lot of the marshals know you down there, BARC marshals. Say hello to them.
Yeah, well, hello to everybody at Thruxton, or anybody in Andover. I know there's a lot of people watching the programme to listen to my voice. But you probably know, as a part-time, when I'm not doing this or not doing we're working with David on the charity side of things, that I'm a policeman. That's probably switched a load of your viewers off. But I'm a policeman for Andover. I'm the local bobby there, and yeah, they'll all be watching. And
Thruxton is on your beat. And,
yeah, down at Thruxton there. Lovely place. Lovely.
Good.
You used to work there yourself.
I did. So you at all the meetings there, are you? When they're on?
Yeah, I'm working at. I worked at the Superbikes, which is a couple of weeks ago, and I'm working at touring cars in a week's time. But we don't. I don't work every time at Thruxton, right, because some of the meetings are very small there. So
still, of course, big year for Thruxton, 40th anniversary, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. I was at the Formula 2 meeting.
Yeah.
And that, turning the clock back. Although I may look young, but I was at one of the first Formula 2 race meetings there. I thoroughly enjoyed it, standing on the side of a windy circuit, an old airfield there, and I was freezing cold in the early March watching the Easter Monday Formula 2 race. But absolutely brilliant fun.
Lot of stuff. This track, of course, we're looking at now, it's been going in some form or another since 1922, and that really puts things in perspective, Carlton.
Slightly.
Yes, it certainly does. And just to give you another perspective as well, we're looking at the moment just focusing on a few of the LMP2 cars, and Steve Zakia, beautiful looking machine, the Speedy Racing Lola Coupe Judd. We just saw Jos Verstappen's machine as well. He's handed duties over to Peter van Merkstein. He's chasing down Didier Thies. They're racing at the moment for 7th place in the class. Excuse me, for 7th spot at the moment. Merkstein just trailing Thies at the moment.
Yeah, that's 7th overall, of course.
Yeah, it is 7th overall, not within class. They qualified so well. Jos Verstappen really did great things with that Spider, and suddenly the Porsches, well, they seem to be finding their pace mark, whereas they didn't qualify as well as they may have hoped. There seem to be some others getting into the party, like the Diatec and, of course, the Coupe Judd.
Yeah, the main problem, of course, for that Verstappen Porsche is that Peter van Merkstein's now on board it. And, I'm not being unkind, but he's the gentleman driver, and there's no way he can do it. Bill, you've been watching the Lola Aston Martin with interest, haven't you?
There it is. Lovely looking car.
Probably one of the best looking cars out there now. That and the LMP2 Coupe as well, the other Lola.
Slight bit of history for you. My brother was one of the engineers on the Aston Martin Group C car back in the 80s.
Oh, now which one? The Nimrod or the
Nimrod?
Nimrod, right, yeah. Which our
lovely noise.
Dear friend
David, that thing
our dear friend David Leslie, of course, raced as well, amongst others. So, Anyway, here's for you, David. 55 in the Lamborghini, second in GT1 at the moment. Great performance by that this afternoon, Carlton.
Yeah, Peter Cox is on board. I don't know what they've done to the car, but this circuit in particular just seems to suit it so well. Long flowing curves, and I don't know, drivers as well, they have circuits that they absolutely love and other circuits that they just don't get on well with. Monza naturally is, as it comes in to the pits here, Monza is essentially a motorcycle circuit, although it did suit the endurance race. It was a terrific event that we had there, but as far as the Lamborghini was concerned, it did not like it at all. Whereas you come here and all of a sudden the magic happens. It's
only 10 miles from home at Monza as well. That was the strange thing. This car sponsored by IPBR, which is a Moscow bank, and Spartak, of course, which you all know is Moscow's ice hockey team.
Ice hockey, football, basketball,
everything,
handball,
anything with Spartak on. So they're all sponsored. And Carl can tell us a lot about water polo. He's an expert on that too.
Here he is. Yes,
I believe Spartak just means sporting. So even Tiddlywinks, maybe. That could be proved wrong, but so, there you go.
There we are. There is the class leader. It shows what a gap he's got over him. They're just going through the source now while the Lamborghini's at rest in the pits. And Luc Alphand Adventures, former world downhill ski champion, multiple ski champion in fact, and that car at the moment goes through into the lead, but of course they'll have to make this. No, they have made their stop, Carlton. They've had 3 stops.
Yep, they have.
And Peter Cox is just on his 3rd now, so I think that's put this car back into the lead.
It may well have done. He's come by and listened to the roar.
Yep.
Now,
beautiful noise, isn't it?
Be aware as well that these onboard microphones have got attenuation on them. They're supposed to strip out the top end of the noise, but there's such thunder going on in there that we're hearing it. Might be nice to just let you have a listen in as well at home. If you want to hit the volume button, we'll give you 10 seconds. Here we go.
Rusinov, the car has been going very well out there and was in P1 for some time, so obviously very happy with the way things are going at the moment.
Yeah, we're happy because now the car is working very well, so I hope that we can come back our first place. So we was P1 for 10 laps and more, and I hope that our strategy is right, like that we can keep our first place probably.
That's the first time the car has been in such a good position in the series so far.
Yeah, I think we work a lot on the car, so we make a lot of progress on the tires and on the car, so probably for the end of the season we will have more chance.
Okay, Roman, thanks very much.
Good luck. Well, James Watt Automotive machine there, the Porsche is stuck on track. He wants to go backwards. He's having selector trouble. You can see him. He's stirring the broth at the moment, and he's going to be in the soup if he's not careful here. Just almost getting into a spiker. He's in a dangerous position. He's getting himself a bit safer, but the marshals doing their work as comes by the Lavaggia number 3 car, and he's managed to hold on to it. He wanted to go backwards because he didn't want to get into the gravel, but he's causing all kinds of trouble there. The safer thing would have been to go forward. He wanted to back it onto the racing line, and that was a tweaky bomb moment.
Yeah, but it's that's a 180 Malmedy where he's actually stuck at the moment. Very, very difficult to pull yourself around there.
I thought you were going to tell me the cost of the car there.
But just interesting, just before that, listening to Roman Rusinov, the Russian pilot of the Lamborghini, and he every reason to feel proud. He says best they've done yet, and let's hope they can stay there. It's a long way to go yet, though.
An awful long way to go. It'd be great to see Lamborghini doing something special. And out of all the vehicles, save, of course, for the GT2s and the Porsches, etc., it's nice to see a car just like the Aston Martin that actually looks like the road car that you can actually go and buy. It's nice to see them doing so well.
I notice actually that it's running faster at the moment. It's turning in faster lap times than the 2 ahead of him, the Corvette and the Lamborghini.
Well, we don't know what their fuel load is. Safety car is out as well.
That's for the James Watt car, I'm sure. I think it's probably still stuck down there at Malmedy. We'll have a look in a moment.
We will. The safety car is out. It may well have been sent out when they thought the car was going to be stuck there, and he managed to get himself going. So this is kind of a fake safety car, if you like. There may well be nothing out there at all.
Well, this is where he was.
Yeah, exactly.
The car's gone. So
yeah. So I think they blew the whistle on it rather early, expecting the car to be stuck there on the racing line, and around they come.
I'm sure it's better to be safe than sorry, as they say afterwards. So James Watt car will be going back to pit. It looks like a simple spin, doesn't it? But again, this breaks the race up. Now what they've got to do is the wave by, of course. They're going to have to wave by all these cars until they get the race leader, who is still Jacques Villeneuve at this moment. Let's see if we can see where he's on the track. Not in this group of cars anyway, so they're going to have quite a long time waving them by, I think, Carlton.
Yeah, well, it's here we go. One of the drivers of the 96 Ferrari and towed by Virgo Motorsport. The situation is good for you at the moment as you are first place.
Yeah, well, for the moment everything is fine, and we are leading in the race, but the Porsche is right behind us, and it's almost 2.5 hours to go, so it's quite close. It will be very close right to the end. Now Rob is in the car, and we'll see where it goes. You know, now in 30-35 minutes I will be in the car again, and now we are on the safety car, and yeah, but everything looks fine, and we'll see. You know, it's a long race.
What about the situation with the LMP1 cars? Is it easy to drive a GT2 with a so powerful LMP1, the Peugeot, the Audis, for example?
Yeah, it's very difficult race like this. You know, they are like 25 seconds quicker than us, 20 seconds quicker than us overall. So it's very difficult to judge on where they are, where they were gonna pass, and maybe sometimes they pass you in the middle of the fast corner, and it's just a shock for you. But you have to get used to it, and I'm trying to, because for me it's first year in Le Mans Series. Last year I did just one race. We'll see, you know. Now finger crossed and see what the race will be.
Jeremiah Bruni, thank you very much.
And thanks to them, and well, clearly happy with life at the front of the GT2 class. So we've got ourselves a safety car at the moment, on board with Bruni, third in class for the time being. And is that right? Weren't we just speaking?
No, it's Rob Bell, of course, driving at the moment, but...
So there we are, beautiful view of this circuit, and just as well, a little ripple of applause for the guys in the safety car. They'll be rolling all over the place as they go through some of these curves. And, well, the speeds for the safety car as well, not that dissimilar, as you can see. Maybe it just seems that way.
Well, they're going to have to start the wave by now, aren't they? Yeah. Else they're going to pick up Villeneuve. There we are. He started it. Rob Bell is waved through it, and through go the rest. The safety car's going to have to cruise now until Villeneuve gets behind him, and then lead them around the rest of the lap and go racing. Have you spotted him, Villeneuve?
Not yet, no. I thought he was about 8 cars back, but I was obviously wrong.
Deep in the pack at the moment, a long way back. And there's the Audi, I think, I beg your pardon, that's it. How can I confuse the Lavaggi with an Audi from distance? Well, it's my eyes.
Well, he's not in that group.
He's not there.
Have we got 2 groups? Occasionally, I know at Le Mans they have 2 safety cars. There's some, in the old days they did it at Spa. I don't know if they still do it. That was Tommy Erdos, Mike Newton's RML Lola going through, by the way. I think it's the first time we've seen that during the race. Of course, last year they were winning everything and won the championship. They've had a dreadful start to the year, but really trying to pick up now. Their main problem being up against all these Porsches.
Yes.
Just noticed the Epsilon Zytek going through as well. They qualified well here. Juan Barazzi got the first stint. I think he may be waiting to come back in at the moment. So there is our leader at long last, Jacques Villeneuve in the 7 car. Don't bother looking for the number 8 Audi, number 8 Peugeot, I beg your pardon. It is in bits.
I'm wondering if Villeneuve just made a stop then because the safety car was out. It was Alex Premat was the guy making the stop you saw in the corner of your screen when we were talking to Jimmy Bruni. And now Jacques Villeneuve's done it. Now, they've got to wait for him to catch up and wait the whole field through.
Well, I don't know.
This is going to go very, very strange. John Heintoff, apparently on Radio Le Mans, has been lambasting the safety car procedures here this afternoon, exactly. And we can see the faults in it now.
Thanks as well to our friends at dailysportscar.com. It really is a place to go. If you love your endurance racing, then sign up with those boys. It really is fantastic stuff. They give hour-by-hour highlights. You're never far from the action if you've got dailysportscar.com as your pals, and they're very much a friend of MotorsTV.
Yeah, let's have a look on, see who's here on their website, MotorsTV.forum, while we're still under the safety car. I think we're going to be for some time as well till he picks up the... Well, the Peugeot is going to be the next car up, of course. So there he is. There he is. So finally got there, but that's going to throw everything out because everyone else is going to get a lap back on them, aren't they? Just to confuse things. Right, let's just see who...
Fill it up, fellas. And Gouslard, is Luc Alphonse getting in here? Or have they got the caption right this time? We will wait and see. Do you see how long the fuel reach is on their to get to the fuel cell? They've positioned it very, very deep within the car here. Perfect places in terms of balance, but they really have to reach through a long, long way with that feeder to actually get to it. And just making sure that all the belts and braces are in place. Door slammed, and away goes the 72 car, having a decent run.
A number of you concerned about the Peugeot being so badly damaged. Nicholas saying they're going to have to build a new car for Le Mans. And,
that was so close. We almost saw the Lavaggi getting into the 7 car here. Near contact as the Scuderia Lavaggi was waved out. And, well, that was a bit of a moment there. Thank goodness they both avoided each other. That would have been something.
Yeah. Well, that just shows Villeneuve didn't stop them, did he? So
no, he couldn't have done it. I mean, just, I don't know why he slowed down. His lap time was about 25 seconds down on his average.
So, again, single stinting on these tyres. They really still haven't got to the grips, have they, Carlton, with double stinting. They're going to have to at Le Mans because you cannot afford to change tyres for 26, 27 pit stops.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to have to start nursing it just a little bit. They've with 1,000 kilometres, you can have a more aggressive strategy. It sounds like an awful long distance, but in the mental and the way of the strategy workbook, and he's got a little bit of a flailing cable here that's just starting to distract him a little bit. You've seen him on some of the onboard shots here, just trying to get it out of the way, and it's exactly what a driver does not need. Anything that might just hamper his attention. You can see him fighting with it. Get away, for goodness sake. It might even be a drinks bottle tube. I'm not quite sure. It looks electrical, though.
So Marc Genet takes over the car. First time he's been in this afternoon. Nick Manassian started. Jacques Villeneuve did the middle 2 stints, and now Marc Genet is presumably going to do the next 2 stints. But will that take us to the race end? We're not sure yet. Is it going to be 5 hours? Is it going to be longer? Very difficult to tell here. Monza was just under the 5-hour mark.
Just depends as well on safety car periods here, because we may well get timed out, Mark, if this keeps happening. You predicted that we were going to have a few safety car periods, and we've had a hatful so far. Is this the 4th?
This is the 4th, absolutely right.
We have it, and well, it's got its big runoff zones to try and keep the racing going. If you have runoff zones, it means that you can get out of trouble. But we've seen that there is plenty of areas here where a car can get into difficulty, and they just have to deal with it as soon as they can. And the 27 car not looking happy. It's Horrock Racing. It's the Porsche RS, qualified 4th quickest.
No,
and, he's all right.
It's just a routine stop. He didn't even change tyres. He's obviously Didier Tice was quite happy with them. Very much the local driver. He's from Liège and on his home track. So Didier doing a great job. He qualified the car rather than Jan Lammers today. Jan started
qualifying mine.
Yep. Crashed.
He did. He had a bit of a bit of an incident.
Little bit of an incident.
Yeah, a little bit of an incident. They did get on the podium at Monza, and it's been an upward. Let's put it that way. Upward progress. 6th at Barcelona, and if it hadn't been a front blowout on the main straight, it could well have been better than 6th place for them.
Yep. Now, what's happening again? We're having another wave by now, are we? Now, this is getting so confusing because they've just picked up the man who's been in the pits.
How was it?
It was okay, but we did some pit stops and we didn't change the tires, and our tires didn't like that. The car became very slippery after that, so it was a question of survival. So I'm happy the yellow flag came out again.
Confirm, Jack, it's a good way to prepare Le Mans?
I think so, because you get used to the traffic, racing conditions, pit stops, driver changes, and that's very important.
Congratulations again. Thank you, Jack.
He's doing a good job. He seems to be feeling comfortable. He looks maturing. I'm not just talking about his thinning rug on top. He's, you know, he's a man who's found himself. Let's put it that way.
At least it's a normal colour.
That's true. Yeah. Didn't look good in blonde.
No.
Number 1 Audi in the pits then, but Carlton, I'm worried about this safety car situation. What we've had a safety car called out for something was clear by the time it went out. It waved the whole field by to pick up the leading Peugeot. That Peugeot then went in the pits. When Peugeot came back out, they waved the whole field by again to get back to it. He's going to gain 2 laps if they're not careful.
Well, it's a bit of naughtiness, I think, and they can't let this sort of thing carry on. To actually do it such as that, I think the safety car should have gone straight back in and not picked anybody up, just slowed the field as it was, no overtaking, gone straight back in, because it was clearly an instruction to pick up that car, and it's all gone a bit wrong since then. It's a bit messy, let's put it that way, but they'll be back racing again after this break. We're going to take it. See you in a moment. Safety car shenanigans. There's only one phrase for it, really. And well, we're still trying to figure out what's the mental behind it, but well, it's to ensure that they pick up the leader, and it's taken 3 laps to actually sort that thing out. Yeah, it's the American system that they're really concentrating on, but it gives us a good chance, Carlton, just to have another quick word with Bill Williams, who's our guest commentator this afternoon. He's involved, obviously, in racing for charity, and you've got a big event coming up, I think.
Well, we have, yeah. The Racing for Charity is actually starting to close its doors, or not close its doors, but change our angle, and we're working now with the MIA, the Motorsport Industry Association, which David believes hugely in, and we're looking at helping them with their foundation. The MIA have started a foundation, which is a method of bringing more people into motorsport.
OK, well, we'll carry on with that in a moment. Carlton, we're back green again.
We are back green and racing. Everyone within sight of each other, you could say that, but soon out of sight surely is going to be that 7 car. And, well, Alan McNish it's been played into his hands just a little bit. He's 3 laps down at the moment, but we'll be looking to do something in the class. It's Dindo Capello who's on board. He's running 7th at the moment, but straight away goes Marc Genet, climbing up the rise, and, well, as you can see, that's the delay. On board with Premat here, and suddenly he hits the uphill section as well himself. The long lazy climb as he tries to pick his way through traffic too. On board then with the 2 car, and it's the Team Orica Matmut at the moment. They'll be pleased. The Courage Orica Judd running in 3rd place, and they're looking good for that position as well. LMP2 and 4th overall is the Speedy Racing outfit. Lola Judd, what a nice opportunity to give them a big up. It's Steve Zacchia on board, and the Porsche RS Spider of Didier Thies, who's made his 3rd stop, just the same amount of stops as the Lola Judd, so that will come down as well, and going very, very wide, but thankfully into a safe zone, thank goodness, and back on tidily, Mark.
Yeah, he got punted off by John Nielsen as they went round La Source, so there is a big runoff there now. It didn't used to be, and you used to either have to go up the road to the hotel or you hit the wall, so that's already a plus. There's the race order officially now. Now we've actually got the Audi back on the same lap as the lead Peugeot, so the gap is 28 seconds between Genet and Premat, and that's something that didn't exist before we had that protracted safety car period.
And we're just looking as well at the number of stops that they've made, and the mileage that they're getting out of the 2 car is playing into their hands. They are now on 3 stops, and the Peugeot ahead of them has stopped 4 times. Not quite sure what the fuel loads are at the moment and when we're going to see that Audi come back in. A little bit of debris, the marble starting to get kicked off the tyres here. Villeneuve, who'd had a terrific run out there, proving he can do it not only in the night and in the rain, but in the blazing sunshine as well. A real fillip to the team that he's racing so well in the run-up to Le Mans itself. And just looking at that very, very well planted number 2 car here. So it's Peugeot, Audi, Orica in the Matmut colours, and then the Speedy Racing Team Saba that we mentioned earlier, the Lola Judd running in 4th place and leading LMP2.
Yeah, we've been here before, of course, the situation of the Peugeot and the Audi, and that was just a few weeks ago at Monza. It was the other Peugeot. It was Pedro Lamy and Mike Rockenfeller who came to grief down at the chicane at Monza with just a half hour of the race still to go. Yeah. So let's hope we're not building up to another of those this afternoon. Well, perhaps people are hoping we're building up to that.
Well, I think it's on the plus side of the Audi, as their fuel consumption is a lot better than the Peugeot, isn't it? So we may have a race towards
that's what we think we're seeing, isn't it? The Peugeot has the speed, but the Audi again, it just plods away every lap, and not plods the wrong word, but they plug away every lap, and they just call it back in on the fuel. And this is how they've won Le Mans the last few years so spectacularly.
Well, and having such a solid car, which is built in such a way that repairing it is a lot easier than all these other vehicles around, these other cars that the brakes, it's broken, isn't it?
Yeah, the hit for Capello wasn't as hard as one Wirtz had, but they did get the car back to the garage, they have repaired it, and they're back in the running.
Yeah.
that beautiful tower shot as you look back down the hill from Eau Rouge to turn 2, the little jink after La Source. Fabulous. You really get a view of the speed. No foreshortening there, or it's certainly diminished somewhat, and you get a great view of the cars tearing around that portion. If you ever do go to Spa, that's where the main grandstand is, or one of the happier grandstands, let's put it that way, with the best views. Look at that.
That's
absolutely stunning.
This is the Ardennes at their best in late spring, early summer coming on now. All the trees are in bloom, and absolutely fabulous place to go. If you do nothing else in your life, go to Spa if you've not been there.
So I think back to your charitable organisation.
Oh,
yes.
Hey,
the foundation.
All about the charity. Yeah, the foundation, we're looking at building on a thing called the National Motorsport Week, which this year is going to be the 11th of August through to the 19th. With all sorts of motor racing type things going on at different circuits. The idea being is that we want to try and get more people into motorsport, not necessarily driving, but marshalling, just spectating. It is, you know, you go to Thruxton, I don't know when you last went to Thruxton, but the banks are dying. You know, there's not many people on the banks anymore. We need to bring more people into it, and you know, so this National Motorsport Week is going to be one of the things that we're doing to do that, to raise the game, if you like, so that the general public can get involved.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge backing, isn't there, behind this? The MSA, of course, the Motor Industry Association, Chris Aylett, they're all putting their force behind it. But obviously the man who really helps you most probably is David Braddon, such a good figurehead, patron of your charity.
Is, yes, absolutely. Yeah. He's, I mean, basically without Brabs and the assistance we had a 2-hour or 1.5 hour celebrity kart race at the NEC this year, the Autosport show, which many people would have seen on Motors. And the field that we had with Alan McNeish, Johnny Herbert, David was there, obviously, a load of guys from all the other championships. The way we do that, the karting, is that each team, we have Jamie Green puts a DTM team, we have a Formula 3 team, Sam Bird, one of David's boys, put in a Formula 3 team. And so it goes on, Formula Renault, Formula Ford, you know, and they all race against each other. And they're all racing for a different charity. So the guys that put the money behind it, if you don't come fourth or higher, you raise no money for your charity.
Yeah, you mentioned Sam Bird. Now, Carlton and I have obviously been following his career. Great interest in the Formula 3 Euro Series, and Carlton probably the best star we've got at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, excuse me, he's one of those youngsters, a real powerhouse as well. Very, very focused young man, and well, he's got the backing of a decent team at the moment, but it's all about the driver in Euro F3 Series, and he's one of those shining, and shining at the moment is Steve Zakia here in the 33 car, leading the LMP2 class, and doing a great job here, and may well even be in for an overall podium if Alan McNeish doesn't get back at him. He's at the moment, he's 3 laps down, but running in 4th place behind the team Orica Mammoth. And this is a great performance here by the Lola Judd, and it would be great as well just to sort of have it mixed with the Porsches. And we're looking at one of them right now, Team Essex, penalty, and it's John Nielsen. Yeah. Well, I think that may well have been a bit of shenanigans at the restart here. I think some of them got a little bit urgent, Mark. You know what you're saying about not overtaking until you're allowed?
Yeah, when
excuse me.
Yeah, when we saw McNish wasn't able to overtake take the spiker. So John, it's a long one, this. Big John sitting in the car. It's obviously a minute, so we don't know quite what. Again, right at the start of the race, we had this problem with Joey Foster being knocked off the track by that car. I wonder if it's something to do with that. The possibility. It's taken the stewards a while to decide.
Could well be. The men in green. Always nice to see the Pescarolas looking handy. And such a definitive looking machine, as well as the Matmut car we were just talking about comes through and into sight, and the rest of them just juggling for position. One of the Embassy boys going through as well, and there once again is that Speedy Racing Saba. And what did you say Saba meant again?
Number 7 in Arabic.
There we are. With number 33 Coupe Judd. So how was the situation for you, Xavier? For sure a good position as you are leading the race for the LMP2 class.
Yeah, we were always already quick in the qualif, so we are quite confident, and everything is working perfectly now, so I have to go in the car now and finish the job.
Okay, thank you very much, Xavier. Have a good stint. Thank you.
Well, they did qualify second quickest, and we were saying earlier on that he does have to go and he has to be quick. He's got his gear together. I think we held him up just a bit too long there.
Just nice little aside there. You just saw Xavier as he went back into the garage, just shook hands very warmly with Bruno van der Rijt. Now, of course, those two are great buddies. They're drinking pals. They've known each other for years. Bruno is the French voice of Le Mans. He is the public address announcer at Le Mans, and quite funny having to be terribly formal interviewing each other when probably they were having a few Stellas together last night. and the frites mayonnaise. Yeah, don't forget that.
Well, we're only at Artois after all. Yes, and why not? And beautiful onboard shot yet again. And the 10 car looking. Is it just regular? They're doing some wing changes.
No, they've got the front panel off. They're doing making some suspension adjustments. I think this is just a test run now for Mucker and Charouz, because they're so far behind, 3 laps down. So just get the car set up, do checks, try some things. They're racing it at Le Mans, of course, so they want to get the car really perfect for Le Mans.
Well, Charouz, top petrol machine in qualifying, 5th place, but have had their difficulties. Got that podium at the start of the season, and then ignition troubles kind of dogged them just a little bit when it came to Monza. And it now seems they've got something of a suspension issue, but it may well just be moderately routine, as Mark was saying, because the bigger picture for them is Le Mans itself.
Peter van Merkstein we're following at the moment. There he is in the Van Merkstein Motorsport Porsche RS Spider. Just trying to claw his way around the little Epsilon Euskadi coupe. That's Miguel Angel de Castro on board. Should have been 2 here this weekend, but they still haven't quite finished building the other one. Very pretty little car, like the Lola coupe, but this could well be the future for LMP2, because they're now starting to show that these cars are quicker on the longer circuits.
They really are, and despite the heat, there's a little less driver fatigue, they say. And you do have the coupe. Personally speaking, I think I'd rather be out in the open.
But you have got air conditioning, which is now the regs of these closed cars, and there is a trade-off. If you have air conditioning, you're allowed a slightly bigger restrictor to make up for the power loss.
Yep, that is true. There was an issue with that with the Aston Martins, wasn't there, at Le Mans last year?
That's right. But I mean, one thing you've got to do is, you know, they're racing drivers, but you've also got health and safety at work, and you have got to protect the driver and his environment.
It does get incredibly hot there, incredibly hot in those cars.
It mustn't be more than 10 degrees over the temperature outside, but that's still going to be extremely hot for most of us. 12 degrees. Oh, right.
I believe. It's going to be 10, and they gave him an extra 2 just as a bump.
I'll flip through my regs while we're having a look.
So we're on board with Marc Genet at the moment, and well, you can see the insects starting to play their role here. The last thing you want to do is, you think, accidentally hit the stem, which sets the windscreen wiper going. It's a bit more difficult these days. You do have to do a proper turn of a switch in order to get those going. The last thing you want is a smeary screen at these speeds. So track temperature is starting to just go off the boil, and it's been very, very hot, nudging 34 Celsius today under the heat of the Ardennes. Can you say heat of the Ardennes? You certainly can. We had a light breeze earlier on today, but as you can see from the trees and everything else around us, it's absolutely static. I think we might have a thunderstorm by the end of the week, but right now it's looking very warm.
There's been no break in the weather at all this weekend. It's been fabulous. We're now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so all the British teams will be stopping for tea in a minute, and
fine.
we can get on.
But, sandwiches, boys.
Bill, you went to Le Mans last year. It's your first major race, I guess, in sports car racing overseas. What was your impression?
Well, actually, it's the second time I've been to Le Mans.
Right.
And I went there when David was with the Panos, or the Panos, however you want to pronounce it, and it rained. And it rained, and it rained, and it rained. And I went last year, and it rained again, so I think I'm going to be banned.
It's funny. It never rains at Le Mans, does it, Carl?
No, but you were saying earlier that one of the circuits that you have to go to if you go nowhere else, if you want to go to a circuit, go to Spa. I can honestly say that I was at the end of the Mulsanne straight, and the noise at night time, where the cars reverb off the trees, it is such a fantastic feeling, or I don't know how you put it into words, but it's just incredible, absolutely incredible when you hear the cars clattering off the trees as they come down through the bends. It's an absolute monster of a circuit, and it's a weekend away, isn't it? It's not just a race, it's an adventure, Le Mans.
It is, when we were there for Motors last year, we were there for 8 days on the job. It's a massive event. It's not just a race, as you say, it's an occasion with everything going on in this city, and 220,000 people went last year, 80,000 of whom are British. They say it's the biggest biggest race in Britain after the Grand Prix.
It is. I have to say, I was very lucky last year. I've just managed to be able to afford myself a nice American motorhome, which we took. 4 of us went down to Le Mans, and with the raining, all the tents. So you probably see all the tent city on the inside of the circuit, and people were coming back to tents that were underwater. And it was terribly sad to look out the window of my motorhome and feel sorry for these people.
Just went through a speed gun there, 292 kilometres per hour. I'm not quite sure what the maths is on that to spin it back to miles per hour, but it's very, very quick. He's on the chase down at the moment, and he's trailing by around about 18 seconds. It's down just a little bit less than that now, in fact a little bit extended. It's out of sight but not out of mind. The Peugeot is still our leader, but Audi on the case. Peugeot have stopped once more, and I'm just wondering by the end of this one whether they'll have to make another extra stop, let's put it that way, on the route to what looks like it might be victory here for Peugeot, but you can never be too sure.
Just looking at Friday afternoon's speed trap times, Peugeot 306 at that point going to Le Mans, Audi 296. They were 10 kilometres an hour off Peugeot all the time.
Barazzi Absalon in the garage, qualified 3rd and didn't get a finish at Monza. Only 13th in Barcelona. It's been a difficult season for the French team. Difficult indeed, and the 33 car also in the Swiss outfit.
Yeah, this is our class leader, LMP2 leader. So it's a good stop. Look at that. Very efficient. This is Hugh Hayden's team, the English team owner. He's no slouch when it comes to getting his guys really geared up. But just interesting seeing that Zytek car in the pits. Motors followed that car as its sort of theme car at Monza, and Michael Vergès was coming right up the order. He just got into 2nd place when he got rammed up the rear, and that was it. End of story. So that's 2 races running. That factory Zytek has been in the wars.
It just shows you as well, fellas, that when it comes to the top end of endurance racing, it is absolutely full on. It's like gluing a load of Formula 1 events together, except that everyone's friendlier, of course. And then it's amazing when you actually do go to an endurance race as well. Just as Bill was saying, you suddenly realise that they're not taking it easy. It's not in their minds an endurance race. It's for them, every lap is a sprint.
Absolutely. You think these cars have got to go for 24 hours.
It's amazing.
And at 24 hours at those speeds, constantly, is just incredible. And the body, the things that the body goes through.
Yeah, and we're not just talking body work.
Yeah, and then not only that, you're on a crowded track. You've got cars all around you. Funnily enough, today isn't the most crowded LMS race we've had in recent times. Just 42 starters after we've had so many problems. Other cars that actually aren't here this weekend, who will be at Le Mans, Chamberlain Lola.
That's a shame.
We're not quite sure why, but they haven't made it. And that James Watt Aston Martin, some of you are asking on the forum about that, why it isn't here. We understand it's still got homologation problems. It did make an appearance at the first race at Barcelona, but we've also heard they've got data logging problems. So you're getting different stories from different people. I haven't actually been able to get hold of the team itself.
Hugh is going to be at Le Mans.
Hugh is, yeah.
Definitely. Hugh Chamberlain will be there, known as Huge. He's a big lad, but he loves his racing. We love him for loving it as well. As my favourite sort of car at the moment, I've kind of transferred my affections from WR, the canoe builders, to Scuderia Lavaggi and the Lego machine. It's always great to see sort of as near a home built as you can possibly get at this level of motorsport. It's still competing and getting out there. We were talking about the WR boys, Mark, and they've got such a long history with Le Mans itself. They had an off in practice with their 37 car, and they always seem to get caught out by by an event that they seem to favour.
Yeah, WR, as you say, his history goes back certainly into the 70s at Le Mans. They were called WM, sometimes WR others. W is for Velter, Gerard and Rachel Velter, husband and wife, who own the team, and they build these little cars in a small garage not far from Le Mans, and they appear year after year. They have all sorts of engines. They have Mazda one year, they have Peugeot engines the next, and one of the WMs in 88 rather, they decided they're going to go for the all-time speed record down the Mulsanne Straight without the chicanes. What they did, Roger Dorsey took the car, they blanked off all the radiators, so there's no air could get in it. They put the wing absolutely flat, and they went down the Mulsanne straight in the race at 251 miles an hour, and that is still the record. Sauber tried to do it the following year with their Mercedes. They missed it by 1 kilometre an hour, but of course the car only lasted 2 laps. Went back to the garage, shut all the doors. By then the engine and gearbox are completely overcooked, and but it's for the honour of France.
It's for the honour of France, and as the Creation boys work on their car, let me just tell you something else about WR. They make a one-piece bodywork panel. So the reason we call them the canoe builders, it's like the Cub Scouts who used to do it out of fiberglass, and they cannot have a pit stop. They have to go in the garage because you're only allowed a limited amount of crew to deal with it. And if they want to work on the car, they have to lift the entire bodywork in one piece up. So when they have their pit stops, they always burst into flames or something. Yeah. But it's fantastic, and I love them. I love them for being out there.
Now what they call the garagistes in France. They're the guys who work out of garages, and they take it all so seriously. That's the wonderful thing.
Yeah. And,
so battle of the Ferraris.
Yeah.
This is nice to see.
The 90 car plying its trade brilliantly as well. They got second place, don't forget, in GT2. It's the last time out at Monza, and they're running reasonably well here, Mark.
Yeah, they're running in 4th at the moment. Pierre Arret at the wheel.
Behind their team mates, but separate, different car. There's a Farnbacher Porsche and there's a Farnbacher Racing Ferrari as well. The Ferrari's running in 4th place with the Porsche in the hands of Richard Westbrook.
That's
Westbrook's got control of it at the moment. Who's leading this one? Mark Lieb, I think.
Yeah, still Mark Lieb. I will say still Mark Lieb. They've overhauled for the moment Rob Bell and Jimmy Bruni. I don't know why when that's happened. Well, it's hardly anything between it. 1 second between those 2 cars. They both made 2 pit stops, so everything to fight for there. But we're only halfway through the race, just over halfway through the race. We're now 75 laps down. 143 is 1,000 kilometres, so we're more or less bang on target, aren't we? Just over the halfway mark.
Just over the halfway, and seems like happy land here. Nice to see the Litland with proper ear protectors on.
That's your health and safety for you again.
Yes,
absolutely.
Here is our class leader, in fact. Rob Bell handing back to Jimmy Bruni. There's Jimmy in the green helmet in the car. So let's see where this is going to leave him. So this is the 3rd stop of the afternoon, and the car ahead of them, the Mark Lieb, Alex Davidson, Felbermeyer Porsche, has only made 2 stops at the moment, but we can expect that in, I guess, at any time now, because they've been running nose to toe the whole race. There it is.
That screen down into that little dip, it's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Up into the clouds almost, and occasionally, when there is low cloud, that's exactly what happens. You come out of a bit of clarity in the dip, and then up into the mists, if you like.
Yeah. This car we're looking at, the Porsche, the 97 car, that is the one just ahead of it. The 91 car with Richard Westbrook on board. There it is. Sorry, it is 91. Name obviously well known to you, Bill, as a British race enthusiast. Richard, who did all his racing in the
Porsche Championship.
Porsche Cup.
Somebody's gone off here.
Yeah.
Just coming in.
Who's coming in? Right.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, it's coming out.
Coming out. Yeah, it's Randler Source. So Richard Westbrook's really, I mean, he won the Porsche Super Cup twice, didn't he? And now he's really making a name for himself in the LMS series.
He's doing very well, isn't he? He's another one of our exports, if you like, who's doing very well out there, which is good to see. And Marino Franchitti as well, who's not in this, but he's doing very well.
Yep.
He's gone from the Porsche Championship, which he won with Kelvin Burke a few years back, and now racing in the Le Mans series.
Yeah, no, Marino's done very well, hasn't he? And just again, wish his brother Dario speedy recovery. Yes,
absolutely.
Another broken ankle. It's not been a good year for broken ankles.
Yeah, the Frankittis, of course, also aligned with the De Restas, a family that are kind of 2 families that are very, very closely not related, but tied together, let's put it that way. And racing has been a big part of that union between those families. Just looking at that Virgo Motorsport, the one that had all that bodywork problem due to multiple punctures that just thrashed the machine or the bodywork to bits, unfortunately, in Monza. And they were involved as well in a little bit of contact, for which I believe one of the prototypes actually got a stop-go at the beginning of in Barcelona. So, yeah, they've been in the wars just a little bit, but the 96 car looking handy now.
Yeah, and that was incidentally Mike Newton just passed him in the RML Lola, the MG. factory-supported car. Yes, MG Factory. That's the Chinese who are doing all that for them. But unfortunately, they are now a long way down on their class leaders. They've only completed 67 laps against the... where are we? 75 of the class leaders. So they've obviously had problems while we were off air earlier.
Yeah, Vergo Motorsport and Rob Bell running in second place behind the Felbermeyer Mark Lieb-driven Porsche at the moment.
Yeah, and then they've got the Felbermeyer car still got its third stop to make. This one's just made it.
Yeah, super. So we're probably looking at our race leader here. You daren't say too much, and just look at that sequential box being worked to perfection there. Play with the paddles, or you can do it in a more familiar manner. Tremendous. And 77 crew, and just taking time. I think it's a game of backgammon that's going
pretty hot for those guys as well there.
Yeah, well, they're just waiting to call in the class leader, of course, Mark Lieb, in the GT2 class. That Porsche, as we said, that's only made 2 stops. It's got its third stop about to make. Farnbacher, Richard Westwood, they've made 3, and so has the Vergo Motorsport car. It's dropped to 3rd at the moment, Carlton. The Vergo car, they're actually a lap off the 2 Porsches ahead of it, but that'll even itself out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking as well. The Diggy Westbrook's car, the Farnbacher Racing Porsche, and has made 3 stops. Mark Lieb is just about to come in for his 3rd, and that's why we are lingering around this point here.
I don't think the computer's caught up with itself either at the moment.
Somebody's smuggling pillows there, by the way.
Either that or is another of these male pregnancies. It's
Who's had all the pies?
Oh, dear, dear. So,
I think we found out.
Spa at its finest then. Le Mans Series 3rd round, last one before the Le Mans 24 hours. Here's Mark Lieb, he's not coming in then. Pit crew are ready for him, but he's gone past the pit entrance, starts another lap.
Yeah, says, no, see you fellas. Maybe they know something that he doesn't. We've seen this before. If there is a communications breakdown, you can run out there. And, well, we've seen, I'm just trying to remember who it was. Was it was Thomas Enger who ran out of fuel on course. And, yeah, they were having terrible problems. They were suspecting it might well have been a fuel leak, indeed, that caused Enger's problems. But in the end, he went for an extra lap, and it bit him.
Yeah,
stayed out there.
They were having a pickup problem. That's absolutely right there. It wasn't his fault. It wasn't the team's fault. They just couldn't pick up the fuel that was in the tank for some reason. Trouble is at Spa, longest circuit on the LMS schedule, 7 kilometres. You don't want to run out on the far side because it is a 3-kilometre walk back to the pits.
That's true. It's the same deal with Le Mans. We've seen a lot of walks of shame which have taken a good 3/4 of an hour.
Well, having said that, of course, we saw Alex Wurz immediately picked up on a motorcycle, didn't we, after his crash, and taken back. So there are routes back. He was as far as you can get from the pits as well.
Yeah, it depends on whose fault it is.
Exactly.
If you put the car off a long walk's not such a bad thing, is it?
Well, no, and if you put the car off, the boss is not going to send you any kind of help. You can jolly well walk back and bring him a burger while you're at
catch a bus or something and go the other way.
I think we find Lieb is coming in this lap, but he's certainly not slowing down. It's very, very quick in-laps is going to be. He's just passed 3 or 4 other GT cars, and he's doing his best not to hold up the LMP2 cars that are coming up behind him. But there we are. There is the situation. So they are... That's the pit stop time, 4 minutes. So that's the total time. Of course, they've made 3 stops. So has the second place car, but this car is about to make its 3rd stop now, I think.
I should hope so. He's certainly going quickly because he's on a light fuel load, but it could get a little bit too light if he's not too careful here. Let's take a look at him.
Yeah, in he goes. No, he's going on again.
No. He is. He said no. He said no, thank you very much. No. I'm going round once more. Obviously, clearly happy with the vehicle, and I imagine that he's probably got some indication of what sort of load he's got. Rather interesting look to the eyes and mouth of that car as it heads towards you.
Hopefully, we'll stay with him for the game because the Peugeot, race-leading Peugeot, is just coming up behind him. Let's see what sort of difference there is in speed now. Here we go. Gone back to the start straight there. There is Peter van Merkstein. That car still in second place behind the Horag car because they have made... The Horag car has yet to make its 4th stop. So Van Merkstein has got ahead of the Speedy Racing Seba. That's been pushed back down to 3rd for the moment.
Just taking a look back amongst the Audi boys, and it looks like a relaxed session going on.
Well, it's not going to be, is it?
No, absolutely. What did they do wrong?
It's not going to make a great deal of difference. I wonder if he passed someone before the green flag last time.
3 minutes.
3 minutes is going to take him back down.
That's
to 10th,
huge.
Isn't it?
That would suggest some irregularity in the pit stop. Maybe too many people working on the car. Or...
It's a safety issue, I think. Yeah, exactly. So goodness only knows. Unless, of course, he jumped the yellow flag, got into a lesser class car and insulted one of the judges.
You may be right.
It may be cumulative. But 3 minutes is a killer, and he's got to serve it, and that effectively ends any kind of podium hope for the #1 car, surely.
Yeah, it's there was still, of course, a long way down. There were 3 laps down anyway on the leader, and they're down in 8th place overall. That's going to drop them, I guess, at least a lap and a half. So
well, they could still have just had a sniff at a decent finishing position. It's all about points, don't forget, in the series as well. And well, they'd have been thinking about that.
Yeah. The only good thing that comes out of it is that when one car has a problem, that tends to be the car that continues to have the problems. If it was the other car in second place, that would be a disaster.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not so important today, but again, Alan McNish is just unable to get these results this year. 6th, a 4th, and a 6th.
Yeah. I don't know where it's going wrong there.
It's amazing, isn't it, how it's just fallen away from him this year. We're going to take ourselves a short break, probably 3 minutes, in which time the Audi will be back out. So they're having a break, and so are we. Team Peugeot total in the driving seat out there. The #2 Audi still chasing them down, still on the same lap. But kind of divorced from them at the moment. The pair of them running on the same lap, but around about a third of the track apart. So we will take that break, and we will also have a brief check on the forum and see if anyone out there wants to talk to us. See in a minute.
Car against one car from Peugeot, and we try to make the best out of it.
Dr. Ulrich, thanks very much.
Well, they're trying to make the best out of it. You join us just after we've had a chat with Dr. Ulrich. Sorry about that. We weren't aware that we were going to go to him. Yes, the reason they got 3 minutes as damage as well here on the Pescarolo Judd, and it's Vanina X on board, front end. Who did she get into? And she's got history at this, don't forget. She was involved in a collision last time out as well. Just to briefly tell you, the 3 minutes was for getting caught by the red light, ignoring the red light and leaving the pits while the pace car was there, and there she is, and it was into the wall. I thought that was I didn't assume that was the wall. I thought she may well have got into somebody, but
well, they touched coming in.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, so 3 minutes, as you say, for leaving the pits against the red light.
So it was a safety issue, Mark. You're absolutely right. Yeah. And it was while that pace car fiasco was going on that the red light was thrown, and they left the pits while it was burning. And Wolfgang Ulrich was saying, mightily miffed, of course, because the car was only in because it had been in contact with the #8 Peugeot, which wasn't its fault. And Alexander Wirtz had put his hand up and said, yep, it was my fault. I avoided a spiker and got into the #1 car. Very, very sorry. We'll be opening a bottle of wine for them later on. However, they're going to need more than that. I think Christmas cards. Oh, look at that. It was very, very too late braking. And I think, I'm just wondering who she almost got into the back of. I think it might have been the 3 car, the Monaco car.
I think you're right. Yeah.
I've happened at a worse place for her, could it? She's got to go the whole lap now to get back.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, so, just trying to see if she's punctured. She doesn't look like she is.
I think it's probably just that body work, but she's taking it easy just in case.
It may well be suspension as well, Mark, with that position, but it's looking as though it's sitting okay.
Shorty won't be terribly happy with this, but anyway, so we'll just wait to see where Dindo Capella gets back into the frame. My guess is going to be somewhere down in 14th place, something like that. They came in 7th place, had to sit for 3 minutes in the pits. That's dropped behind everyone they've spent the afternoon passing. Pescarolas, Lolas, the Epsilon Muscardis, the Zytex. So, but in the scheme of things, they were never going to win anyway today, that car. That was today's unlucky car again, unfortunately. As Vanina crawls around, bits flying off the car. Here we go again.
Right, let's take a look at this. And braking. Well, she just got it all wrong.
She was too late, wasn't she?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. It wasn't actually contact with the other car.
How long has she been in the car? Has she been in the car long?
Can't really tell from here, but what we can...
I don't think she has.
I don't think she has.
No.
We haven't seen her out there.
No.
What we can tell you is that she was in 10th place when that happened. No, she's back in now, so dear oh dear. And we're just seeing where Capello's rejoining. No, we still haven't got it on there.
And the nodding of the head suggests tears.
I think the speed that she went in there, she's been lucky to get away with that.
I think you're right. And she hit a particularly hard part of the circuit as well. It wasn't very forgiving. She did bounce straight off it, suggesting it was rather more concrete than tyre. But as well, just looking at the front splitter, that's kind of survived. It doesn't look too good, and they're just checking to see if the suspension is okay. She doesn't need the lights. We're not going into the night here.
Yeah, but they're always going to refuel before they push you into the garage. That's the first thing you do if they're going to push it in. They're not bringing out the dollies, though, are they? So maybe they're not too worried. If she said the steering's okay, it's nothing wrong with the steering, then they'll just change the nose presumably and get her back out. It's going to be a push. The push of doom, as we always called it at Le Mans. So, oh dear,
there it is, and
that's 10th place gone then for Shorty.
Afraid so.
And
it speaks a lot for the strength of these cars, though.
It does.
The things that some of these drivers go through. I don't know if you. There we go.
Another
again.
look at it. Now then, let's see what she hits. She does hit concrete here, I think.
Yeah, there is a soft wall there.
Tyre wall.
Tyres just in front.
Just,
it's almost head on, isn't it? It's almost head on.
It's still pretty heavy, that, because you could have unyielding wall behind it.
There he is, Martin.
What happened on the screen? Tell us your thoughts.
Well, we've had gearbox problems in all of Vanina's stint, and she's had trouble, particularly at this corner at La Source under braking, and it looks like she got caught out with a combination of that and coming up behind the Lavaggi, which, well, it's a problem.
The car's in the pits for a little while. It shouldn't probably take too long to change the nose with a bit of luck.
Well, we certainly ain't no Audi, that's for sure, but we've got some work to do, and it's a shame because we were going very nicely.
Martin, thanks very much.
Martin Short, you always get the comment, don't you? He was very diplomatic about saying there we were coming up behind the Lavaggi, as if you're going to come up behind the Lavaggi at least twice a lap. They've every right to be there, and it's your job to avoid them if you're going quicker. And the Lavaggi, to be fair, did nothing wrong there. But if Vanina has indeed got gearbox problems, then, you know, as the work continues here, I don't know whether he's being diplomatic again, but she was clearly unhappy about the way it was handling. And this, he said, we're not an Audi. It means that this is expensive, and whoever or wherever he manages to get the Deutsche Bank, I suppose, part of their sponsorship deal, they'll be going to see their bank manager, I think, at the end of this one.
Banks aren't handing any money out at the moment, are they? I mean,
sadly not. Sadly not.
It's not credit crunch, it's the X crunch.
Wasn't that the Lavaggi that stopped on the circuit?
It was, yeah.
I'm wondering if they had a problem and she didn't.
Yeah, maybe he slowed
down and she had nowhere else to go.
Or maybe Johnny Lavaggi was so shocked by it all, he just pulled off and then. Oh, dear. Just to update you, Dindo Capello rejoined in 12th place, and he is now on lap 89 against lap 94 of Marc Genet, who still leads this race. Alex Premat for Audi second, Olivier Panis third for the Team Eureka Courage squad, and Jean-Christophe Bouillon fourth for Pescarolo Sport. Best of the LMP2s, Didier Thijs for Horag Racing in their Porsche RS Spider in fifth, and he is just 20 seconds ahead of Peter Manmerkstein in the Dutch Porsche RS Spider.
And just a brief update as well on what's going on in GT1. It's Peter Cox and Spartak Racing, the IPB machine, the Lamborghini. Yeah, you heard that right. Lamborghini are leading, and they're a lap clear at the moment of Luc Alfond. Lucio is back here, or Lupo as they call him, crazy. He's running in the Luc Alfond Adventures Corvette machine ahead of Team Modena and Thomas Enger. Guys, please do something with that Aston Martin and the fuel pickup. Just looking at Vanina X just derobing at the moment, and just to tell you that the 77 Felbermeyer Porsche is leading the Farnbacher cars, the Porsche and the Ferrari Farnbachers, which are running second and third in class. 20th overall is the GT2 leader.
Let's just pick up on some of the forum messages. Sorry we've ignored you, but there's been so much happening. Airbus A346 says, well, what if that Peugeot 908 showed up on eBay? That would be interesting. Not a lot
Bits
left.
of it, I should imagine.
Yeah. Who else have we got here? Not a lot from Airbus. He's very vocal this afternoon. Ian G reminding us there's a bit of a cock-up with the safety car in Barcelona as well, and someone else talking about it being a fiasco. That's Hoey. He says another good LMS race here despite the pace car fiasco. Just seeing anyone else has come on at the moment. Do keep your messages coming. We'll try and give you mentions, and we can't mention your every posting, of course. One of you put about 20 on in a row, so anyway.
It's not by bulk. If you have got 30 postings, you're only going to get the one mention. Anyway, there you are. Marc Genet, there is the gap to Premat. The 7 car looking nice and tidy at the moment. So is the number 2 car in the hands of Alex Premat. Tell you what, Mike Rockenfeller would be a popular winner here if he manages to do something here. They're both on the same lap at the moment, Mark, and they're both really pacey out there.
Yeah.
Just trying to see what they're lapping at. Sub 2 minutes has been the 7 car, and the Audi is about 3 seconds a lap slower.
Well, this has been the consistent car this year, of course. I mean, they're leading the championship, Premat and Rockenfeller. Second place, and here today, second place.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have to win a race, do you, to be champion?
You don't have to, but it does help.
Yeah, it's nicer. It's better for everyone.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think it was one Formula 1 season, wasn't there, where whoever won the championship, I can't remember which year it was, but never actually won a race the whole year.
I remember in the old days watching the touring cars, and minis would, Mini driver would win the championship. And you think, how would that happen?
And then she went on to become a film star.
Absolutely. Yeah.
RS Spiders, they've come good here. Horag Racing, and Didier Thys is the class leader, and Van Merkstein is holding up at the end, created by Jos Verstappen, who did some great work early on.
Full credit to Peter. I think that's a very good job this afternoon. He hasn't basically lost the position in which he's handed the car.
He's pacing it as well brilliantly. 2:07 in that class is excellent.
On board with the leader, Marc Genet. He'll be handing over to Nick Manassian soon. Jack's done the middle stints this afternoon. Good job, kept the car out front, which is what it's all about. And of course, what we're heading for today is perhaps Jacques Villeneuve's first win since
yes, it's a long time
1997 would it be?
When he had blue hair or blonde hair or
was it wasn't Montreal, was it? Not sure. Anyway,
no, did he win Japan when he won the World Championship?
I don't know. 305 kilometres per hour.
Yep.
How's about that then?
Matching their qualifying times, 3:06. But again, it's still 10 clicks faster than the Audis are. That's the big difference.
That's so cruel. Ice cream. Hand it round. For goodness sake, boiling here, and inside these cars as well. You need some way to cool down. The cool suits seem to be a thing of the past these days. You still get it in Dakar racing, and Luc Alphon's very fond of them, driving it as he does off his Mitsubishi. Well, he's driving the wheels off the Corvette at the moment, and looking reasonably handy, although not with the class lead just yet. Yes, as we look at our leaderboard, let me just tell you that in GT1, Luc Alphond is second behind Peter Cox's Spartak Racing Lamborghini, which has been doing great things. Those two on 87 laps, and that's a further 2 laps behind before you get to Thomas Enger and the Aston Martin DBR9, which had fuel pickup problems earlier in the season. Don't know what the problems were this time around, but it looked to have had some difficulty, Mark.
Yes, it's the Enger car. If you remember, it threw an alternator belt earlier today, and that cost it a lot of time, but it's coming back gradually, isn't it? And,
and just GT2s as well. Farmbackers have come through here.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to catch the Lambo. That's the problem. It's 50 seconds ahead now of the Alphand car, but of course Peter Cox is on board at the moment. When he hands it back to Roman Rusinov, is that going to disappear again, that gap? Or this is going to be fascinating to watch at this afternoon.
Diggy Westbrook's taken over the lead for Farnbacher Racing. They're 1 and 2, Porsche and Ferrari. They do run 2 different marks as in comes the Peugeot for one of its stops. They're getting more frequent, these stops, and no wonder he was throwing in a flyer there. He was kind of badging himself up as potential race winner, but will the metronomic swing of that Audi R8 come good in the end? Big question, silence.
Marc Genet stays on board then, and
but it's this that plays into the hands of the Audi, isn't it?
Totally.
This is where we hope that the Audi get closer and closer and then make it into a race. So.
Mind you, they're going to be right behind them with their stop.
Coming in.
Yeah, out of the way, they're telling us. We're not in the way. We're sitting in the cabin.
We're stopping as well. This is interesting. Look at this. Both together. Now then, this is going to be one heck of a changeover here. now. One less stop for the Audi.
Changing driver as well.
Yeah, away goes the Peugeot. And the new seat coming in, which suggests what? A smaller person dropping himself in.
Of course, the Le Mans winner in GT already, of course. Now he wants to do it big time, doesn't he, overall, and that's his big chance this year. He knows not what to do this year, having put the car on the wall at Tertre Rouge on his first time out. Even before, as we said earlier, Alex Premack got in the car. So interestingly, Monza was Premack's first ever sports car race. He'd done qualifying, but he'd never actually raced.
Never raced.
Oh, I hope that's not a Peugeot wheel. No, it's an Audi wheel. So,
unattended wheels. It's all very well thinking you've got it right, but that can get a little bit dodgy.
In comes our GT LMP2 leader. Peter's getting out. Good job, well done, Peter. Jos Verstappen will now take this to the checkered flag.
And Peter still with sponsorship space on his helmet, if anyone's interested.
Yeah, noticed that. Looked very sprightly, didn't he? Jumped out, fresh as a daisy, and this car's been a big success. Hopefully this means we're going to be talking to Alex in a minute, just see what he says about... He's talking of
He's a good guy, actually, Alex Premack. He's always got a fresh word, and he almost looks like a clone of Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich. Mini-me.
Mini-me. Mini-me. So the Dutch Porsche RS Spider just getting its work finished. Tyre change. There have been double stinting tyres up to now, so this is obviously its fourth stop.
I always get worried when I hear the engine do that, but away they go.
What,
it's beautiful,
starting?
Beautiful looking car, yeah. It just he gave it a wall, and I thought he'd actually stalled it, but he didn't.
Great sound, this V8, of course, in the back of the Porsche. This sound we don't get in the top end now, of all the silent diesels.
Talking about the top end, do you know that I was going to sell my Lotus Elise and took it out for one last thrash before I traded it and blew the head gasket?
Oh,
what
dear.
about that? Deal off. Never mind.
So you're now keeping it?
It looks like it. Rebuild job going on at the moment. Bit second hand. Anyway, back to the racing, and look at this. Spikers getting in the way again here. I feel a little bit sorry for the Spikers. Oh, hang on, here we go.
The Charles Racing System with the famous number 10 Lola Aston Martin engine, except the position on the starting grid, which was excellent, George Chapel. The car has quickly disappeared from the top 10 of the rankings. What's happened exactly today?
Well, we had an alternator failure on the car, and that's lost us a lot of time. We're now treating the rest of the race as a test to see what we can learn towards our preparation for Le Mans. You know, the program is still very new, and we have to expect the odd problem. It's just a shame to have it in the race.
How was the engine?
The Aston Martin engine's going extremely well. You know, we're easily the fastest of the petrol cars yesterday in qualifying, and the pace when the car's been working well today has been really good.
Thank you very much for your availability, Dr. Watchapel. Thank you again.
George Howard Chappell giving us a brief insight into the number 10 car, an insight that had already been given you by Mr. Mark Cole, who said this is a vehicle that is testing itself out for them. That's exactly what he said. He's clearly been listening to you, Mark.
So there's the Team Modena car then, the early leader and pole position holder in GT1 today. That car at the moment struggling to get back up into second place, but he's gained almost a lap now, Carlton. That's good. So in fact, it's going to still be 2 laps down on the Lamborghini, but he's got a lap back on this car, the second place Alphand Corvette.
Yeah, and Luc Alphand has handed over to Moreau. The Moreau brothers, incidentally, used to race in the Dakar, and famously they won it in a Renault 4. Yeah. What about that?
That was the very old Moreau brothers. I don't know if they're connected with Guillaume. He's 18 years old at this moment. And,
well, he must be a great-grandson or something like that if he is. Yeah, the Moreau brothers, they were amazing. And that was in the days when the Dakar ran for about a month. And they ran a Renault 4. And you say, Renault 4? Yeah, it was pretty standard as well. Great thing was, whenever they broke down, they could get fixed locally.
Yeah, but by the time I went on the Dakar 85, they'd graduated up to a Renault 12. 4-wheel drive.
Progress. And now look what's happened to their namesake.
Yes, he didn't distinguish himself at Le Mans last year. He was driving for Courage and crashed the car at the test weekend, put himself in hospital. And
yes, correct.
Yves Courage was not terribly impressed.
No, he gave him the Eve. Oh
dear,
And we had him on motors on the Monday in the Place de la Concorde when we were doing all the scrutineering interviews, and he was just laughing all the time. And we said, you know, what's so funny, you know? He said to us, I don't know, I just feel happy to be at Le Mans. And
Well, it's good to be happy.
Yeah, exactly. After all of that. Look at this reverse camera shot.
Not a big crowd there, though. Yeah. Not a big crowd up on that grandstand.
He's forgot to switch his parking camera off the game. You keep telling him about this. It is a fabulous shot, isn't it, going away?
Amazing.
Just give you the speed impression.
Yeah, just imagine you're in a papoose on the back of this car.
Here he comes.
Well, we'll get a speed gun on him right now. 270, not bad.
No, having to haul all that metal around with you.
Luke Alphon, we're seeing an amazing battle out there today. It's very tough going, and we haven't seen this sort of fighting in quite a while.
Yes, it's always, I know, with the unfortunately Aston Martin lost some time at the beginning, but we gained on the first pace car a lot on the Lamborghini, but then we lost a lot also on the second one, and we lost 30 seconds, and my stint was almost same gap with Peter Cox in front, and it's only 40 seconds, nothing. I think Guillaume maybe will catch up on Rutsinov, the second driver of the Lamborghini. But it will be a nice fight till the end.
The times are very, very close in the category as well.
Yes, we're all in 1.5 seconds, and but we have to take care. I was very safe and very careful in the traffic. It's always, you know, with there's less car now after a race, but still anyway, we have to take care about the leading cars and also overtaking the GT2s.
Luke, thanks very much.
Interesting. There is a team owner speaking. I took great care in the traffic, he said. Yeah, you just get the feeling that his charges aren't quite protecting the machinery quite as much as he did, perhaps. But he held station and he's handed over duties yet again. And Rossinov in the Lamborghini. It looks so well set here. And really, it's nice to see it just strutting its stuff at long, long last.
That'll stir things up, wouldn't it? A Lamborghini winning a Le Mans Series race.
Absolutely. It's something we haven't seen ever, I don't think, have we?
No, we've had Lamborghinis at Le Mans.
Aston Martin and Corvettes just about all the time.
Yeah.
Better not be too quick at Le Mans.
No, you think Aston
Not
Martin...
with my friend David driving that golf car.
Oh, no. Do you think Aston should be worried? Very worried?
I think they should be worried.
The car is there. It's at Le Mans. So
yeah.
It's going to run the same number, 55, and it's up against the two factory Astons, as you say, Golf colours against Labra Celine. Labra Celine started the season in this series, but then dropped out, decided to concentrate on Le Mans, as in comes the number 1 car. McNish getting back in from Capello.
Nice to see the diminutive driver getting back in again with a good piece of padding underneath so he can see over the front. Fantastic effort by him, certainly in qualification as well. And it was Stefan Sarazan, of course, who just pipped Alan McNish's time. Both have gone sub the 2-minute mark and done it as well by a fairly decent margin, although 3/4 of a second was a country mile effectively between the pair of them in qualifying. And really that is what the pace is all about. It's still to reveal itself to us, though, as Horror Racing come in. That now familiar flat-fronted dash, just heading out, I should say. Didier Thys on board the RS Spider, leading LMP2, 4th overall, and coming back out and still in the lead of that class. Interesting what you were saying about the GT1s, Mark. The Saleen, 2nd in Barcelona, but they've got so many duties, that team, to actually take care of, that they decided that the Le Mans Series was not to be one of them. And they will, however, guarantee themselves a place at Le Mans itself, and they will be one to look out for. They were certainly challenging there, and so the party between this private party almost between Corvette, Aston and Lamborghini, Celine could spoil it when it comes to the big one.
Right, here we go. This is LMP2. This is actually the battle, isn't it, up front, because this car was leading. It's just come out of the pits, and Jos Verstappen has just taken place back. Now he's a lap down, isn't he? So he's just unlapped himself from the Horag car. So Jos is back on board and he's on a charge.
He is on a charge, but he's got to put a lot of space between himself and Xavier Pompidou now. And we'll see whether he manages it, because but if anyone can, Jos can.
Yeah, he's got to pass Pompidou, of course. Pompidou is also on the lead lap.
Didier Thys?
Fantastic performance, getting right up there ahead of many LMP1 cars.
Well, very pleased, especially with the balance of the car. You know, Spa is very important to have a good balance to keep the tires alive for the double stint, and I think we accomplished that, and the car is really perfect all the way to the end of the second stint. The balance was perfect.
Very warm out there. The conditions, nevertheless, very good on the track.
Well, the last 5-6 laps was very slippery with my tires of too thin, but otherwise I think the grip of the track is still good.
Didier, thanks very much.
Didier crashing out in qualifying, still managed to qualify in 13th place, and they're having a decent run. A decent run for the 27th car, running in 4th spot at the moment. And well, Marc Genet on the number 7 Peugeot is our leader. They've completed 101 laps now, but significantly so has the number 2 Audi. Once again, the attrition rate has been 1 each of their cars, effectively, I mean. The number 1 Audi and the number 8 Peugeot. The number 1 Audi still running, but with problems, and not least of their own making. 3-minute penalty for ignoring a red light, probably the silliest of them. 308 kilometres an hour for Marc Genet. They're getting quicker, Mark.
Yep, they are. Well, car's getting lighter, of course, as the fuel load goes down, although he hasn't been in that long.
No, he appears to have given up on that thing flying around by his helmet as well, hasn't he?
Sorted that out. Yeah, there's the gap. 46.125. He's starting to increase it, and that top speed is obviously helping him do that, because the Audi, as we've said before, can't get within 10 kilometres an hour of that top speed.
It's amazing, actually. Yeah. It's... yeah, 10 kilometres at that point of the circuit. All right, there's a few twisty bits where the Audi is just as good, but when it translates to a difference of 3 seconds or 2.5 seconds, they're enough, 2.25 then. Okay, we're being specific now. You know, that adds up, and I'm just wondering how long they've got to go before it's going to be a full lap between them.
Yeah, these are still heavy cars, remember, and there's the rest of the circuit where they lose out, and the Porsche Spiders were quicker in the sort of middle 2 sectors of the track yesterday morning than the Audi and the Peugeot, and they just make up for it on the straights. Oh gosh, that was a tight squeeze.
By.
Oh dear. And again a spiker there in the middle of it.
Yeah. I am coming through.
Oh dear.
I've just noticed that the total time in the pit stops between the Audi and the Peugeot is only a 20-second difference, although one's had five stops, the other's had 4.
Yeah, that's very impressive, isn't it? Yeah.
So obviously with the fuel differences, then they're not as close as I thought they would be. I was hoping they'd be a bit closer.
Yeah, one of them, of course, was at the start of the race was for a puncture. McNish went off on the track, so they just brought him in quite quickly after he'd been in. So when they just topped his fuel up, they wouldn't have been in for that long. It was a much quicker stop than you'd normally have.
Somebody with the remote control roller button, please press it so we can get a clean camera view on the number 2 car here. It's open, of course, which means the camera picks up all the muck as well. If it's inside a coupe, of course, it stays a bit cleaner. So it's not your screen, it is the relay camera at the moment. And as you can see, time differences are starting to just spread out ever so slightly here. And well, the last timing, they are both on the same lap, but what's the time difference, Mark, between first and second at the moment?
At this moment, we're looking at, well, it's a lap at the moment on the screens, but of course that's artificial because we're just waiting for it to clear itself. I don't think he's put himself a lap ahead, has he?
I don't think so.
No. Moment, Genet's showing us 104 laps. Of course, Premat hasn't come, Rockenfeller now hasn't come by the start-finish line yet, so we're just waiting to get the distance. Right, there's Harold Premat on the podium in Monza, and that's his best result ever in LMP1, and that car at the moment is in 4th place. And as again at Monza, it's running ahead of its sister car. The sister car, Manu Collard, was crashed, but Premat had already got ahead of it at that point.
Yeah. Pescarolo's absolutely locked together. They're running so close together, in fact, that almost following each other around out there. Which goes to show that the vehicle is absolutely set perfect, because it doesn't matter which driver is in it, they're getting the max out of it.
Yeah, I mean, Premat, the Swiss driver, he's come on so much this year, and he's almost matching the best time that Manu Collard did this afternoon. Collard was on a 2:06, and Premat's turned a 2:07 in, so very, very impressive by that driver.
Well, it certainly looks, Mark, like we have been lapped here, and I don't know when it happened, because it happened out of my vision. Mike Rockenfeller passed by Marc Genet, so Marc Genet is on 104 laps, and here we go, confirmation of it. Can't get the differences there, but there is your overall classification. The Lola Judd 33 car running in 6th place, hats off to them.
Yeah, just Alan McNish has got himself up into 9th, and he's cutting in some real laps there. He's 2 seconds a lap faster than 3 seconds a lap faster than the Peugeot.
Yeah,
I mean, he's a long way off.
Yeah, 2:02s he's running at the moment. No one else on the track is that quick, apart from Rockenfeller on 2:03. So That's interesting. Yet the gap is getting wider between Rockenfeller.
Yeah.
And we're talking about this 1 lap difference. Oh, here we are. No, we've just got it now. It's come up. It is the same lap. 36 seconds is the gap between first and second.
We thought we'd missed something there.
Yeah.
So, it was just a timing glitch. Here we go.
Of the Henri Pescarolo team. Henri, at the time on the track, there is a terrible fight in between the cars 16 and the 17 for the 4th position. So, how is the atmosphere at the moment?
Unfortunately, with Emmanuel at the wheel, we have been so unlucky with the 2 press cars. It's unbelievable. First one, we lost 40 seconds. Second one, we lost 1 lap. So it was a nice fight with Courage Oreca. But now we lost just 1 lap under the press car. So it's just unlucky too.
Emmanuel Collard, can we know if you have received or not messages from Henri Pescarolo? Is car number 16 going to take car number 17? What is your strategy exactly?
No, at the moment it's more Jean-Christophe in the car, so it's. But I think there is no consign from the team. It's a race at the moment. We still have 2 hours to go, so they are flat out.
And what about the situation with the Oreca Courage?
Now they are 1 lap ahead, so it's really difficult for us to come back. Anyway, they were, I think, a bit faster than us this weekend, but it's true that we were really unlucky with the safety car.
So no race order at the moment, except full throttle, as you say. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Well, Pescarolo, of course, it was the other car, the 6th car that made that fantastic final pass for a podium spot at Monza. And we've got a slow car on track. And
yeah, one of the Ferraris.
I'm just looking at is there a tow problem at the front, or is that just the way the car's set?
Pierre Caffer in the Farnbacher car, isn't it? So just going back to Henri from Berlin, I mean, we've had a lot of complaints from him about the diesel-petrol equivalency. Now he's complaining about the safety cars. Mind you, everyone else is this afternoon. Manu Collard, we're just talking to there as well. I mean, he's just being cool about it all. Remember, he won Sebring this year outright with Romain Dumas and Timo Bernhardt for Penske Porsche. So we know the guy's still at the top of his form. And if they want to haul those cars back in, they'll do it with no problem.
Yeah. By the way, guys, no smoke, no nothing. No, do you think he's just run out of fuel?
Could be.
Just trying to find out where the last stop was.
He's just coming through Blanchimont now. I think he's running, isn't he? Because it's an uphill here now. He's just looking for a safe moment to cross the track and he can go into the pits. It's not coming at the moment. No, he's got no one behind him now, has he? So, yes, he has. No, he's okay.
He's got a gearbox problem, hasn't he?
Quite possibly.
Just trying to listen in as he comes by one of these remote cameras here. He's not going anywhere quickly.
He stopped, isn't he? There he is.
There he is. Just in. He's made it. So that's Pierre Caffer.
Shame, he was running 3rd in class.
Yep, that's
was looking handy, but
that's the best of the Farnbacher cars. Well, 1 Ferrari, 1 Porsche, and that was the Ferrari. So whatever happens, anyway, Farnbacher are going to be in 3rd, whatever they do to him. So the other car will make up for that. So let's just have a quick look at the top. Marc Genet leading Mike Rockenfeller, Nicolas Lapierre for Courage, and then the 2 Pescarolos we just talked to. Speedy team Sabat back in the lead of LMP2. That might change a moment. They've just left the pits, having made their 5th stop. Jos Verstappen is in 2nd in the class, having made 5 stops. Jan Lammers in 3rd, having made 4 stops. And down in GT, Carlton?
Yes, down in the GT1 class, it's Spartak Racing and Roman Rusinov, who's got the head at the moment. The Lamborghini still leading and just looking so comfortable out front. So that's the great thing. And the Corvette of Luc Alphond Adventures, it's Guillaume Moreau who's taken over from Luc Alphond, swapped duties there. The Aston Martin 2 laps further down, unfortunately, the Team Modena car with Antonio Garcia on board, Thomas Enger having handed over duties. And when it comes to GT2, it's the Ferrari F430 GT of Virgo Motorsports. Farnbachers having their difficulty with their Ferrari. It's just pitting off, or has just pitted off 3rd place. Just looking at the number 2 Audi here as well, Mark. And again, we were looking as well just a few moments ago at the Oreca Matmut, and we were getting that speed around that straight that we've been measuring the top speeds at 284 as opposed to 308 for the Peugeots, our leader. That's an enormous difference. And that 6 car, the Matmut, is running 3rd at the moment.
Yeah. Yes, that's it's making up for the rest of it, of course, as we said, on the rest of the circuit, the twiddly bits. But on those long straights, the diesels are always going to have this huge advantage. 1,500 Newton meters of torque. Rob Bell, Bill, you've obviously watched his career over the years at Thruxton.
Do you know, no, I haven't actually, to be quite honest. I haven't followed that very closely.
You've missed him.
Missed him. I've missed him. Yeah, I've been spent an awful lot of time with Duncan Tappy recently, and watching Duncan, and you know, he's one of the driving instructors down at Thruxton.
Yep, of course.
The Thruxton Sports Motorsport Centre, and he's such a nice guy as well. Like most of these guys, Alan McNeish, you know, they are just such nice fellas. They really are. Some of them a bit prima donna-ish, aren't they? But Alan McNeish and Duncan. But I don't think I've met Rob Bell.
Of course, the school at Thruxton was the one originally founded by Ian Taylor, wasn't it?
Yeah, and yeah. Sadly, he died in the
died here, of course, in a rover race at Spa. And so, anyway, Carlton, long way to go yet. We're only just over 4-hour mark, and this race could go to the full 6 hours.
It could well go to the full 6 hours, because as far as the 1,000 kilometres is concerned, we're still a way down. We're going to take ourselves a short break. We're going to have a look at those forums and just find out who's with us today on this glorious day across Northern Europe. We'll be back in a moment, live on MotorsTV. Welcome back. 34 laps remaining. We've got a spinner here. It's a Farnbacher Racing. They're in the wars at the moment. They've just called in their Ferrari, and the 91 car has just taken himself for a little spin. Simonson, hopefully we'll get a replay on that for you in just a moment. We threw to it a little bit late. Alan Simonson taking over from Richard Westbrook earlier on. They've had their troubles today.
Yeah,
not gone smoothly.
Yes, they have indeed. That's the car crewed by 2 Danes and Britain's Richard Westbrook. But the good news is that this man at the wheel at the moment, sharing the wheel of the front of them, is Rob Bell in the Virgo Motorsport Ferrari. It still leads GT2. And making up a lot for Monza, where it just went all pear-shaped. 3 punches in a space of 20 minutes.
Yep, and as the tyre delaminated, or whatever it did, thrashed the bodywork to bits, and they just thought, we've had enough of this, we're off. It was toys picked up, boxed and taken.
Time to go home.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, they just said it wasn't because of the problems they were having, picking up so much debris on the circuit, that just we weren't going to risk it anymore. And a very good call by Virgo Motorsport, I think. We're on board with Jimmy Brunny at the moment. He and Rob Bell sharing this pretty little Italian sports car, running on Dunlops. As we told you those listening earlier in the programme, this is a full-on Dunlop factory programme. They got full support, all the trucks are here. Whereas the other GT2 runners, they're given customer Michelins and they have to make do themselves, even fit the tyres themselves. It's extraordinary.
That's, yeah.
Do Michelin want to win in GT2 this year, or you have to ask?
Well, as we were on board, we just saw the Peugeot going by, and look at the performance difference. There it is, way down the roads, probably 300-400 metres already, and time to take things easy if you're in a winning crew. Oh, fellas, do they know they're on?
Just good friends.
Let's hope they did.
They're twins, actually, would you believe it? But there you go.
Just talking about Michelin, on the positive side, you'll all be aware that the Michelin Energy Endurance Challenge is running for a 2nd year, and this is based on every car that's running after every event, and it's done on an energy efficiency index. It's the old index of performance they used to have at the Le Mans 24 hours, and the index efficiency is the ratio between the car's average speed and its average fuel consumption over the race. So, for instance, if you're doing 130 kilometres average, wake up, Carlton, 130 kilometres average, and you're running at 10 litres per 100 kilometres, you get an index of 13. Well, the person at the end of the season who has the best index in each class will get the Michelin award. It's really a way of encouraging people to be more and more green and be less heavy on the throttle.
It's the EEI index. Yes, it's also a conversation that is had all over Yorkshire in the pubs on a Sunday.
But nothing to do with driving.
No.
So you go for an outright win or the Michelin award. Let's think, thousands of pounds or...
Oh dear. Oh dear.
So, Falvermeyer coming through. Attractive-looking beast, I have to say. So I wasn't quite so sure when I first clapped eyes on it with that little grille at the front. But yeah, it's starting to do something for me as the Corvette just comes up alongside and starts to bully him and takes that spot. Thank you very much.
I think from the spectators' point of view, the colours of the cars that you're seeing here are fantastic. One of the problems with the British Championship at the moment, the GT, you know, the Carrera Championship, is that all the cars are the same colour.
Yeah,
and it's so difficult to know who's what and where and.
Well, as well, they've standardised number placement as well, which is great.
Oh, here we go.
Lola Aston again, more troubles. We talked to George Howard Chappell a little while ago. He told us they hope they put their problems behind them, that thrown fan belt. They're treating this as a test session now, but even so, it's crawling around. And again, where are we? We're down the bottom of the circuit, just coming up to Blanchimont. He's only got one more corner, and then he can cruise into the pits, hopefully. But is he going to make it?
Well, makes you wonder. He's looking,
I don't think
very much like not. Lights are up just to sort of tell anybody that might be. And he's got a bit of power there.
Yeah, he's just found it, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, they've had their alternator trouble here. I'm just wondering if it's the same deal, Mark.
He's on the. This is the
rev limiter, isn't it?
It's the get you home thing. Yeah, you can just to get you home. You can put your finger. He's got to go through Blanchimont.
Yep.
He's got to put his finger onto the rev limiter and just get himself home. Well, a quick wind up of what's been going on.
Few highlights. Vanina X just biting the wall here into the belted tyres and causing Martin Short to pick up the checkbook yet again. There went the nose of the Lavagia. More Lego is on order for them to rebuild it. And out they come. The switchovers have been great. Pescarolo running reasonably strongly. He's in 4th place at the moment. But as ever, it's all about Audi and Peugeot, both on and off the track, and getting each other off the track and back on it too. Looking at the 25 car, the RML machine, and they got a podium back in 2007 and currently running, well, way down, Mark. Where are they?
Yeah, they're 10th at the moment in LMP2. Another disastrous afternoon for the Ray Mallet run squad. We don't know what the problems are at the moment, but the lead LMP2 car has completed now 106 laps, and they're down on 80 laps.
With Brazilian man Tommy Arnold's driver of the Ray Mallet Limited and of course the MG Lola. Ray Mallet today, Tommy Arnold, sorry, sun is shining, but unfortunately in your garage are many clouds. You've had lots of problems. You are approximately at the 33rd position of the classification. So what happened exactly?
Well, first of all, we lost a turbo in the engine, and obviously that took a long time to fix. That was really our main problem, but the car had to come back in again because we had a problem with the gearbox, the gear pod that controls the gear selection. Also, that was a problem. That was the second time the car stopped, so we lost a lot of laps. It's unfortunate. The AD Lola was running very strong today. You know, we're up to P4 and before the problems, so we thought perhaps with a bit of luck would have been on the podium, but it wasn't to be. But you know, we're fighting still. We're going to try and collect some points.
Thomas, we have to remind that you're yourself a former LMP2 champion. You've been an LMP2 class winner at Le Mans, and this year you suffer a lot. Is it because of the Porsche?
Yes, it's, you know, we've enjoyed a lot of success in the last couple of years in this series. It's a great series. It's going stronger and stronger. I think Patrick Peter and everybody in the Le Mans Series office are doing a fantastic job. It's a beautiful day here at Spa, and I hope the people are enjoying the racing. It's not been a good weekend for us, but we'll come back fighting for Le Mans.
And you are smiling. Thank you very much, Thomas Dados.
He's smiling. He is still through gritted teeth, I imagine. Turbo problems. They had as well a little bit of contact there just on the edge of your screen. I'm just wondering, is that the Lamborghini involved?
Or is it the Ferrari? Notice the Lambo. He's lost his hood, bonnet. It's our class leader. And just Romain Rusinov on board now, just got into one of the LMP2
it's flapped
cars.
up on the windscreen, by the way, and he is having a real bit of difficulty seeing around that. Happened to me in a Volkswagen Beetle an awful long time ago, about 20 years ago.
Right, so where's this going to put them? They're class leader at the moment, of course. They're only 27 seconds ahead of Guillaume Moreau.
He's got some vision, but if he doesn't come in straight away, he's going to be flagged in. You'll be sure of that. That is a dangerous situation to be in. Of course, he's got to come back and... I'm just wondering, there's Luc Alphond Adventures. They, one of the Corvettes, they'll be absolutely delighted about this. This is will be the class leader, you can be sure of that. They're on the same lap. So Spartak Racing, it's one of those things, isn't it? It might well just be a two-bit part, as they say. The catch is just giving way, it seems. And
is that the Lambo ahead? Someone's locking up at every corner. I would think that's a Lamborghini ahead. He can't see, and he's leaving his braking too late.
Yeah, well, it's a complete lack of vision.
Yeah, there it is.
I'd love to get on board and have a look.
There he is, right in front of us.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just looking as well.
But he's got more damage. He's got more damage.
He's got heating problems. Problems as well. I think it was possibly radiator damage at the front, Mark, when he got into contact, and that is the result of it. And that is a real tragedy for Lamborghini here, because that was a superb drive by them, and he's got all kinds of worries going on here. And I'm just wondering if it is engine actually.
I think it's tyre, isn't it?
It's like front puncture.
It's either a puncture or suspension at the front. You said he was weaving all over the place and not getting his braking right, and he can't even take that corner properly.
Well, he can't see it. No, that's the other problem. He can't see where he's going half the time. Yeah, he's made the pits anyway, so let's get him back out. Maybe a podium is still possible, but they're going to have to turn the car around quickly, because the Team Modern at Aston is only a lap and a half behind them.
What a shame. What a shame. It'll flip shut now, I suppose. Almost. Get the fuel on board, get the tyres ready. They're clearly thinking about going back out. They always do this anyway. I'm just trying to see whether there is a bodywork rub there and whether that was the problem.
That's where the contact was.
Well, that's a real shame. One little tiny bit of contact and then it all just went pear-shaped, I'm afraid. Well, at least it may be not mechanical. Thought it was a cooling issue that had translated itself through to the engine. It gone very pear-shaped, and see what those catches are as well, what the catch problem is. So all done and ready to roll.
Well, they've got to get that bonnet secured.
Yeah, and the duct tape comes out, the magic tape. Maybe it was just a puncture. They're not going to be able to get that.
Take
it off. There you go. That's my kind of mechanical integrity on display.
Oh, it stalls the car.
Oh, no. Well, I think one of you were making a comment earlier about Peter handing the car over to Roman.
The ACO officials have stopped them going out. That's what's happened.
Nightmare. So now they've got to actually put this back properly, and there's more tape required. Well, you see, more speed and less haste. ACO, no, you're not going to go out there and have the car looking like that. And it's a reprofiling not permitted.
They're not going to like this, because that could easily fly off. It doesn't hit them, it could hit someone behind.
Get it in the garage, they're going to say. No. Forget it, you're in.
We've seen this before. We saw
no chance.
Saw this at Peugeot at Silverstone last year.
Do you know what, guys? If they hadn't ripped it off at the hinges, they'd be racing now. And now it's going to the garage. You see, more speed, less haste, fella. They can't secure it properly at the back. So now, out come the little fingers and the catches. They've got to replace the catches that they destroyed themselves. Oh, dear.
A moment's haste.
Exactly.
The panic in the pit lane, and it's just wrecked your day.
What a shame. There you have it, you see, and just didn't really consider that there might be an issue of securing it at the back. The ACO, quite rightly, for safety reasons, just saying, look, no. Well, that was quick.
They've done it. And they might have just saved second place. Well, we shall see. Here comes the Team Modern car. Has he gone through yet? This is the Team Modern car on the lap, but it's going to take it back onto the same lap.
Round he comes, and up the climb as well for the 59 car. Well, drama indeed.
Perhaps,
down the order.
Perhaps they'll show us again that collision, because we only just caught the side of it.
The hood up, what actually happened there?
Yeah, because there is some prototypes which are really optimistic on the braking, you know. What I can do, I'm in the corner, he tried to overtake me. He tried to brake really late, so, you know, I was already in the corner and he just arrived and hit me, you know, so it's strange. He fucked up our race, you know, so it's very...
Terribly disappointing at this point, having been in such a good position, I guess.
Yeah, we was really in the good position. We was leading the race and it was possible to win, but now it's very strange, you know, so...
Well, thanks very much.
Interesting that he's also following the FA Cup. Yes, not happy at all about that contact, and just unfortunately for him, Well, it looks like it's led to a whole series of events which have put them a little bit down the order. That was our class leader. It's Luca Von Adventures. And I suspect that next time by, we might well see that Team Modena, oh no, they've just come in for their own pit stop. We'll take a break. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back to Spa, on board with our leader. It's the number 7 car. It's been a bit quiet for Marc Gedet and crew. Not so further down the order. 17 car, the Pescarolo just flaming itself back up and getting out here. Haven't been told who is on board just at the moment. Didn't manage to catch whether there had been a driver change or not. But we can tell you that as far as the Lamborghini is concerned, it's gone backwards just one spot, the Lamborghini. And it's being chased down. It's on the same lap now as Antonio Garcia and the Team Modena Aston Martin, so that's a real scrap still to be had. Meanwhile, up front, the 2 car still remaining on the same lap, but 1 minute and 6, trailing the leader by 1 minute and 6, and there it is in the hands of Mike Rockenfeller at the moment. I suspect we will get them within sight of each other. Well, let me see. It's a second a lap. Possibly not. We've got 143 laps is the target. We have covered 115. So you do the maths. You can't quite get there if they keep this pace.
Got an hour to go, haven't we? I think. Yeah. I think that's what we're looking at. But interestingly, the Peugeot has made one more stop than the Audi, and well, that's fuel related. The Audi, of course, was diving. The other Audi was diving in and out, but. They're probably just getting out a little bit more, aren't they, out of the Audi? And then there were some artificial stops during those safety car periods. Peugeot just deciding they'll fill up at each opportunity.
Now, Mark, what's the difference between a full-on racing lap and an in-lap stop and your out lap? That's the interesting bit, because have they got enough cushion to actually make another stop? The Peugeot, it's a minute and 6 they lead at the moment. I think they might have enough time to actually get in, get some fuel and get out, and still hold the lead.
They're going to have to. They can't run for an hour with their fuel, and they haven't had a pit stop for a long time. I mean, they may even have 2 stops to make both of them. We'll have to see how it pans
I'm just saying that even if they have to take one more stop, the Peugeots, they're still going to be ahead of the Audi.
They'll still be ahead, yes. The way things are going at the moment, 66 seconds ahead, So Lapierre is 3rd for Team Oreca Matmut. The Courage, that's a great effort by that team this afternoon. Pescarolo 4th and 5th, and then Jos Verstappen and Jan Lammers, the 2 Dutchmen, are 1 and 2 in LMP2, both in the Porsche RS Spiders. The Speedy Racing Lola Coupe, Xavier Pompidou on board at the moment, is 3rd in LMP2, down in 9th place.
Something of a shame, really, that I'm not saying anything against the LMP2 Porsche Spiders, but I was really looking forward to seeing, the Coupe Lola doing something for Speedy Racing. That would have been fantastic, and the Barazzi Epsilon as well. I'd have really liked to have seen them mixing it up front. It's Porsche 1 and 2 again.
Yeah, but Lola took the fight to them all afternoon. They've been swapping the lead with them, and Bill, you must have been impressed by what you've been seeing with British cars again fighting off the Porsches.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're all out there again, and it's just good to see so many different cars. I have to say, it's coming back from the Group C days, isn't it, where there was this awful sort of time where there were road-going, sporty-looking things, and now you've got all these, and it's just so nice to see so many different cars.
The Peugeot Total team. Well, what about the situation at the moment? Number 7 is still in the lead, and the number 2, the Audi, is just behind. So what about the gap? What about the rhythm?
The number 7 is leading the race. Marc, Jacques, and Nicolas build up a gap of now 68 seconds, which is very interesting for the rest of the race. We should do 1 stop now. I think the number 2 will do also 1 pit stop, and if everything go well, there is no reason we don't finish the race without problem.
Well, if we look at the screen, we can see that the number 7 Peugeot, sorry, had 5 pit stops instead of 4. For the number 2 Audi, could, for example, the fuel consumption be one element, the key of the victory?
No, in fact, we took the opportunity to stop when we had a safety car and for that we did one more stop, but it's not a matter of fuel consumption. It was just a decision to stop when there was a safety car.
Vershoni, thank you very much.
So, good decisions that they did make to stop during the safety car. I think that's going to be an issue and a talking point, Mark. Just what went on as the safety car waited to pick them up. As he said, though, both of these teams have still to make one stop, and they're assuming that that's all that's going to be taken. And so it's a kind of a cruise to victory here, provided nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, I think you're right. They've got that, just said 68 seconds. He said it's now increased to, and great for Jacques Villeneuve. Yep. Bit of comeback for him.
Absolutely.
Back on #1's podium spot there.
What about that safety car period? It did throw things all over the place, and they cleverly came in, took their stop, and then assumed that the safety car would wait and pick them up, and it did.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be questions asked about that process for the future.
We know what John Heintoff thinks about all that, don't we? This is the fight, I believe, we're looking at the moment for GT2. That was the Proton Felbermar car, the 77 car, was it not? That Virgo Motorsport was just putting down. The 88 car, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 88 red Felbermar Porsche, it's just putting it down a lap. So Virgo have 2 laps on that car already, so that wasn't as exciting as it looked for a moment. On board then, with we love a bits of theatre, don't we, throughout all this? Lamborghini leads the way at the moment.
Serge Saulnier that they're going to be coming in for one more pit stop. Obviously, I guess the Audi will also have to come in for a pit stop. What will the general strategy be for the next hour until the end?
Yeah, as you said, we will come in for a stop, and at the minute it looks like we are just not quick enough to catch, so they are just slightly increasing their gap, and it will be difficult to close, but we will try to keep the pressure up. Unfortunately, our other car was taken out by Alex Wurz in the other Peugeot and lost again. Valuable time. That car did have the speed to fight with the Peugeots. The other one, for whatever reason, is a little bit slower. We don't know why, so it looks difficult, but we keep pushing.
Ralph, thanks very much.
A little bit disingenuous there of Ralph Juttner to say that the car was taken out by the Peugeot. It wasn't actually Alex's fault, was it? Those of you just joining us, there was a fairly comprehensive shunt for the other Peugeot earlier on when the Audi and the Peugeot running side by side, and one of the spikers moved over on them and left them both with a fair amount of damage.
Yes, disingenuous or not, you know, these guys are totally focused, and when asked about the strategy, the answer really was there isn't one, to be honest. We just got to run this one round. Clearly enormously deflated and disappointed, because the way it stands at the moment, Peugeot are going to do it again.
Yeah.
So the Matmut car coming out through the heat haze here, lights ablaze, haven't needed any light today. It's been glorious sunshine in the Ardennes, although it is getting to that late part of the afternoon now, and the track does, strangely, if it has been hot and the cool night comes, as you do get at this kind of halfway house between spring and summer, it can be that you get a little bit of moisture on the track out there, and the shadows as well start to play a part as we get later on into the afternoon. It's 5:15 local time at Spa, and we reckon we've probably got sub 1 hour remaining now. 118 laps completed by the leaders, 143 to do the 1,000 kilometers. We won't get timed out unless something very dramatic happens, and well, it's coming to the sort of let's say the dessert of the feast. We've had some real action out there, and that is going to be a sweet moment, I think, for Peugeot here.
You're going to survival mode in the last hour, of course, except at Monza, where they started banging wheels with half an hour to go. And
that was amazing.
Yes, that was
comes to Peugeot now.
Right.
And so, final stop
Bang on time.
Final stop with how many laps to go? I haven't got my maths hat on at the moment. Look at that, the eternal waiting driver.
Repeated. I think he's been told off about something. He's waiting in the corner, isn't he?
Yeah, he was. I think he was looking at the telly and looking at himself, looking at himself, looking at himself.
Yeah, we've got 23 laps left now. They're changing drivers this late in the race. That's interesting, isn't it?
Because they can, frankly.
Yep, because they can.
Yep, why not?
Marc Genet's done his double stint, so pull him out, and presumably putting Nick Manassian back in now for the sprint to the flag.
So just a fresh head, fresh body, fresh overalls, you can be sure of that. And fresh tyres and refuel and ready to go. This is all very businesslike, and the way home awaits. 23 laps to go. for this car when it gets out there. That's within range, Mark.
Yeah.
He'll bring it in.
But the problem, as you know, it's not the 1,000-kilometre races, it's the 24 hours that they're coming up to. And they're going to have to do 4 times this distance there, Bill. And
yeah, I think
that's the big difference, isn't
Colton's in danger of becoming the next Murray Walker here, isn't he?
What have I done now?
All he's got to do is bring it home.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll see. We'll see if the curse of the commentator does strike us here. And well, that was a nice, easy stop there. And you saw how much time they had in hand here, Mark.
Yep. Hasn't hurt them at all, because this car's going to lead for the moment, but that's got to stop as well. So
well, exactly, it's not going to lead because there's the Peugeot come in and come out.
It's actually come out ahead of him.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. We're trying to work out whether they had enough time to do that, and they had exactly the right amount of time, including a driver change. How pleasant was that? So lapped, his nemesis trying to get back and snatch this one back, but he's still got to stop. That's going to be a lap between them by the end of this one.
The point, I think this is the point at which the race has just gone away from Audi, hasn't it?
Yeah.
All afternoon they've been hanging on, but now suddenly there's that 1 lap buffer between them. It's going to be when they make their pit stop.
Yeah.
When does that come? Now they're Peugeot obviously confident they've got the fuel, because they've still got 50 minutes of running to do, so they can just about do that. I don't think there's going to be much left in the tank at the end, though.
I think it might be tighter than we think, fellas, and it may well be that they've got that 1 lap cushion, and they may well use it as a splash and dash, knowing that they can do it.
Yeah, and they weren't going to tell us if they were they?
No, of course not.
It's interesting that as soon as Serge Saunier, Peugeot, told us they're going to make another stop, our other interview goes up to Audi, says, oh, they're going to make another stop, they've just told us. Thank you.
I just noticed that Alan's got himself up to 5th, Nish, in the #1 car.
Oh, well spotted, Bill. Hadn't noticed that.
Yes, he has. And he's got an LMP2 car ahead of him as well, on the same lap. So one suspects that, thinking about points, he's going to do it. Points down to 8th place, don't forget. That's Horag Racing, the last car in the points at the moment. Overall points, I should say.
Here comes an Audi.
Yeah. And in for his final stop. They were never going to leave this too. It was almost embarrassing being so close to them on the track, but a lap apart. So let's see how they go. They're right at the very end here.
Are they going to change drivers, or are they going to leave Rocky in?
I think they might leave Rocky in.
No, to the change. Premack gets his moment of glory again now. The other question is, where are they going to be in the championship standings when we come out of this race?
Well, the bigger man doesn't need a cushion, and Premack gets in there, sits himself low, and where are they going to be in the points? Mark starts to work out the maths of it.
Well, they're going to be dead level with Mark and Nick. They'll all be on 24 points if they finish in these positions, so we're going to have 4 possible championship leaders at the end of this afternoon.
So a safety issue, a driver change. Nobody else allowed to touch the car, but changing belts and being helped by those belts, no problem whatsoever while the fuel's going in. Everyone clear, ready to go, and now where's he going to meld in? Where indeed? Back out. I always get shocked by that car parked up there. It's the second time I've just jumped, but here we are back and underway. But way out in front now is the Peugeot #7 car. And although it's been good-natured between the two teams, one suspects that just a little bit of resentment has creeped into Audi. Nobody likes being second, and they're having to get used to it at the moment.
Well, are they going to be used to it at Le Mans? That's the big question.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yeah. We're not going to see these cars again until the 24 hours, so there we are, just quietly getting on the way, passing one of the Pescarellas on board again then with Marc Genet back at the wheel. We thought Nick Nassim was going to take over, didn't we? But he must have done. It's just we haven't caught up the timing yet.
Yeah, there we go.
It is, yeah. Yeah, there we are, just come up now. 122 completed of 143.
So both on the same. Oh, here we go.
Fantastic stint. 1 hour 26 minutes before the checkered flag. So what about the situation? You're still leading the race, but the #2 Audi is here just behind you.
Yeah, I started the stint with the Audi just 6 seconds behind me. So I was pushing quite a lot. The car was quite balanced. Then I had some grip problems on the rear, but I was still pulling away from him. So all in all, it was good. Not much traffic. And the second stint, I managed to pull another 30 seconds. so if everything, the mechanical problems don't come, I think the race is under control.
Maximum attack, I imagine.
Yeah, the first stint, yes, maximum attack, trying to pull away from the Audi, and the car was very well balanced, and the Peugeot team did a good job, so I managed to pull away.
Mark Denis, thank you very much.
Well, as you can see, no great frantic movement back at the crew. It's business as usual as far as Peugeot are concerned. And Audi, well, they're just going to have to take what they can from this one and start thinking about Le Mans itself. We're going to take ourselves a commercial break in just a few moments. And when we come back, we'll try and have a chat and get your thoughts from the forum. Don't forget MotorsTV.com. Go to the forums and you will find the endurance thread there. Nice to have a chat with some of you out there on this gorgeous day of real racing. We'll be back in just a few moments' time. We'll see you then.
We need to manage our advantage for sure. The Audi, the Alan McNish come back quite quickly, but if we're doing on the same pace, I think we finish where we are.
Olivier, thanks very much.
Just a brief word with Olivier Panis, saying how happy they were that the Batmut car is plying its trade so brilliantly out there. They had frontal damage in qualifying and as well technical issues, he said. I imagine that might well have had something to do with the off that they had. But they have been competitive and running nicely. It'll be a good points finish for them up there towards the top, and maybe just a podium. We'll wait and see. Mark Cole's been on the forum. Thanks to those of you who have joined us. Chronomaster saying, enjoying the coverage, and it's full live on MotorsTV, says Dr. Rock.
Yeah, he loves that, doesn't he?
You're enjoying it.
Dr. Rock, Chop Monster 7, she's on again. Emma from Darlington, good evening, how are you? Good afternoon, good evening. Dr. Rock said, can't wait to Le Mans 24 hours because the Dutch are now in control of LMP2. How right you are. It's not a lot you can do about that, is there? Anyway, keep all the postings coming. Most of you are moaning about the tape on the Lamborghini. I mean,
the duct tape.
Yeah, they don't like it. Don't like it.
Well, they didn't use it in the end, did they? I think they put it on properly in the end.
Did put another bonnet on. They were going to use tape, but they put another bonnet on. 125 laps are on, and Jos Verstappen leading in LMP2. No, he's second, isn't he, to Jan Lammers. They've swapped places. That's happened while we've been on the break. Now, has there been an extra stop? So we're waiting for Lammers in the Horag car to make another stop. Its final stop, presumably. That one's going to go down to the wire, the way things are going.
He's going to have to make that second stop, that fifth stop, I should say. And when he does that, those positions may well change. They're both on the same lap,
There we are,
believe.
just showing us stops as we say.
And look at that, Porsche RS Spider 1, 2 and 3. Was it ever not thus?
Yeah, well, I think the big difference is seeing the Horag car out front, but how long that's going to last, we're just going to have to wait and see. They have got a full lap in hand, of course, on Verstappen.
Yeah, just for now, but I think that Jan Lammers is going to have to make that stop. It may not be a full lap either. It might well be just sort of 3/4 of a lap or even half a lap. We'll wait and see. They're on different numbers for the time being. That is for sure. The Orica Matmut is running in third place, and it's all on its own lap at the moment. So it does look like it will be a podium position for Olivier Panis.
Very crowded track coming up to Le Combe. Very dodgy part of the circuit. Look, they're fanning out across the track. Big fight going on here amongst the LMP2s.
Yeah, the Aston just keeping out of trouble there and doing a great job as well of just letting the traffic go by. And we're with the 33 car.
It's in the garage.
Some work, and, Speedy Racing and the Saber boys. And they've had a rough time. It's a shame, really, because I do like this car. Great team as well. They're refueling and ready to go here, I think.
Yeah, just remember, you can't refuel in the garage. You have to do that outside.
What's going on then? Just holding
working
up.
on side.
Sorry,
looks like something electrical. I think
completely wrong.
I think what you'll probably find is that this car, although they led at stages during the afternoon, it's just not really coming together, is it? It's great shame. But what a good effort again. Lola must be very proud of this.
You know, there's such inactivity there. I thought they must be refueling, but of course they're in the garage. Can't be done. The rigs are outside, not allowed. The 35 car comes by, Solnia Racing, Pescarolo Judd. So many Pescarolo represented cars here. He's got a hand in both LMP1, LMP2, and further down the field as well. He gives so much help to so many out there. He really is a great stalwart. and never afraid to spare us a few of his thoughts as well. Where is the 35 car out there?
We're just trying to find it now. It's a little bit down the order at the moment, I think. 35 come in. Your time is up. 10th.
10th, yeah.
Yeah, that's Mathieu Lehay and Pierre Reig, and that's the car that's actually owned. One of the cars that's owned by the co-owner of Pescarola.
Running in 10th, but 4th in class at the moment.
Jacques Nicolet, so I was just grasping for the name.
And he's going to try and do one of the Porsche RS Spiders here. John Nielsen's on the same lap ahead of him, and it's only 5.1 seconds. So that's a real little battle for a podium place there. And Pescarola, well, they could well be in for it.
And here's the car that's 5th in class. This is Julian Schroyen. Now, he only lives about 5 kilometres away from there. There we are. They've made the stop now. Jan Lammers has bought the car in. He's staying on board. He's going to go for it. They've only got 45 minutes, if that, of racing left.
And Jan Lammers is
he calling for tyres?
Leader at Horag Racing, and away he goes.
No tyres. They've left it. He said he's happy with the tyres, double stinting them. Out he goes.
Did you see that?
Nearly killed a marshal.
Yeah, being directed to get into the. Well, he got very, very close. Let's put it that way.
So it looks like they're going to keep the lead of the class because they had a one-lap lead over Jos Verstappen. There's the 3rd place car in the picture at the moment. No, it's a 5th place car. Julian Schreien again in the Zytek. Good job by the Trading Performance team. And Zytek, incidentally, just finishing their 3-year tenure with the A1 Grand Prix Series. And do you know,
Ferrari cars going in there now, aren't they?
They had 300,000 racing kilometres, not a single engine failure. That is a record to be really proud of.
Very proud of
in 3 years. And the same in GP2 prior to that. Formula 3000 never had an engine failure.
Just look at the bodywork flex on this Corvette, fellas, when they get up to full chat here. It really is being pushed. It gives you an impression of just a fabulous view as well. Oh dear, just out of the garage, and
no, it's okay.
Just stalled it.
Just stalled.
Yeah.
Am I right in seeing the screen here that the Matmut car's actually put in a 3:18 lap, and Manish is now up to 4th? Or am I misreading that?
No, he's there, but it's due to stops in front of him, and we wonder whether he's got to come in himself.
Yes.
Yes, we'll wait and see. Back out 8 times in the garage for the #1 car. You're right.
Running in 4th. That's not bad, is it?
In front of him, not bad at all.
Yeah,
He's
not
4 laps down, or.
So that's cleared it up a bit now.
Back down to 5th. The Pescarola, just the timing screens haven't quite unwound. He is in 5th place.
He's 5th now, yeah.
Yeah, but 8 times in the garage has been a hell of a visitation. Or am I misreading?
That's a 6. That's a 6. Yeah.
There you go. Glasses, please.
Remember, they took a 3-minute stop-go penalty.
They did.
Yes.
Jumping the red light at the end of the pit lane. So that's what really compromised their race, quite apart from the collision with Wirtz. There's the Matmut guard going past the Corvette.
And giving him a nice little flash by as well. And look at this, just being eaten into by the Audi.
Yep.
There he comes. Must be heartbreaking as well when you are a driver to have somebody go by you that quickly when you're on full juice and giving it plenty. And it just looks like...
Lamborghini is slowing. Coming slowly up the hill, isn't he? He's not at racing speed, is he?
It's still the profile of the car is still slightly altered where they got contact on that. As we look at it, left-hand side of your screen, the right-hand side of the car. And what a shame it is for the Lamborghini that they couldn't get it together for victory here. You have to say as well, we did have a chat, albeit with a failure to bleep out a few words, so apologies if that offended anybody, for Roman Rusinov, who wasn't happy at all about contact that had been made with one of the LMP1 cars. He didn't say which one it was. But basically said he was already turning into a corner and the LMP1 left it very late. Clearly, though, the marshals, the judges, did not agree with him. Race director didn't think it was at fault, one of the LMP1 cars, or 2, whichever of the prototypes it happened to be. Clearly, he put it down to his own fault, and Peter Cox was dropped straight back in after a very short stint by Rusinov, so it kind of makes you think that the team thought the same.
And Peter is actually pushing very hard at the moment. He's on exactly the same pace as the Alphand Corvette, both doing 2:17, so he's no hope of catching because he's still a lap down. There's the Aston Martin, the Team Modena car in 3rd, and the car that just passed it was the Lola Aston Martin Coupe, which is running again. You remember we saw it crawling around earlier, so that's got fixed again, continuing their Le Mans test session.
Test session.
They're looking good. And unlike that wasn't the Lavaggi just in front, it was just misreading it.
We haven't seen the Lavaggi since we saw it pulled off, have we?
No,
some time ago, after Vanina X frightened it. That was a long time ago.
It was an awful long time ago. It's 66. It's on lap 60. It's listed as lap 66. That was a long, long time ago. Yes, indeed.
So Nick Leventis on board at the moment, the Aston Martin. That's the Straka racing car. First appearance in the Le Mans series. Beautiful car. It's one of the GT1 cars from the FI GT Championship. And there we are. It's running in 4th place.
I'm looking forward to seeing these in their Gulf racing colours. We've seen the sort of previews of how they will look for Le Mans. They do look beautiful.
Yes, I haven't actually seen one in the flesh yet. We have to wait.
I was talking to one of the model manufacturers recently, and they're trying to bring out the model of this car before Le Mans, which would be a hell of a financial thing for them, but excellent for collectors. It is a beautiful looking car anyway, but in the Gulf colours, it's...
And of course, it's in Gulf's interest to encourge that, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's all publicity, and...
Got to make sure the stickers are all in the right place, otherwise there'll be complaints.
But are you a model collector, Bill?
Well, I am and I'm not really. I seem to collect David Brabham's cars, but
okay.
You know, they're easy to come by for me.
Yeah. Have you got the Highcroft?
No. I was trying
to
find it over at Sebring. They've made 1 or 2 of them, but
not in this year's colours.
That's right. Yeah. So.
Just looking sorry, fellas, so just looking at the GT2 class, the Felbermeyer 77 car, that is our class leader. Sorry to interrupt your model festival that you've got going on in the corner there. The leader at the moment of the class, ahead of Virgo Motorsport Ferrari. And what has happened to the farmbackers? What has happened to the farmbackers? It's a big, big ask. Further down the order, they've had a rough time, both the Ferrari and the Porsche, both with their troubles during this race. And what's going on here?
It's
waiting for the leap.
Yep, just waiting. It's Tommy Erdol's waiting to get back in the RML car. We saw him being interviewed earlier, so Mike Newton will be handing that back to him, but they're well out of it as well, as we heard. They had a turbo blow early in the race, and they at the moment are running in 30th place, and they're down in 10th in LMP2. So here is our 3rd place car in GT2, being chased up the hill.
It's the 88 car, the Felbermeyer Porsche, and
well, this is
Felbermeyer's 2 and 3 at the moment, with Virgo in the lead.
Yeah, this is
so it must have spilled through while we were chatting.
Yeah, this Rob Bell is at the wheel at the moment of the Ferrari. He's just lapped that car again. It's already 1 lap down. He's just put it down another lap. So, in fact, it's more than that. It's 3 laps down now. So.
Well, I've got Virgo Motorsport on 113 laps and a 35-second gap to Mark Lieb in the Felbermeyer 77 car. So sorry for any.
And that was the 88 car we just saw, which was 3rd in class. So don't panic.
Don't panic, Mr.
that close.
We'll get there.
Not quite as close as we thought.
Yeah, just going back to the Acuras for a minute, we're going to see those here next year, of course. They'll probably be in the Le Mans series, definitely at Le Mans, but they're going to have 4 of them racing next Sunday at Utah, because Jules de Ferran has come on board now.
Jules got his car, he was in our
car.
celebrity kart race, and he's got his own team now, and he's driving.
And that is going to be something Porsche is going to have to worry about when they come here, because the RS Spiders are going to have it their own way this year, I'm sure, but next year with the Acuras here, that's going to be real war.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. And the Hondas are really sharp over there in the States. They're really keeping up with the Porsche. In fact, as you know, David's he's got a 1st and 2nd in class so far.
Yeah, he won in Long Beach 2 weeks ago, and there's no reason he shouldn't win a game next Sunday. In Utah, Salt Lake City. It's going to be a very, very interesting race that. Carlton.
Andrea Chiesa, just taking a look at them, the Speedy Racing crew. They're running in 4th place. It would match the result that they had last time out at Monza if they managed to hold on. I'm feeling sorry a little bit for the Spikers. I feel like we've dissed them a bit during this race weekend. They seem to have been involved or thereabouts with a number of accidents, and, you know, let's not assume that it was their fault, shall we? The Spikers, when does Peter Dumbreck get to have a turn as well? The 85 car is in.
That is Peter Dumbreck's car.
And but is he on board? That's what I'm asking.
He is. He's on board.
Good lad. Great to see him.
On board the Spiker C8 La Violette. And this is the one running the new Audi engine.
And we'll see what Audi Power does for the 85 car, but as far as their class position is concerned, they're running down about 8th place at the moment, which is a bit of a shame. The Sonorous Squadron machine, Spiker, and Peter Dumbreck, though, it'd be interesting to see what he gets up to. Peter Dumbreck in the 85, the other Spiker running 4th.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Andrea Chiesa, as you say, at the wheel of that. That's the Speedy Racing team run rather than the, I don't know how to say, Snorus? I mean, how can you have a racing team called Snore? It is actually a bank, so be very kind to them.
There we are.
Well,
there's another Peter Dumbreck fact for you. Maybe you may recall years ago that he flipped the Mercedes at Le Mans.
Oh, yes.
And 6 months later, I met him at Autosport show when we were doing an auction. David and I were auctioning some items off, and he gave us the underclothes that he was wearing. And we auctioned, well, they were clean by then, but we auctioned those off, and they went for 200 and, I think it's 230, 240 pounds. So.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And what charity did the money go to?
The money went to Bliss, the premature baby charity. It's a national charity for newborn babies, basically.
Yeah.
So essentially, your organisation takes in auction stuff, motorsport related, and distributes it to whatever charity the donor wants to give it to.
Absolutely, that's basically it. If whoever donates an item, they can dictate. They can either say, I don't mind where the money goes, and it will go to our chosen charity of the year, or failing that, they can dictate, and it will go. 100% of the money will go to that charity. So.
And so you mentioned Damon Hill, Jenson Button, all contributing stuff.
Yes, yeah, helmets and racewear. And
so if there's any driver out there this afternoon who's not in Formula One or sports cars as of today, just remember it's about. How do they get hold of you?
Well, they can get hold of me through Bill at Racing 4 Charity, and it's number 4 charity.
Fellas.
Here we go.
That's our class leader.
Yeah, and it was contact as well. We'll be back on that in a moment, but give you that charity address. If you have got a bit of memorabilia that you'd like to donate, it would be gratefully accepted. Let's see if we can get it again. Just here.
Oh, yeah.
It was help. It was help.
Bumped by the Saulnier car.
And I think that might be a penalty for the Saulnier Racing Pescarolo. We'll wait and see, because, well, if it was deemed to be his fault, that will be the case. Go on then. Where do they get in touch with you?
Well, Bill at Racing 4 Charity, and it's number 4, not FOR, but
so Racing 4
charity.com.
Got that? Hope so.
And any items that people want, if they want me to, you know, if they want a certain item from a certain driver, an autographed bit of kit or anything, they can also ask, and we'll try and get it. And
but you'll have to
here's your chance, Carlton. Carlton Kirby's Motors T-shirt as worn at Le Mans 2007.
Oh, dear.
With sweat.
Oh, well, rain.
Rain, everything.
Never stopped raining. It was never warm enough to sweat last year. We were frozen even in the commentary cabins.
So there you have it. Bill Williams, great charitable organisation, and it's great to have him along as our guest this afternoon. So, well, it's not been the tightest racing up front. It's had its moments here. And, well, it's kind of saved by a beautiful arena venue, fabulous day. It looks like it's going to be Peugeot's day here. 131 laps, there's only 143, so 12 to go.
But look at the difference in the pit stops there, very, very little, as you pointed out earlier on. Only 24 seconds over a period of 5 hours. That's not bad for Peugeot. They've actually shown now they're getting up to Audi's sort of efficiency now. Remember, they've got a roof as well. It takes long to change drivers with the roof.
Yeah, it does. And an awful lot more to clean as well, actually. You've got a big windscreen that's got to be dealt with and all that kind of stuff.
You've got to check the air conditioning, because if your air conditioning fails and your driver gets hot, you're out of the race.
Empty ashtrays.
Get rid of the Coke cans.
Yeah. All that kind of stuff. The last two, we were only kidding.
Oh, dear. Yeah.
So it's been fabulous weather. The sun is getting down just a little bit lower. Thankfully, we're heading to that period of the year where the sun kind of stays slightly higher in the sky. When the windows do get a little bit cruddy at Le Mans, though, and the sun does go down, you get that flaring, and it's when the accidents really do start to happen. And should there be any moisture around, well, it's a real killer.
That Pescarolo car was going slow then, wasn't it?
You can't tell sometimes, especially on foreshortening. It may well have been coming in as well. Don't forget. But it did look, actually, it's the wrong part of the circuit. You're right.
It's a long way out.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye on it.
Well, I think Matthew LaHaye may well have picked up some damage after running into Rob Bell. That's the problem. So let's have a look at that. 10 to go. They've completed 133. 143 is the target for 1,000 kilometres here around Spa. 7.005 kilometres is the race distance. Used to be slightly longer, but of course they changed all the circuit. They removed the bus stop, put in this new chicane, which everybody hates with a real vengeance. Even the Formula 1 drivers, they do not like this. It is so tight, and it, to a certain extent, has spoiled the flow of Spa.
Well, Henry Pasquarolo was very diplomatic when we walked him round there and had a chat with him about it. Said that the profile looks beautiful, but he was, you know, everyone else's opinion are that it's kind of neutered the race just a little bit, or racing when it takes place here, whatever the formula. So we are about to take our final break before we come back for the resumption of proceedings here. Just got 10 laps remaining. We'll see you after this.
Welcome back to MotorsTV, the last few laps of the Spa 1,000 kilometres. I'm Mark Cole, Carlton Kirby, and with us this afternoon our special guest, Bill Williams. And Bill, what have you thought of the race so far?
Well, the racing is, it's interesting seeing it from this point of view instead of just sitting at home watching it on the telly, or well, we've got an Aston Martin going backwards here.
Yeah, that's the
61 car.
Yeah, that's the Leventis car, isn't it? The just catching him up on the screen here.
And last time this happened, we had a pace car, or what's been known on.
No, he's got going again.
So he's. So there we go. So, yeah. So yeah, it's been very interesting for me. Thank you very much indeed for having me along. It's been very exciting.
Yeah, when you're involved from this point of view, of course, you can start to see how all the strategies working with the teams, can't you?
That's correct.
Trying to outguess them.
Yeah.
Quite often we can. Sometimes they fool us, but
yeah. And seeing the timing sheets, you know, again, the general public watching, and even those at the circuit, you don't hear, you don't see what's going on. But yeah, in your studios here.
That's probably the biggest criticism of sports car racing, isn't it? That you know, people are so out on the circuit, you cannot hear what's going on. You cannot hear the public address, and unless there's timing screens everywhere, you're out of touch. Yeah. Radio Le Mans helps a huge amount now. John Hine. Oh, we got the Pescarolo spinning again. Radio Le Mans helps enormously. Even at these races now, John Hine services
that's
working.
beached.
Yeah, that's the Saunier car again.
No, this will be a safety car.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
what
stuck.
we're after.
Unless they throw a local yellow, and the marshals can just push him back onto the track, because he's not going to go anywhere at the moment. That's a shame. Right towards the end, and he's been struggling, Lahey, with that car, hasn't he, since he had that collision with Bell. We don't quite know why. Just to update you then, the leader with 136 laps completed is Nick Manassin for Peugeot, from Alex Premat for Audi. And if they finish in that position, here we are, here it is again. Oh, it's a touch.
Yeah, that was his own fault. He cut in too tight on him.
Yeah, that was with the Audi, wasn't it? Just cut across the front, and the Audi probably didn't think he was going to turn in at that point. So
it's interesting what you say about Radio Le Mans, and going back to your conversation there with knowing what's happening at the circuit. Here he is, still beached. I was at Sebring this year, and if you walked away from the pit lane, you had no idea what was going on.
Yeah,
absolutely no idea what was happening.
So, well, as long as it's like at Le Mans, you go to Le Mans, you have a little radio on, and you can hear everything. So Mathieu Lahey stuck firmly on the curbs at Le Combe, punted out of the way by Alex Premat. Safety car for that. You were quite right. Good call there, Bill. And
you can have your run to the flag.
Here's the replay. Now watch the Audi here as he goes up to follow the Dutch Porsche through. Well, Lahey comes in, takes his line. You can't blame Lahey for that. Premat should have given him a little bit more space, Carlton.
I think so. The Audi's have really been in the wars here. It is going to compress the field, though, and this is going to be a dash for cash. Yeah. So they won't be overly complaining about it. This could be interesting. It depends how how close they are when the field actually meshes together here.
Also depends if they're going to give Premat a penalty for that.
Today have been very tough, and
don't think so.
Up there in the top 6 nevertheless.
Yeah, I think it's a good result at the end, but there is still 6 laps to go, and number 1 Audi is catching us really quickly, so we will see.
Okay, now as we said, the performance of some of the other petrol-driven cars has been picking up as well, so making competition very tough for you guys.
Yeah, for sure. The competition this year is really tough, but we still have many races to go, and if we finish 4th or 5th, I think it's a good result at the end, and we expect a lot for the future.
Manu, thanks very much.
Well, they expect a lot from the future. As for the present, they are being chased down by the #1 Audi. And it's Dindo Capello. Both he and Alan McNish have really fought back from adversity. They got punted by the 8 Peugeot, the #8 Peugeot, which came off an awful lot worse. There was a spiker involved, but essentially they came into each other, got into collision, and the Audi #2 car has just collided, as you can see as well, although it seems to be undamaged. We keep our fingers crossed for them. The #1 car, Alan McNish, still racing for position, and he is in 5th place at the moment, but he'll be chasing down Pescarolo and hoping for a 4th spot and the points that go with it, Mark.
Yeah, but I mean, what's notable this afternoon is the performance of Courage, the Team Oreca Courage under Hugh de Schonack. They have not beaten Pescarolo in a straight fight for years, Courage, and here this afternoon they're actually ahead of both the Pescarolas, which is pretty impressive, and Hugh de Schonack, who runs Oreca, will be very, very happy with that. He's going to be the best of the petrol today, and that's all he could do. You can't do more than that.
I'm just waiting to see who is in front of the 2 car when we get ready and lined up here, because I can't wait to see this drive to the end here. The car's giving the wave by, it's picking up the leader, it's just got him now, and so if we get a straight shot, we'll be able to count back and find out just how many cars Premat has got to get past before he has a crack at the Peugeot.
It was at 1:16, wasn't it, the gap? So he's, as you say, just look out to see. Well, he's certainly not in this group at the moment, and he's going to have a lot of cars to pass. I don't think it's going to be that easy a job. They're going to have to wait as well for the field to catch up. They can't release them until they're all bunched up together. So again, you know, the safety car works at some circuits, but on a long track like Spa, it's 7 kilometres. It's just too long to make this work properly.
Yeah, exactly. They've got to slow down and hold up lead cars, and that can have overheating issues as well, don't forget.
Yeah. I'm looking at the battle between the Audi and the Pescarolo. 5th and 4th and 5th there. They're on the same lap and will be bunched up again, so
it's all the usual suspects filling the top positions, isn't it? Peugeot, Audi, Courage, Pescarolo, and then in 7th place, the best of the LMP2 cars. That's Jos Verstappen in that Porsche. They got back ahead of the Horag team, Jan Lammers and John Nielsen, Porsches 1, 2 and 3 in that category. And then Luc Alphand Corvette leading GT2 and Robert Bell leading GT2 for Virgo Ferrari.
Yeah, great work for the Luc Alphand organisation. Nice that he had a stint in the winning car as well, and they're going for the class in that GT1 with the Lamborghini. Peter Cox is on board after Roman Rusinov got himself bruised, damaged the bodywork. The hood went up flat back on the windscreen, and well, he was lucky to get away with it, I think. But 2nd place looks like it's going to go to the Lamborghini, with the Aston Martin further lap behind.
And we've got another lap to go behind the safety car, so this one is going to run a little bit longer than 5:15, isn't it? It's, not that there's any concern. It's going to be well within the 6 hours.
Yeah.
Cut, you know, it's either 143 laps or 6 hours, whichever comes first. Oh dear, back in the garages, the Royal Centre car. Vanina X crashing his car earlier on, but that's nothing to do with what's happening now. They're stuck in the garage. Have been out since then.
Well, a new front end as well. They've clearly been working hard and done a great job. Looks out of the box.
Yeah, but they've dropped a long way down. 29th. That's Mikael Forsten, by the way, on board then. He should have been driving... which car was it? It was the car that Tim Sugden took over this afternoon. We've not mentioned him. Britain's Tim Sugden showing the one of the Ferraris. It's the... sorry, just catching up on the screens at the moment.
Just on board with the Corvette here, looking back at the Verstappen car. Is Jos back on board? I believe he is.
He's shown as on board.
Yep.
Yep. So we'll get back as soon as we get all our stories together again on Tim Sugden. We must give him a bit of a plug this afternoon, because his father David has been keeping us updated with everything that's going on. Tim's been driving all sorts of cars this year. I think this afternoon's his 5th different car he's driven this season.
Yeah, he was out at Sebring, wasn't he? But the car didn't do very well. The Aston Martin was there with Barwell.
Yeah, that's right.
With Johnny Cocker.
Yeah, so it is the 5th different car. Carrera Cup for Group M. Porsche Cup car in Grand Am, finished 4th at Daytona for Racers Group. Aston Martin GT3, but running in G2 at Sebring, as you said, for Drayson Barwell. Porsche 997 for JW at Monza. And now the F430 for CR Scuderia in the FIA. So David says here, you may wonder what he'll be driving at Le Mans, so watch this space. So Tim Sugden, who along with Richard Westbrook have been one of the main Porsche heroes of the British racing scene.
Yeah, and a former touring car lad.
Yep, of course.
Did very well in the touring cars.
Just having a little look back, we've got the Virgo Motorsports with Rob Bell on board. They've been doing a great job today, and the Felbermeyers and the Farnbackers suffering at their hands, I think.
Yep.
So the safety car just about collecting the field, trying to count the Audi, and I think it's 1, 2, 3. It's about 10 cars back. That's a bit of an ask, and the crowd all had enough chips and beer by the looks of things, and why not indeed? Fantastic arena. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You just count it back and wait for an Audi to come by. It's a bit further than that, isn't it? Yes, I think we're being slightly optimistic. There's a whole
go for about 15, I think.
Yeah, I think so. It's pick a number really, but certainly more than way more than a dozen cars for him to get by if he's going to have a chance of taking the victory here. So, Mark, the safety car, upsetting you once more, but the lights are off.
4 laps to go. This is going to be the dash for cash now this afternoon. I think Marc Genet must have it in the bag, because whatever happens, that Audi of Alex Premat is 50 seconds back at the moment. Nothing you can do about that.
No.
The other cars at the moment are only just going up through Le Combe, so they've really split them up, haven't they?
Well, this is the glory about being out in the lead, and look at everyone else just trying to sort themselves out into position, let faster cars go through. But there is no faster car on the circuit than that 7 car, and what a pleasant place to be out front. And it's going to take him a little while to get back and into traffic. And look at this, we're on board with the 2 car here and fighting his level best to come through. There's the Lamborghini up ahead of him. He's got his work cut out.
Only just coming through La Source. The Peugeot's at Le Combe already. And that's the difference.
Exactly.
So, no chance.
Yeah, half a lap and all that traffic in between as well. A little plume of flame coming out of the Lambo. It's been looking so good, but just watch this. There is the power difference.
Yep. V12 against V12.
Amazing.
But what different technology.
Yeah, totally. And another 3 cars then in the bag. It'll be 4 in a moment.
Careful, Alex, careful.
Come on.
Oh.
Well, he's on a charge. He's not holding back. But the thing is, the 7 car is in, has got nothing but clear track ahead of him. And there is the gap.
Yep. Premat's doing a great job. He is weaving the, sewing the, putting the, get it right, shall we?
Put your teeth back in there.
Sewing, nailing, biting,
trying everything.
Eating.
Give us a clue.
Yeah. He's threading the needle is what I was trying to say.
Threading the needle.
Got there in the end.
Yes.
It's been a long afternoon.
He's embroidering the shroud, which we're going to put over Mark in a moment.
Sorry, race fans, Let's go and have a look, see what they're all up to on the forum. I'm sure they've got some more sensible things to say than I have today.
We're D-Mob happy. It's been a great day's racing, nonetheless. It's been enthralling, and I hope you've enjoyed your afternoon here with us, Bill. It's how's it struck you?
Well, we were just talking actually earlier on.
It was
excellent.
A comfort break.
Well, you had a comfort break. Yeah, no, I've had a great day, and thank you very much indeed for allowing me to come along.
Oh, it's been a pleasure.
It's been good to be on the show with you guys, and it's good to see that you are professionals after all.
Yeah, despite what you might have
despite what we thought.
Yeah, people don't believe that there is any preparation goes in. They think we just come and have a chat, but it's a bit more involved than that. But anyway, we're not here to wave our flag. We're here to wave the flag of Peugeot and Audi potentially. He got that just a little bit wrong. Whoa, straight on. 2 of them, 3 of them. You know what? Following somebody else's line is not what you do. And you get caught out so very often. The master of following only his own line, Valentino Rossi in MotoGP, never ever brakes when anyone else brakes. He does his own thing. And he avoids so many accidents because of it. And you see one car get it wrong.
Yes.
No, it's not the Audi. No, surely not.
No, I don't think it was.
No, dearie me, there was a long view there, but somebody...
Yeah, there's so much bunching up, that's the trouble. Dr. Rock on the forum says, I'm rooting for Lammers and Verstappen, but I think French winners would be great for on-screen atmosphere. I remember tens of thousands going crazy at Zandvoort when Blake Molen took first place in A1, so why not a French win at Le Mans? Marshall Bill says, read your comments, not just this week. LMS regulations require all cars to have their lights on at all times, regardless of light weather conditions. Thank you for that. Darren Cotter, hi all, great commentary, great race, just wish they wouldn't interrupt LMS of other sports. Well, everyone has to be live, everyone wants to be live, so, you know, got to give everyone a break. Can't just have yours all the time, much as we'd love to, because we get paid more if we're on all day, wouldn't we? Ian McCarthy, Mark Carlton and Bill.
Ooh,
you've got recognition.
I'm mentioning.
Do you see Pescarolo being up there at the end of the Le Mans 24 hours? I'm looking forward to Peugeot versus Audi, certainly, but can the privateers like Pescarolo open the race up a little bit more?
Well, he always has a chance, doesn't he, Bill?
There's always a chance. You never know, do you? I mean, you know, look at last year, a couple of hours into the race, and Audi goes straight into the wall.
Yeah.
That can happen. I mean, on power and pure racing, I don't think so, but not yet. But I think we're getting there.
They're always there. They're always finished.
They're there.
They're usually on the podium.
Well, the reason why the Pescas have been adopted by so many, don't forget, they kind of they were the wind under the wings of the Peugeot Challenge early on.
Yeah.
And Pesca was very, very unhappy when they just decided to up sticks and do their own thing, and basically cut off an income stream for him. He's found it again, and he is a wily old racer. We mentioned the fact that he holds the lap record here. Since the bus stop went in and was reprofiled, that'll never be beaten. But, you know, he's a racer through and through. You cut him and, well, fuel falls out.
I mean, I hope that he does. You know, I have to say, I hope, you know, I don't like a race that ends with people falling off. Yeah. I'd rather have a race to the flag like this one now. This is, you know, we're
now let's have a look.
This is Rob Bell locking up, wasn't it?
Yeah,
just
that's right, and everyone else
chasing off.
That's right. That's all fun. Smart Wombat says, do you think the bus stop change is unpopular? Yes, but Bernie wanted it changed. I love the old bus stop. It was great to drive, and then the straight line exit ruined it for me. Now there's a really nasty tight trench to go into the pits. Hate it, he says. Who else is on there? Paul Holroyd mentioned the colours of the GT field. Anyone interested? My last painting was the Porsche number 77, carried out for Peter Cycle. And you can see that on www.porschsport.com. So people are listening to us today.
I hope we have a print in the post.
Racing Bull, hi MotorsTV, thank you for a great commentary Sunday. What a good race, exciting when the race is over. You guys in the commentary box, have a nice cool drink and delicious ice cream. Thanks Racing Bull, please bring it up to us.
As long as I can have a flake with mine.
Yes,
99. 99, unless it's upside down, it's a 66.
Crushed nuts? No, it's just the way it was.
No, it's just the way it is, yeah. It's the weather.
You can tell the quality's going down there, can't you?
It's collapsing.
Getting towards the end of the day.
If I could just mention, if anybody wants to know anything else about the Motorsport Week that the MIA and us at Racing for Charity are running alongside, then if they go to the MIA's website, which is www.the-mia.com. I'll do that again, www.the-mia.com. Then all the information for the Racing Week is on there. So
good,
there's loads of things going on.
So have a look, everybody.
A hyphen being a minus sign.
A minus sign.
Yeah, just in case.
Not a backslash.
No.
Or a forward slash.
Exactly. So there you are. I think you've just about done every website that you're possibly involved in, save for your own private email, which please don't give out.
I will not give out. Not my line of work.
And there we have it. We're just checking through now. Luc Alphonse has actually put a decent amount of space between him. Where's he going to finish the Alphonse Adventures machine?
Yeah, just
14th at the moment.
Yeah, just getting down to that. Now,
final lap, by the way.
What's interesting, every single class, we have cars on the same lap. So Peugeot, Audi on the same lap in LMP1, Luc Alphonse Corvette, and the Lamborghini. No, they're just changed. They're not now on the same lap, but LMP2 certainly is. We've got 9 seconds between Jan Lammers and Jos Verstappen. Verstappen's just ahead of him. And then finally in GT2, despite his off at the new bus stop, Rob Bell is about to win again for Virgo Motorsport.
Well, let's give a big up to Peugeot. They have developed this car to such an extent now. It's got the longevity, it's got the legs, it's certainly holding itself together. It's been a long development for them, and I think you might well just be looking at the outfit that are going to win at Le Mans this year. It would be a great, great end to what has been a long road for them. They've had so much success in the Le Mans Series this year, and they are just continuing to build upon it. Audi certainly have got their nemesis right now. They might say that given better fortune, they could be in with a winning shout, but Peugeot have done nothing wrong in terms of their own strategy here. They've picked it through completely, right the way through the field. The stops have been excellent, their racing has been superb, and a stopped car won't bring out a safety car. It's the checkered flag, and it's taken, and just desserts as well. The applause comes out. No great huge cheers. It was business as usual as far as Peugeot are concerned, and as far as Audi are concerned, well, they will be pleased that they've got second place, and it's in the hands of Alexander Premat. Fourth place, it goes to Dina Capella and Alan McNeish's Audi, but Team Orica Matmut on the podium. Well done to them. Well done to them indeed.
Applause in the commentary box.
And a brace of Pescarolos, 5 and 6, still in the points. It's the leader of the LMP2 class, and Jos Verstappen brings it over the line to finish 7th ahead of Jan Lammers and Horad Racing Machine. Porsche Spiders 1, 2 and 3 with John Nielsen and Team Essex in 9th place, just out of the overall points. Great result for them. Super job. And Luke Alfond Adventures. You see, Lucky Luke comes back. Oh my goodness, did you see that? The stopped car. Well, that was very close. And Jos Verstappen, quick reactions, still racing it across the line, and that could have been a little bit nasty. Thankfully, it wasn't. Let's hope the rest of them don't come round 4 wide. And we'll just go through the other classes for you. Incidentally, a Lamborghini finishing 2nd in the GT1 class. Great result for them. Peter Cox did well. Roman Rosinov brings it in, presumably for sponsorship reasons. Thomas Enger and Team Medina wrap up the podium for Aston Martin in the LMP GT1, and we're on board with that, with the Luke Alfond Adventure coming round for their victory. Just to tell you that in GT2, Virgo Motorsports and Rob Bell and Gimme Bruni and the Ferrari 430 GT ahead of Porsche. Another victory for Ferrari, and Porsche's humbled again. The Felbermeyers, 77 and 88 cars, Mark Lieb and Alex Davidson getting second place there ahead of Mr. Felbermeyer himself on board the 21 car.
And there's the Lamborghini and the Corvette taking the checkered flag together, albeit, as you just said, Carlton, a lap apart. But Lamborghini, I mean, nothing wrong. The car was faultless today. Yeah. Only a collision that slowed it, but no mechanical problems. Yep. Brilliant run.
If it hadn't been for that incident, we would perhaps have been talking about a Lamborghini winner. And you have to say as well that if that technician hadn't ripped it off and they just taped the sides and left the hinges intact, I think they would have got victory.
Yeah. Anyway, the other notable point, Jacques Villeneuve winning today, and that won't be lost.
Jacques Villeneuve, congratulations, first experience in the Le Mans Series and a victory. Good.
Oh, I'm very happy. I knew coming here that the car would be competitive, and I have a lot of trust in my 2 teammates, Nicolas and Marc. They race hard and they don't make mistakes, so it went well today.
Jacques, do you have the same sensation that after a victory in the Grand Prix of Formula 1, for example?
Well, it's nice. The last time I won a race was in '97, so it's nice to be on the top step of the podium.
Of course, the next big rendezvous is Le Mans. Ready?
Yes, I think today we showed that the car was competitive and we work well, the 3 of us. So it's looking good for Le Mans, but it's a long race. Anything can happen.
Jacques Villeneuve, congratulations again, and of course, see you next month at Le Mans.
Very well done, and he's got his X-ray specs on as well. So, yep, tremendous effort by Villeneuve. And we're just checking through to see when it was indeed that he got his final win. I'm sure somebody will have posted.
He just told us, in fact, 1997. It was actually the Luxembourg Grand Prix. So
there you have it. So not too far away.
Did he get the specs on the National Health, do you think?
I think so. The nose was real, by the way.
Canadian National Health, I presume.
Well, what a day it's turned out to be. There's been the usual
Ralph
mix of
Juttner,
ill
second
fortune.
place, but
here we go.
nevertheless, a happy performance, I guess, for the team.
Yeah, it's a sort of a déjà vu, isn't it? So we could nearly predict the races. Our number 1 is hitting trouble. The number 2 finished 2nd. Again here. Yeah, we would have liked to put a little bit more pressure on the leading Peugeot at the end, but we were not quick at stages. At the end it was a little bit better, but congratulations to Peugeot, they won, and yeah, we have to fight even harder next time.
Thanks very much.
Fight even hard next time. Next time, when's that, Mark?
It's Le Mans, of course. But the interesting thing, Alex Premat, Mike Rockenfeller leave here, still at the top of the championship, 24 points. But also on 24, Marc Genet and Nick Manassian. Long break now before the Le Mans series resume. That's going to be August the 17th at the Nürburgring, which, as we said, was the scene of Jacques Villeneuve's last Grand Prix win, 1997, the Luxembourg Grand Prix. So it's not all lost for Audi. They're still at the head of the championship, although sharing it with Peugeot. But look at this, Jacques Villeneuve to put the smile back on his face. He and Luc Alphand, by the way, great friends for years, both skiers and passionate skiers. And,
yep. So Mr. Baggy Pants has done it here. He's well, Audi not too aggrieved, and I have to say that Alex Premat never looks unhappy. No. I've never seen him angry.
No. He. I think Alex and Mike should take a big bow today. That's 3 second places in a row. They've been the most consistent drivers in the championship in any class this season. Audi juniors, and Audi must be really proud of them, particularly as all the weeks between these races they've been doing DTM. They haven't had a weekend off in 7 weeks now from racing.
And no complaints. Now take a look at this. There's our dead car, and around comes the winner. And just watch Jos Verstappen. If we get a view of him, he has his as the Peugeot, I beg your pardon, takes the checkered flag. Yeah, just almost a really bad moment here. And I think the driver realising he better get out of the car at this point because he's in a rather precarious position. That's, we may not get to see it. That's the glory moment, and Peugeot have done it. Well done to them.
3 out of 3. They swept the ball last year, of course, because Audi wasn't around, but they did have to fight for those, didn't they? And they normally only managed to finish 1 car last year. And again, history's repeating itself. They lost a car today. No fault of Alex Wurtz's. It was he was an unfortunate victim of a chain reaction, but it has to be said, you've got to get these cars back to the pits, get them rebuilt and get them back into the race at Le Mans.
It's what it's all about, endurance racing at its best. At Spa-Francorchamps, always people are surprised to find out that actually the 24 hours of Spa has only been going for a year less than the 24 hours of Le Mans.
That's right.
Almost the same level of history.
1924 was the first.
Yeah. It was supposed to be a year earlier, but they couldn't get the cars together, and so they ran bikes instead.
So that's just confirmation of the overall classification. What a good job by the LMP2 cars then, finishing as high as 6th overall for Jos Verstappen and 7th for Jan Lammers. And the GT1s there, 14th overall. And I think I'm going to take my hat off today. I thought driver of the race, Peter Cox. He almost single-handedly muscled that Lamborghini into second place. It should have been a win for both of them, but unfortunately, Roman fell over an LMP1 car. And but that was my driver of the day, Peter Cox.
Yeah, absolutely, I'll go with that.
It would have been superb, but it wasn't to be. Not this time. You never know, maybe next time, maybe even in the big one, we'll see a Lamborghini at long last getting up there. It would be wonderful. So many great stories to tell through the grid. We're just about to have our podium ceremony, however, here at Spa. Well, thanks for your company. We're going to take ourselves a short break, and then we'll be back with the anthems.
And I'll be off, so thank you both very much
Bill
indeed.
Williams, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we have.
Absolutely, it's been great fun.
Good. Everyone remember his charities. Racing for Charity is the main one, and look out for...
So we'll take that break. Our thanks to Bill Williams for his company today, and indeed pointing out the things that we were just about missing as our notes were going all over the place. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back. Done and dusted at Spa, and top step at the podium goes to Team Peugeot Total. And Marc Genet, Nicolas Minassian and Jacques Villeneuve will be enjoying this moment. And as the applause rings out, the Matmut guys coming up. Great work for them and Team Orica, Olivier Panis and Nicolas Pierre. And well, it was the Audi 2 car that will be out next. Had their rough times, didn't they, Mark, today, Audi? And,
again.
They're kind of remaining optimistic.
Yeah, but again, the junior team, these two guys here, Mike Rockenfeller, Alex Premat, what a good job they've done once again. Very consistent, second place every race this year. But more importantly, Peugeot's taken 3 out of 3, and that's not what Audi needed in the run-up to Le Mans, and that's going to cause a lot of thinking back at Ingolstadt. They've both done their long tests. Audi have done a 30-hour test, as you've heard at Paul Ricard, and that was only 2 weeks ago. Peugeot did theirs before the beginning of the season, back in February, and so they probably both completely now as ready as they're going to be for Le Mans, just short of logistics.
Yeah, I think so. Dino Capello and Alan McNish getting into a very creditable 4th position by the end of this one, getting by the Pescarolo Sport of Emmanuel Collard and Jean-Christophe Bouillon. Pescarolo having a good run as well. The Porsche RS Spiders 1, 2 and 3 in their class, and here is La Marseillaise for Peugeot. Well, they went for the full stanza. I think they were just about to reach for the champagne, but after the first few bars, but they didn't fade it out. It's not such a long one, thank goodness. But great to see. And Peugeot, well, they've deserved this. It's been a good season for them. They've had their fortune, perhaps, and well, they rode their ill fortune as well. Again, the attrition rate, 50-50, effectively. Yep. The #1 car for Audi and the 8 car for Peugeot, again, those that were taking the bruises.
Yeah, McNish and Capello falling way behind now. I mean, they're going to be stuck here on, what, 10 points against the 24 of the leaders. And I think once the 24 hours is over, we get back to the business of LMS. Nürburgring in August and Silverstone then the final in September, and Audi's going to have to put all their weight behind Pramac and Rockenfeller if they've got any chance of beating Peugeot, certainly for the driver's crown.
I think you're right, Mark, and it'll be an interesting position for Capello and McNish to be in support of these guys, because the title, it's worth taking.
Yeah. Isn't it good to see the Courage guys up here as well, the Reka Courage guys, Lapierre and Olivier Panis. Great to see him back. Of course, Panis and Jacques Villeneuve racing against each other. Well, in fact, they're in the same team for a while at BAR, weren't they? So good to see those two guys both on the podium now in sports car racing. And Villeneuve, as we've heard, his first win for 11 years.
Spare a thought as well for Martin Short and Vanina X. They're just about talking to each other again. Vanina getting it a little bit wrong. He blamed it on gearbox issues, but not quite so sure. The Roll Center Racing team, they were running very well, but it just didn't quite happen for them. Jaro Barbosa and Vanina X, they were at one point, well, they had 2 7th place finishes. It wasn't to be this time, though.
No. Jos Verstappen then takes his second win of the year with Peter van Merkstein. That's in LMP2. And then Luc Alphand for the Luc Alphand Aventure team. Great win for them. Guzlard and Moreau, of course, already winners at Barcelona, second in Monza, and they're shooting ahead in the championship with their win today. Luc Alphand just joining them today. Finally, Rob Bell back on top of the points. I don't think Rob was expecting to have such a bad race at Monza, but they're up to 20 now with their win, he and Ginny Brumi.
That was the start of the day. Almost the nose of the 7 car being taken off by Alan McNish. They really were racing each other early on. Well, it could have been a very premature end for that 7 car, but it held it together and went on for victory. And this was the victory that they took. The checkered flag falling upon the very distinctive Peugeot Total, the 908 HDI FAP, and it looks terrific. much smaller car than you think when you actually see them by the side, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, they're tiny, only knee height, and you know, drivers obviously in the prone position, like in a single-seater car. LMP2 winners coming up then. We're looking for Jos Verstappen, Jan Lammers, both people with such regulars at Spa over the years, and in third place, the other of the Porsches, the one that won, in fact, at Monza, John Nielsen and Caspar Elgaard.
Now, you just watch. They will show you, I presume, Jos Verstappen's finish. And that beached car really nearly got totaled by Verstappen. Grabbed the steering wheel right at the very last moment.
Just completely unsighted. Big John then, and there's the small Jan with Didier Thijs. And Freddie Dinhart, I guess, never getting in the car this afternoon. We never saw him shown. He's the car owner. Sometimes drives, sometimes doesn't. I think he left all the work to those two. And here come the winners. It's Peter van Merkstein and Jos Verstappen reprising their success in Barcelona at the beginning of the year.
Well done to them. Jos Verstappen bringing it in. Peter van Merkstein sharing the duties, and they did a great job for the Porsche RS Spider. It's the Van Merkstein Motorsport Racing outfit. Horrocks Racing beaten into second place, with Team Essex finishing in third.
I don't think we will ever mention again now that Peter van Merkstein is sort of, you know, being carried by Jos Verstappen, because he's done the job again today. And he's up against some really serious people here. You know, Didier Thijs, Jan Lammers, John Nielsen. They are some of the fastest sports car drivers around still. Even, you know, despite the fact they were front runners in Group C days, they are still so quick. For Peter to take them on head-to-head and still pull off the wins says a huge amount about his talent.
I agree. He did a great job, maybe carrying a little bit of extra weight around his belly, but it didn't hamper his pace at all today. He was great.
And look, he's so delighted, isn't he?
He loves it. And he's got the big beer glass as well.
Yeah, they'll be in the Stella tonight, I tell you. down in Spa Town Centre. Oh, yes, we've all been there.
Fantastic. Well, as they spray the champagne, I'm just hoping we get a look at the checkered flag falling apart. Look at that, fantastic. Nicked a bottle of Lauson Black Label. Goes missing from the front of the podium.
So 3 Dutch, 2 Danish, and then 1 Belgian. Didier Thijs there on the left of your picture. The only local man here. He's actually from Brussels, so...
I love to see him celebrating and just enjoying life. Look at that, fantastic.
Yeah, back in comes the Van Merkstein team manager with the champagne. He's holding that back, wasn't he? Saw him grab it.
Wanted to get a lot of them. Fantastic.
So Porsche 1, 2, 3. That'll gladden the hearts of the guys at Zuffenhausen.
And those cars on the low loaders that didn't quite make it, just coming back. Right, watch this. This is not the finish just at the moment, but we'll see it in a few moments' time. There is our winner. He almost got it very wrong towards the end.
I think they're just showing a top 3 at the moment.
They are.
Yeah, we'll look at the Essex car after this.
Horrocks Racing, super job by them, the Swiss outfit. And all credit to them. And of course, the boys from Denmark as well, Team Essex. Watch this.
Ooh, yeah, almost. It's unsighted, wasn't he? Just didn't see it. Didn't see it. Jos the boss. Get round to Specsavers.
Yes, exactly. And so, Luc Alphon Adventures will be top step of this particular podium. It's the GT1 fellas. First up, it's the Team Modena Aston Martin.
Yeah, Thomas the Tank Engel, Antonio Garcia. Garcia put the car on pole. There's what the man I said was driver of the day, Peter Cox, wrestled that Lamborghini Murcielago all the way onto second place in the podium. Would have been a win for sure had Roman not had that collision from an LMP1 car. No mechanical problems at all today. But here's the winners then, the 3L fanboys.
And it'll be the Marseillaise ringing out yet again.
Yeah.
The Marseillaise once again, and a half-decent rendition as well from Luc Alphon, the boss.
Yeah, you can get the CD on Amazon tomorrow morning.
You probably can.
Luc sings Marseillaise.
Well, it was, again, Mark, a class that had its ups and downs out there. Whatever happened to the Farnbacher crew, both their pushes, GT2 I'm talking about in just a moment's time, do forgive me. Only 5 cars racing in GT1, so not the biggest field, but as Luc Alphon actually said as well, it really is still a very high level, despite the lack of numbers for GT1. When we do ask the question finally, what happened to the Farnbachers in GT2? We'll find out that in a moment. It was, I always wonder whether their resources are just spread a little bit too thinly, Mark.
On 2 separate makes, Porsche and Ferrari. The rest of the world is Ferrari fighting Porsche, and they choose to run one of each, and perhaps just covering their bets, but you're not learning anything off each other. That's the trouble. If you've got 2 cars, you can learn a lot. As it happens, they both finished up as the last but one in the class, and it all went to Virgo and the 2 Team Felbermayr cars. Again, Mark Lieb, the factory driver, pulling off a very, very good finish there, 19. But it does put Rob Bell and Jimmy Bruni into the lead of GT2 with the 2nd win in the 3 races.
Excellent. Just watching the GT1 boys coming through, strutting their stuff. The Lamborghini looked great today, and if it hadn't been for a very, very minor incident which saw the bonnet flip, it was a light contact that just released the catches. It then came in and a technician took it onto his own bat, not to go for the duct tape to secure it, but to rip it off its hinges. They were then told by the ASO that they couldn't go back out unless they secured it properly, and they had to get the hinges back on again. If they just taped it in the first place, they might well have won. Luc Alphon then took it ahead of the Lambo. Good work. So GT2 we await, and here they come, Mark.
Yep, yes indeed. From the Felbermayr boys, Mark Lieb, Alex Davidson, Christian Reed, Horst Felbermayr Senior and Junior.
And the remaining Felbermayrs, from the 77 car, making it in 2nd place.
And the British entered Virgo Motorsport Ferrari, Britain's Rob Bell and Italian Jimmy Bruni.
Brilliant. Well, they do look very, very similar, I have to say, winning drivers from GT2. It's been a tremendous day's racing here at Spa. It's not been as close as some of you might have liked, but Monza was exceptional in that regard, I think. But Spa has turned out to be one heck of an endurance race. You have to get through to the end, and that's what these boys have done. It's been a pleasure, hasn't it, Mark?
Absolutely. We'll be back with the Le Mans Series, as we say, on August the 17th from Nürburgring. But in the meantime, American Le Mans Series coming up next Sunday night. And before that, Carlton, we're back together for DTM.
Well, 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 what a treat for you all. Thanks to everyone who came onto the forum as well. Always a pleasure to know that we've got you listening, and it's always good to hear your opinions and, you know, share some of your views out there. Got the V8 supercars coming up shortly. But for now, live from Spa, the 1,000 kilometres. Proceedings done and dusted. Peugeot victorious yet again. From me, Carlton Kirby, and from Mark Cole. Thanks for your company in the sunshine, in the Ardennes. It's been a pleasure.
Follow endurance racing with Michelin.
Share all the excitement of the Le Mans Series with the lubricants Total Quartz.